Do we should we do should we do a rendition of the National Janthem to start off the stream?
When I was driving home from work today, and when I was driving home from work today, I was thinking about us doing a little skit to begin with, where we both say "awa wa" in unison in our deep baritone voices for the chat. I thought that would be funny. But
We are Charlie Jerk.
oh, Charlie Jerk. Well, actually, let's do it. We're live now. Hello, everybody. What time is it? Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Hello, my name is Lord Maulington. Well, no, actually, my name is Maulington. I am the man of many voices and the midlife crisis VTuber, Phase Connect fan, and VTuber corporate shill guy. And I'm here today with expert Armchair. Armchair, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, I am a talking armchair that talks about media theory and VTuber PR.
Yeah, and today, guys, we're going to be talking about the Phase Connect drama that's been going on Twitter today. Very bad year for VTubing. Armchair, it's only February. A very disappointing public statement from Phase Connect. Yeah, so we've got a lot to get into today. So let's start things off. So I'll start with the agenda here, guys. So here's what we're going to be talking about today. Is first, it'd be prudent to let you know exactly what's going on, and then we're going to talk about Phase Connect's response and our thoughts on the situation. We're going to take a look at the consequences. Particularly, we're going to take a look at Phase Connect's chosen cosplayer, who seems to have sided with the enemy. And we're going to talk about who can we blame for this situation. And then we're going to talk a little bit about Claraara's graduation as well. So let's move on to the next slide. So the quick rundown of what's happened is that Minecraft, everybody's favorite block game by Microsoft, releases a DLC for its educational version. And this prompts Jelly to make a tweet to say that she's fed up with politics being pushed in her children's sandbox games. She doesn't realize at first it's for the educational version. And then on stream, after the comment, she states that she reacted without realizing it was an optional DLC for the educational version. She calls it mostly history and that it wasn't particularly evil or horrible. She states that she's not an American, so didn't realize it was Black History Month. And to be honest, I didn't either, honestly. But I mean, I'm not American either.
Same.
Yep. But
funny how that works. How all of the people outside of America are not guaranteed to understand that it's Black History Month in America.
Yeah, not to get the stream into a tangent away from it right from the get-go, but it's like, yeah, it's just race just isn't that big of a thing outside of the United States.
Outside of America.
It's not. We really don't see it in that way. It's a strange one to us outside of Burgerland.
Yeah.
But she later did some research on it. I've got a tweet here as well that proves, that she did some research, and she thought that people were being a little bit over the top about the situation once she unironically educated herself a little bit, we should say. You didn't realize it was Black History Month, even in Black History Month. No, I didn't. So the tweet, what happens is that the tweet gradually breaks containment and reaches nearly 4 million views. And actually, I didn't think about this until we were into a little pre-chat here with Armchair. But I believe the very height of Pippa at Hogwarts Legacy only reached 1 million views. So this kind of jelly drama is technically speaking 4 times bigger than Hogwarts Legacy in a way, which is shocking when you think about it. But
4 times the exposure for a company that has grown to more than 4 times its original roster, I suppose.
Yeah, what is Todd Howard secretly our manager of Phase Connect? We're going to need 4 times the drama of Hogwarts Legacy. We're going to need 4 times the racism of Pipkin Pippa.
That's a joke, by the way.
That's
for any tourists who are watching, that's a joke. That's a joke.
But this is an interesting one because this is such a stupid, weird tweet to break containment as well. It's such a nothing burger, and it's shocking that this, of all things, causes FaZe Connect's biggest test, honestly. But the tweet gradually breaks containment. It reaches nearly 4 million views. And what I find, we'll go into this in a bit more detail later, but what really interested me, Armchair, is that it took FaZe Connect quite a while to react to Jelly's tweet. Like, they didn't stop it at 1 million or 2 million or 3 million. They waited 24 hours, a little bit over 24 hours before they took it down. And they did take it down as Jelly was streaming. And that just seems weird to me, because surely if they were that concerned about it, they would have scrambled on that within a couple hours, surely. So I don't know. I am wondering if they were content to leave it up at first until it started escalating into something big and ugly. But we'll go over that.
My read on that was the decision to take it down was more due to the degree of reach it had rather than the actual contents of it itself. Because, like you said, if they had an issue with the contents itself, why wait until 4 million views and few hours later, day later, to take it down? So it's not like management doesn't know or can't see what the talents are tweeting, right?
Yeah, especially as they have a lot more talents now as well, who are probably like monitoring this stuff. So someone would have probably this probably would have been a wake sacking her up moment if he's asleep and let him know and ask him what to do.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you very much for all the donations. To keep the flow of the stream going, I'm not going to read them out now, but what we'll do, maybe if Armchair and I have the time, is we'll definitely do like a reading of the donors and answer your questions then, if that's okay. But I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, guys. And so basically what happens after, this tweet is going on, you get the community is split between multiple people. You've got obviously Jelly fans are calling, Jitler based, and then you've got the frothing at the mouth, VTweeter people, the ignorant people who don't realize what a FaZe Connect or a VTuber even is as well. It hits the normie sphere, and they're immediately assuming that she's some kind of like white American woman, so they're calling her like a racist, a Nazi, a bigot, etc. And then it explodes onto the Reddit VTuber drama area. And in a regular display of the usual suspects, they bring up Jelly's Southeast Asian identity on the subreddit, and then these super anti-racist progressives basically proceed to describe Jelly and people from Southeast Asia as savage, brutish, uncivilized third worlders.
Funny how that works.
Funny how that works.
They think you're white and you're a racist, and they realize you're not, and now you're a savage. It's interesting how that happens to happen so consistently. Yeah. One tiny gripe with the way that you described that. I don't think that the community was split. I think one thing that has emerged out of this entire thing is that FaZe's community is, for the most part, pretty unified in terms of closing ranks whenever a talent is perceived to be attacked. But there were definitely other elements, shall we say, that were either orbiting, adjacent to, or trying to drive a wedge in between the FaZe community that were being, vocal or to varying degrees trying to take digs at Jelly over this.
I think that's true for the most part. Unfortunately, I did see a bunch of not just like tourist FaZe fans, but actually like ride or diehard guys, a lot of them from the Leocon community, funnily enough, who did side with Gumbun and side with FaZe Connect on the apology and thought it was the right thing to do. And I saw a bunch of it as well, a bunch of Omis do it as well. Based on like what I've seen on my own feed in Twitter, they seem to be a minority, but it's not like an even 50-50 split, or probably even like 80-20, but there are quite a few people who did go the company line. But yeah, it's like, for the most part, I think most people are on Jelly's side, because obviously it's anyone who watches Jelly and is familiar with FaZe Connect knows that Jelly is, she has some language which modern audiences don't appreciate. She calls stuff gay, right? And that alone will upset people. But she's a silly little sweetheart, really, and she's very devoted to her community. Like, people know that Jelly doesn't mean anything nasty by these comments, and she's just fed up. Like, it's just a normal common sense take, right? What she's posted here, honestly, like, everybody is just getting sick to fucking death of constantly being browbeaten by politics and like being reminded about, you know, all that stuff.
The common sense thing is rather interesting because we can get into. So the way that I saw this entire controversy was this tweet this tweet being the thing that ended up pissing off people on Twitter, that ended up getting a huge amount of reach, far beyond what I assume FaZe or Jelly anticipated it would get. If FaZe's approach was to simply delete this tweet, I think that a lot of fans would have, agreed with what she said, but just been okay with not saying anything. Because we can understand, right? Sometimes for the sake of corporate optics, you can't allow certain opinions to see the light of day for too long simply because it's not politically correct. However, the issue happened when FaZe decided to draw attention to this statement after deleting it, which then made it a valid counter-argument and defense of Jelly's character to actually go in depth about what the contents of what she posted was. Right, so the whole thing about saying that there was politics being pushed into a children's game, right?
Yeah.
I think pushing politics in my children's sandbox game is disgusting, especially when it's disguised as education. Like previously, if all FaZe did was, delete the tweet and say nothing afterwards, I think a lot of people would have agreed with what she said, but they wouldn't have felt the need to actually argue, no, she's actually right because XYZ reason. I think they would have just been okay with letting sleeping dogs lie, even if it would have grinded their gears a little. But after the subsequent statement that FaZe ended up putting out, which we'll get into later, that was no longer an option.
Hey,
right? Now all of us had to actually look at the contents of what she actually said, for the sake of, if nothing else, basically defending Jelly's character.
No, you're absolutely right. I agree completely. It's like, if they just deleted the tweet, I mean, at first that was the initial reaction, was to just delete the tweet, obviously, and then there was a period before the official apology came out, and you're still gonna get like people who are really pissed off because they don't want to show any weakness or back down in the face of the V tweeters, and they're gonna be like, oh, you're censoring her and how dare you and all that stuff, right? But it's like, people like that, they'll get over it in a matter of hours. Really, like tomorrow they'll be fine. And people can understand there's a logic to deleting the tweet because it's just good management. He's protecting the talent, which is the first thing, and that's one of the reasons why we like FaZe Connect, and it's what separates it from black corporations like Niji Sanji, is that it's not like that romantic or we're a family thing, that performative nonsense you see sometimes. It's just good business, right? You need your talents to trust you, and they need to know that you as a company have their back, and it's about protecting the talent and protecting the brand as well, because people are gonna call it based, and they're gonna think very highly of Jelly for her saying that, but the amount of negative attention and like the death threats and all the racism she was getting, it very quickly reached a point where they weren't really gaining. There's nothing to be gained really from this tweet remaining up, and it's kind of starting to spread like a cancer, basically.
Yeah. One thing I want to bring up, which will end up becoming a relevant point later on over the course of talking about this, is when I say something like, oh, well, when we say something like politics, right? Actually, I'll just say this in reference to myself when I use the word.
I bet you're
when
happy,
I say something like
love.
politics or politically correct or political correctness, I want to make a distinction between politics and partisanship, because I know that especially in America, especially in the West in general, those two are very often regarded as synonymous without a second thought. Partisanship is the whole left, right, black, white, yay, nay, gay, straight, whatever, right? That kind of stuff. Politics, when I refer to it, is simply the manner in which power is exercised and how that exercising of power is presented to onlookers. When I say that deleting a tweet is the correct thing to do for a company, the politically correct thing to do for a company, that's not a statement on values or anything like that, because companies don't have values. They can pretend to, they can claim to, but fundamentally, corporations don't have values. People have values, but corporations don't. So when I talk about a company deleting a tweet like Jelly's, for example, as the politically correct thing to do, that is a company exercising its power to essentially eliminate a source of controversy and exploit the public, at least as it exists on the internet, the public's naturally short attention span.
Yes, good way of saying it.
For that reason, it would have just blown over, right? Because people on Twitter will always find something new to get mad about and are infamously bad at remembering things. The cost, you either don't remember something going on a few days or weeks into the future, or you do remember it, but it becomes a sort of inaccurate parody of itself in your head. That seems to be the two options that you have on Twitter when it comes to actually retaining information over time. And companies routinely, and I would argue justifiably, exploit this as a part of their PR strategy. It may sound unethical, but remember, we're not talking about ethics or values. We're talking about power, results, right? And this gets results.
No, absolutely. I couldn't say that better myself, honestly. I've moved over to the next slide with the two screenshots that you mentioned about adding earlier. Did you want to continue building off of that, or was that your kind of piece there that you just said?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, actually, I think it's I think it would make more sense to come back to these later on after actually looking at FaZe's response to this, because FaZe's response to this was what actually made all of these tweets really, really important and relevant for, like I said before, defending Jelly's character.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's move on to the next slide, which is the apology. So I guess I'll just start off with my thoughts on this first, Armchair, and then I'll bring it back to you. So I'll read the apology to you guys. Sorry, I think we're blocking a little bit of the slide. So it says, notice on recent events. Thank you for supporting FaZe Connect. Recent comments made on Twitter by one of our talents included discussion on sensitive issues. Following an internal review, these comments were taken down. We sincerely apologize for any issues caused by this incident. FaZe Connect's focus, as always, has been and always will be providing entertainment through different personalities and a wide range of unique content. We do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities. They lie as naturally as they breathe. Thank you for understanding and your continued support of FaZe Connect and our talents, FaZe Connect team. And then, bearing in mind, guys, not 2 days ago, did Sakana, through emotes, basically called Jelly a tropical monkey on Twitter.
I don't think this was 2. I don't think this was 2 days ago. I think this was a while ago.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I think no, but the reason why a lot of people kept bringing up that screenshot after the fact is to point out, no, like you've made racist jokes before, but it's just against the talents who were okay with it. But let's not pretend to be something we're not here. Basically, was the message behind people spamming that screenshot after the fact.
Yeah, Himemia deport Zincro. I'm going to report you to ICE. Rie.
Yeah.
So I've seen like a lot of anger. I've seen a lot of rats. I've seen a lot of schizo posting and dooming over the future, like what bodes for FaZe Connect, and people concerned that FaZe Connect are bending their knee to the wokies or are trying to appease the woke mob on Twitter. And personally, I don't think it's that simple. I don't think that's the reason why they're doing it. This apology seems very bizarre to me because it's not in character for FaZe Connect based on what they've done in the past, right? And like I said before, there was quite a delay between the tweet being taken down as well. So to me, this tweet reads like someone who has like the company by the balls, or at least like has a gun to the back of Sakana's head. It's almost like Sakana got like an very angry phone call from someone very important, whether it be a sponsor a vendor or whatever, and they told him that he needs to make FaZe Connect's position, extremely crystal clear in uncertain terms, or they're not going to do business with him again. I think it's probably
Basically,
something like that.
Shoot yourself in the leg, or we'll shoot you in the head, type thing.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know really what would be that important to get them to do this. I mean, maybe I'm being too generous, and they're not as intelligent as perhaps we've been too generous with them. But I don't know. I don't know if it's FaZeCon. I don't know whether like enough angry emails to something like Tails Coffee, who they have the contract with for the coffee sales, were the ones. I'd be very interested in knowing exactly what prompted this out of character response from FaZe Connect, because it's just so bizarre. It's like, well, when
actually,
go on.
Sorry. I was going to say, your speculation just then, or like your moment when you sort of tried to come up with a reason or explanation as to why would they do this, who are they doing this for, it actually hits on the three biggest problems that I immediately see with this statement. First thing is, it's worded as an apology, but as I've stated multiple times on the stream before, and several different content creators way bigger, way more successful than we have stated before, apologies should only ever be given if they are directed at a specific party. And at most, apologies should be directed, if you're a public figure, apologies for your conduct should be directed at only a maximum of two parties. The party that you've actually injured with whatever you've done, and your audience for having to see this entire thing. Right, that's it. The problem is, this is not directed at either of those, at least not explicitly. So there's no clue as to, it just looks like a generic appease-all apology, which ties into the second and third problems, which is, if this did have an audience, if this was as a result of pressure, the most generous assumption is that it is done at the behest and for the benefit of a party which the public cannot observe. And the crucial thing is, the public cannot factor into how they interpret your message. Sorry, the public cannot factor into their interpretation of your message anything that is outside of what they can observe. What you say, what you mean to say, may not be what your audience hears. And a big part of that is the difference in terms of information that you have access to between you, the communicator, and your audience who's listening to what you're trying to say. The public has no idea as to what made, again, like you said, who this apology is for, why are they doing this now, why such a 180 compared to their previous way of dealing with, Twitter controversies, because let's not delude ourselves, that's exactly what this is. Right? All of those things, completely impossible for the average member of the public to tell. And as a result, the assumption, who do we assume this statement, this apology, is for the benefit of? It will automatically default to whichever the most vocal people claiming to be injured is, which happens to just be the V-tweeter crowd. And the thing is, that's why the immediate assumption by the overwhelming majority of the FaZe fans who were expressing disapproval of this statement was, oh, you're kowtowing to a cancel mob on Twitter. What the fuck happened? Rather than, I wonder if there was some behind-the-scenes sponsor fuckery. Because, naturally, even though the second is a possibility, that requires us to extend charity based off of information that we are simply not privy to and have no evidence of.
Yeah, exactly.
So this was never going to work as a statement, especially not worded the way that it was.
Yes, exactly. Two things I want to mention. Guys, thank you very much for the donations. Mildly OCD says, a guy named Softendo CMK openly bragged about contacting their sponsors in the hotel. So we have that guy. We have some of his tweets, so we're going to bring that up in a little bit. But I don't know. One thing my initial reaction to that is that I'm not sure that one guy, or maybe even maybe it's him and a bunch of other guys. I'm not convinced that he's actually responsible for really doing this damage to FaZe Connect, like their sponsors, vendors, stakeholders, whoever they work with, because I'd like to hope, even in California, that it takes more than like an email or a phone call from one retarded, terminally online schizophrenic freak for them to like drop a major business partner. I would certainly hope it would take a lot more than that. So I know and remember, this guy calls himself like he's the self-appointed, what is it, leader of the Anti-Phase Connect Coalition or whatever the fuck they call it. Like his main role is to like
the
piss you off.
Anti-Phase movement or whatever.
Jesus Christ, some people are so fucking unemployed. It's incredible. We need to get rid of welfare, Armchair. Jesus.
Agreed.
But
the cost will be high, but it may be worth it.
But I personally, I'm of the opinion I'm not very happy. I'm disgusted, quite frankly, with Phase Connect's statement here because of how terrible it is. But I'm not in the doomer mindset just yet, and I do still have a bit of trust and optimistic expectations. I do think that we seriously need an explanation on this one. Like Sakuna can stonewall the fans on this one. There's no reason for them to hide the reason. Well, I mean, I say that actually there could be a very good reason why they want to hide it. We might not like the answer.
Well, I mean, I'd argue that if there is some behind the scenes party that is trying to pressure FaZe outside of public view to do things, I think that they are very much incentivized not to want FaZe to disclose their identity. Because the instant they do that, the whole fan base is going to essentially close ranks, say fuck you, and ask for FaZe to break off that connection.
Oh, you know what? Actually, okay, I hadn't thought of it that way, I suppose. Yeah, I guess you have a good point there. I was kind of thinking along the lines of, well, you know, Sakuna doesn't really have anything to lose by just coming out and saying, like, I don't know, it was, I don't know, Joe Biden called me and said to stop this right now or else he's going to arrest me or whatever. Yeah. I guess I could see things that way. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
The disclosure of that relationship is the death of that relationship because of how much this was a betrayal of expectations. In the same vein, sorry, give me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
My body is rejecting the statement on screen. But in the same vein as basically trying to articulate why people took issue with this so much, especially people who were fans of other talent, not just the Star Knights, but fans of other talents as well. Why so many different fan bases across FaZe looked at this statement and unilaterally decided they hated it was, and I said this in a reply to I think Rakio on Twitter, but the worst sentence in this statement is, funnily enough, we do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities.
Yeah.
In a vacuum, that's fine. Yeah. A little unoriginal, little overdone of the past 10 years or so by various different corporations on social media, but it can be forgiven. But in the context of them having taken some form of what looks to the public as disciplinary action against a talent by removing Jelly's tweets, this looks like an implication that her tweets contained and or encouraged racism, hatred, or bigotry. And there are two reasons, at least from what I could gather, that this is the case. One, when you say we do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities, one thing that this statement is very conspicuously lacking is the thing that HoloLive does in most of their statements, talking about some sort of social media controversy that involves their talents, which is basically just saying, as a company, don't touch our talents or we will touch you legally. But you know,
well said.
And the thing is, when FaZe did not include something along those lines in this statement, it just looked like they were throwing Jelly under the bus via implication. The second problem was when they make this about racism, hatred, or bigotry, this was sort of the point of no return, where previously people could simply hand wave away, okay, I don't think it's worth it to get into a fight about what Jelly actually said or the actual objective validity of her statements earlier. But now they turn this from a lapse in judgment, Jelly not really anticipating just how much her rage bait would spread on Twitter, to being a moral lapse, a lapse in morality, which calls for a defense of character by anyone who cares about her, which coincidentally, as proven by recent events, happens to be most of the fan base, not just the Star Knights, but most FaZe Connect fans as well.
That's right.
That's when everyone got involved in the melee of not just saying, what the fuck, what are you doing, FaZe Connect management, but also actually bothering to try to articulate, hold on, what racism, what hatred, what bigotry, how the fuck was any of that implied in Jelly's original tweets? And that's why the content of her tweets, this is where the content of her tweets actually becomes important to responding to what is now being said and the overall discussion that is happening around these events.
No, that's very well said. I mean, it's just such a terrible, weak response, and like you said, it makes Jelly out to that she was doing something she definitely wasn't, and it's curious as to why management didn't bite back, and challenge the people back and mention how the death threats and racist remarks are unacceptable. Kind of like the touching back that HoloLive does.
Granted, HoloLive does have the benefit of being a Japanese agency, so they have a lot more bite behind that word, possible bite behind those words, but the principle is what's important.
The principle is important. No, that's absolutely right. But it's like, in order for this communication to have gone out, normally in this kind of thing, someone very senior would have gone through this and would have approved it. And I'm just curious as to who approved this message and thought it was
It has to be Sakana, right? Like
no
other assumption is reasonable.
Yeah.
Like purely based, the default assumption, in my opinion, should be that this statement may have been written by someone in management, we don't know who, but it was definitely given the green light by Sakana.
Yeah,
I think that there is no other conclusion that is reasonable.
Especially as he does like to roll his sleeves up and get involved in this stuff himself, right? I mean, FaZe isn't big enough that he's too important to personally oversee this stuff. I think it's definitely seen Sakana's eyes and had his approval. And I think part of what makes this what makes this message so insulting to FaZe Connect fans is that it doesn't, like, the termination of Amara's Yuri, I thought was an excellent communication, regardless as to what people thought about Yuri being terminated, because there were some choice words in there that showed that FaZe had an understanding and appreciation for idol culture and what FaZe fans thought of Yuri, because they mentioned that they worked really hard and they tried to, work through the situation with Yuri, and it didn't work out this way. The problem is with this message is that it's not quite as bad as something that Niji Sanji would put out, but it's overly formal and it's like overly corporatized. Yeah. And FaZe Connect is built on that cultural expectation of people being more relatable and it being more in tune with what the actual average internet fan expects.
You bring up an interesting comparison with Yuri's termination notice, because when it comes to comparing the two, I don't think the main difference that I would go with is the difference in formality of tone, because I think that the termination notice for Yuri was very formal in terms of the way that it was worded. But the main thing that I would put it down to is that with Yuri's termination, the disagreement was presented as nothing but professional. It was purely a contractual, the contract could not be renewed, a term had been broken. There was no indictment of the character, though. There was no implied lapse in morality. The opposite is the case with notice on recent events, because this very much, practically by virtue of that single sentence in the third paragraph, it implies that there has been, a lapse in morality rather than simply a disagreement in professionalism. Right? Because simply saying, included discussion on sensitive issues, following internal review, these comments were taken down. If you just included that in the statement, that's enough to say, or at least to leave it up to the fans in their minds to decide whether it was actually the contents of the things that were said, or simply the amount of reach that they got.
Yes.
It's still retarded to post this after deleting the comments, but it's a little bit more salvageable in that case. Ideally, they wouldn't post this notice at all, though, after deleting the tweets. They would choose one or the other. Because the problem is, deleting the tweet sends a very clear message. Move along, nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Posting the notice sends the opposite message. Look at us. Look at, we
You've
did this.
rattled us.
We're so sorry. Yeah, exactly. But when you combine those two things together, the end result is the incredibly cancerous, we did something wrong, please forgive us. Don't bother looking for the context, though. Just forgive us. And that's why, if they wanted to actually let this blow over, they wouldn't have posted the notice at all, because it directly contradicts their earlier strategy when it comes to just trying to exploit short attention spans and letting things blow over that way.
And
now, of course, that's not going to work.
And it's that first paragraph. It's like, as you say, it's just so baffling to me that they would do that. It's like, surely there must be some kind of outside pressure doing it. But then it's like, the other question is that if there is outside pressure, is it really worth it, right? Like, if it is relating to FazeCon, I can appreciate that. If it's worries about FazeCon not going ahead, well, the problem is that if we don't get a satisfactory answer or conclusion, if Jelly doesn't get any form of restitution for the mishandling of this situation, then there is the real risk that they won't have a second FazeCon, because fans aren't going to be very happy if they threw Jelly under the bus of such weak reasoning.
I think we're going to have to see how many people actually turn up to this year's FazeCon, and then I guess we'll have a more realistic picture from there. But one of the things that you did point out just then was, when you issue, how do I say this? When you as a company make a public apology on behalf of someone working under you, what that does is you trade one supposed injured party that you directed the apology to for another potentially injured party, depending on how justified your apology is viewed by your audience. What Phase Connect has done is, in favor of apologizing to either an invisible party or, worst case scenario, assuming that what we guessed is actually correct, a party that hasn't actually been dealt any sort of injury at all, people who are acting offended, but weren't injured by anything that was said. In return for that, they've kind of made themselves out to be willing to sacrifice an actual talent.
Yeah.
Which, that's never going to fly.
It's not, and it's
not a trade that's worth making, at least not in the eyes of the public. Like, your assumption that maybe it's to secure some sort of investment that they've made or preserve some connection that's integral to a future event. I think that's a pretty logical assumption.
It's a
but
weak
the problem
excuse,
is that it is, it's weak because it's unsubstantiated, and there is no way for us, members of the public, to substantiate it. And more importantly, even though it is rational, albeit probably more charitable than I personally would be willing to be, when you post something like this, when the message is implied to be, sorry, our talent committed a lapse in morality, not just a lapse in judgment, as much of a meme as the that phrase has become. When it comes to, if that is the message that your fans take away from what you have said as a company, they are not going to be in the mood to either be charitable nor to be logical.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, I mean, it's just, again, it's for all of these reasons, I just don't understand. Well,
Phase Connect should know better, and we've had enough drama in the last 3 months that there are surely lessons and learnings and observations they should have made to avoid this happening in the first place. They've been in business for nearly 5 years now, right? It's like, these are rookie mistakes, not the actions of a company who from the beginning has struggled with people constantly trying to bring them down. And it's not just about, even though the fans are the most important part, that it's about the fans, but then also you have to think about what the other talents are thinking as they see this stuff. Because up until this point, FaZe Connect has, at least even if just through quiet, keep your head down kind of thing, they have weekly management meetings. FaZe Connect management is normally very hands-on and communicative with the talents, but they're probably looking at this right now and thinking, well, it looks like that the company may not always have my back. Like, what the fuck happened to that? Yeah. Are they always going to be there for me now? I don't know. Like, am I safe?
Yeah. I mean, Sawa raises a good point, which is that this breaks from established precedent. There have been plenty of times in the past when FaZe talents have said things that are, if we're going through an objective way of measuring things, much more offensive or rate much higher on the socially, politically incorrect scale, right? Like ice jokes or,
Tenma to get the rope by
Tenma telling people to get the rope.
That was an example I thought of earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But, in earlier instances, FaZe just wouldn't comment on it and then everyone would just move on. Because, well, what do you expect when the people raising the biggest stink don't actually watch streams? So,
We'll spend
the thing
money.
is, yeah, exactly. This breaks from that precedent, which is part of why it's so it comes out of left field as much. But I've forgotten what I was going to say. Oh yeah, no, I saw I saw people posting this meme on Twitter about something along the lines of "does nothing for 5 years, wins, tries doing something once, dies immediately." But the thing is, it's funny because it's true.
It's true.
The previously established method of not saying anything, not acknowledging what's going on, and refusing to even engage was through precedent. Not just FaZe as precedents, but the precedents established by other actors in this industry, proven to be the most commonly effective tactic that was available. And yet, for some reason, they broke from that. Now, the question then becomes, what made FaZe break from that established strategy, that established precedent? And a lot of the speculations that I've seen among the fans has been, oh, it's because they're bigger now. And while I don't think that it's as simple as that, there's a part of me that finds it difficult. Well, there's a part of me that cannot resist the rather disturbing revelation that maybe FaZe's previous quote-unquote PR strategy was less of a strategy and just their knee-jerk default response to controversy while they still saw themselves as a small company.
Yeah.
And now that they no longer have the option of seeing themselves as a small company, because objectively, they're not anymore, they are the biggest corpo based in the West now. Based in, not operating out of, because otherwise, it's still Niji and Hololive.
Yeah.
But they are the biggest EN corpo now. That has been a status that has been conferred onto the company entirely outside of its own control. So part of me does wonder if it's not the case that FaZe had a solid PR strategy before, but rather that was an absence of a concrete strategy, and we're now seeing for the first time what FaZe thinks its PR should be. Now that, they assume people are actually watching. People were watching before.
Yeah.
It's just,
I
guess more.
I wonder, actually, as you say that, I was thinking about it. I wonder if it's also to do with a cultural shift, because Sakuna definitely, I think, it is definitely desires to expand FaZe and really fill the shoes of that biggest Western company position, because it's like, yes, FaZe Connect is the biggest Western-based VTuber corporation, but I say this as someone who loves FaZe Connect, but technically speaking, they got that position because their competition's retarded and keeps dying. They didn't exactly get to that point because they were that good, really, right? It's more of everyone else is fucking
sounds
stupid.
Like such a banal way of describing how they reached their current position. But in reality, right, obviously both of us know that we don't believe in the meme of, do nothing, win. Very much FaZe wins, or, it wins, quote unquote, because it actually knows how to run stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It does a good job of, based off of the testimony of the talents themselves, it does a good job of looking after them. you know, they're very proactive when it comes to trying to fulfill talent, wishes on, things like projects and giving them support, therapy sessions with management or whatever. But when it comes to their status relative to other players in the industry, that is very much, in my opinion at least, a product of, wow, our competition just killed themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Their success is due to them, but their success relative to other players
that's
is
kind
outside of
what I was
their
getting at.
control.
Yeah, that's a better way of framing it. I'm not trying to downplay them. They've put a lot of hard work in and they've earned their position. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying they're not like at the stage that Niji-Sanji was like 2-3 years ago still. Like it's, relative to other players, they're not as big as. But I'm just wondering that if that desire for growth and that desire to, continue expanding and appeal to a more mainstream audience, I wonder if there's been like a cultural shift, because FaZe has taken in over the years Niji-Sanji, Niji sister refugees, now with V Shoujo going as well, people who kind of want that corpo, semi-corpo kind of environment as well. They're coming into the FaZe Connect community as well. So kind of the FaZe Connect community has evolved over the years, where arguably in the earlier years, the main kind of support pillar for FaZe were board guys, forum guys, like Metica adjacent kind of guys. And now we've got, it's not like we're only now getting like modern audiences and the typical VTuber fan. There have always been people who have always just seen FaZe as like the silly, VTuber girl corporation. We've always had like, it's always been very diverse. But I'm just wondering now that now that modern audiences are taking more of a kind of like demographic share within the community itself, maybe FaZe Connect is trying to, I guess, like adjust its culture to cater to these people more so that they can continue growing, rather than trying to consolidate, that old guard, old school fan base, I wonder.
I don't think it really is to do with the fan base, to be completely honest.
Mm.
Because I have a hard time imagining that, for example, a shift this drastic is exemplified by the posting of that notice is because they went, there are now more people in our audience that are less likely to go, my Oshi is retarded, affectionate, and rather, oh, my Oshi is special, with sparkle emojis. I don't think it's that. But I think that, actually, what was it? Punished Hollow in your chat raised a pretty interesting point, which is, the idea that management now feels pressure to act as a quote-unquote grown-up corpo. But the thing is, one thing I keep coming back to is, don't humanize corporations.
Yeah.
Corporations always have a cynical reason for what they do and what they say. People, the people who staff corporations, yes, by all means, acknowledge their humanity, attribute human motivation to them. But when you look at the actions of a corporation, they must always be viewed through the lens of, will this make them money? If not immediately, then at least in the long term. What pressures might exist that would change the decision-making of a corporation? Stuff that might make them more money. And when you bring up that point about expansion, when you brought up that point about expansion earlier, I think a far more likely, I suppose, scapegoat, again, not implying that they're actually, blameless, but rather that they are the target of blame.
Mm-hmm.
I think that a more likely scapegoat are the various industry connections and or alliances that FaZe has been trying to secure in order to facilitate that expansion and growth as a company.
I see.
Because I feel like that would be much more realistic of a significant influence that would cause a pivot this hard. Especially a pivot that has this much of a risk of alienating their existing fan base.
Yes, I think actually that makes more sense. Oh, yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, if they want to grow, they're going to need... FaZe is a solid company that can do quite a lot of things, but they can't do everything. Not even anywhere close. They're going to need connections when it comes to setting up cons, getting concerts underway, etc., 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 etc. So when it comes to that, what I think is a more likely explanation or scapegoat, depending on how you want to look at this, is that FaZe is, in trying to expand, they've been trying to reach out and establish connections that have turned out to be, more shaky than they first assumed.
Mm-hmm.
In the sense that these connections may not have a sense of loyalty or even necessarily professional obligation to FaZe, but are perhaps a little more ideologically driven as well. Which happens fairly common because FaZe is a Canadian company with a vested interest in California. Like, let's be realistic.
I wish they
here.
wouldn't do that.
FaZe was never going to be the based company.
No.
Not just because companies inherently are incapable of being based. That's a value that can only be done by, upheld by a human being. But also because, like, if we look at FaZe as a business, that was never going to be the case.
Yes, no, that's a very good point as well. I'm kind of thinking of, funny enough, it's like when I think about on a personal level as well, like how my attitude has changed as I've been VTubing the last 2 years. It's doesn't even necessarily have to be a conscious thing, but it's like it can be unconscious when you become more well known and you become more popular and you start to make friends or network with larger, more established entities, and you are, you have a reputation for being a bit edgy or saying stuff that maybe or laugh at things maybe you shouldn't. You can't help but, I guess, kind of shift as well and try to make yourself appear to be more clean and proper because you feel a bit of shame, maybe a little bit of embarrassment, and maybe you don't want the other side, to think badly of you as well.
Yeah.
So I do wonder if it's part of that as well.
My headcanon for this is, whenever you try to build out a network, at some point you're going to have to start putting your weight on those scaffolds that you've set up.
Mm-hmm.
FaZe tried putting their weight on a scaffold, and it seems to have fallen out from underneath their feet. That's my headcanon for how we are now in the for the events over the last 24 hours.
Yeah. Okay. So let's move on to, I guess we can talk about the consequence. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, because of the... Oh, do you want to come back to this later? Or because I was going to talk about how I was actually going to look at the contents of Jelly's tweets because FaZe's statement actually turned it into a... they made it out to be a sort of indictment of her character, or at least an implied indictment of her character. That was how fans interpreted it. And as a result, now, if you're going to say, okay, we don't support racism, bigotry, or hatred. All right, what was so racist, bigoted, or hateful about what was actually said, right? Because you can't say that and then go, oh, okay, but it's fine. We don't need to go back and actually look at the contents of her tweet. No, we're going to look at the contents of her tweet, especially because since the tweets were deleted, right? This is another reason why I think it's so immensely retarded to both delete the tweets and then post this notice drawing more attention to them and seemingly validating a lot of the people who are criticizing it in bad faith. There has been a lot of revisionism around what Jelly actually said.
Oh, God.
I don't think that it is justified to simply let people get away with putting words in Jelly's mouth. So for the sake of posterity and clarity, actually, can we go back to the previous tweet?
The apology or the very first one? Okay.
Oh no, the first one that the initial tweet that got the attention.
Yep, here we go.
So when Jelly's original tweet was "screw it, man," crying emoji, I think pushing politics in my children's sandbox game is disgusting, especially when it's disguised as education. Let me play my stupid block game without having to engage or associate with any of your stupid political garbage that I literally do not care about. I am just so tired of seeing it. Why does it even matter to push real-world matters into my block game that I play to escape from the real world? If I buy and play the game, can it be seen as taking a side because their dumb-ass stupid post blew up? Stupid people in power moment.
She's a smart lady.
Notice how... Yeah, exactly. Notice how there is nothing in here about race. That is the most important part. And the second thing is, a lot of the people who were initially criticizing this were going, oh, but, again, they couldn't stop themselves from thinking about it in terms of race, right? So basically, Minecraft released a post on their Twitter account advertising a DLC called Good Trouble, right? The Good Trouble DLC, which was the pitch for it, as was stated in the caption, and would also be displayed as the slogan of the entire DLC at the end of the video ad that was attached to the tweet, was it was about global civil rights movements. And then, and the slogan was "Make Good Trouble." Now, not even getting into where that specific phrase "make good trouble" may come from and how it doesn't seem to have a historical source that is older than 1 or 2 years. But if we are to look at this as a DLC, as a product, what it is advertising itself as, yes, the announcement was posted during Black History Month, and yes, the advertisement did contain a villager reskinned as both Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, and Rosa Parks. But it also contained reference to Gandhi in the actual DLC, and the DLC has existed since 2020, as many people have also illustriously pointed out after Jelly's initial tweet. Now, here's the thing. What was the DLC marketed off of based off of its slogan, "Make Good Trouble," and it advertising itself as a DLC that claimed to teach its audience about global civil rights movements?
Yeah.
It's not about the black versus white American one. It's about civil rights movements in general, and a specific way of trying to advance those civil rights movements, which is protesting. Now, here's the question that kind of destroys the entire, but it's not about politics argument. It's a DLC about protesting. Do you really believe that protesting is not inherently a political action, irrespective of the cause being protested for or against?
It's technically classified as political violence. It's not literal violence, but exercising your right to vote or protest is a form of political violence. It's literally in
and
the
again, it's not politics in the sense of partisanship, left, right, black, white, straight, gay, yay, nay. It's exercising power as a citizen and as a voter, exercising the power of your collectivism to try to pressure your politicians to follow whatever it is you guys want as policy. That is, by definition, a political action. If you ask anyone, do you think protesting is political? No one's going to say no, because then they'd look retarded. So by definition, what Jelly's initial tweet said was objectively correct. You put a DLC about protesting into Minecraft, then you are putting politics in a children's sandbox game. Now, the only other thing is she's saying she disagrees with it. She says she finds it disgusting. So, realistically, based off of what she said, the only people who would disagree with this take, in good faith, let's assume they actually believe what it is they're saying, are people who would either A, think that protesting is not political, and or B, people who would be okay with Microsoft and Mojang teaching kids about civil rights and politics.
And respectfully as well, like kids aren't just mentally developed enough to understand these subjects either.
Exactly. And for that reason, I think it is very understandable to say that that is a disgusting thing. Because realistically, do any of you trust Microsoft and Mojang to teach kids politics or civics? No one would say yes, because then they'd look retarded. And again, that's the thing. No one was examining this through actually looking at what she was saying. They were creating straw men and attributing to her, putting words in her mouth, thinking that she made some reference to race, or to the fact that it was Black History Month, or whatever. But nowhere in her initial tweet does she say that. And actually, and this is where the subsequent tweets become important as well. So, after this, right, actually, could we go over to the next slide?
Yes, is that the two ones?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so, sorry, I just realized I'm lagging behind on stream. So, when Jelly says, very strangely, I just want to play a game for the game and not associate myself with whatever stance they're taking. Again, maybe someone could look at this out of context and go, oh, it's because it's Black History Month or whatever. But the reply that she was, responding to, Tendies for Breakfast, was simply saying, we're not allowed to have even a little bit of escapism anymore, are we? And, well, no shit, Sherlock, when you put a DLC about protesting in real life, yeah, that is kind of ruining the escapism. I don't play Minecraft so I can enslave Minecraft villagers that look like Rosa Parks MLK or, Nelson Mandela, right? But the other tweet that I found to be especially, especially baffling in terms of how it was interpreted by people going after Jelly, calling her a racist or a bigot or whatever the fuck, was this response. So you had a user by the name of Maulington saying, especially because it's America-centric politics.
Yeah.
Why should I care about what happens on the other continent? Why add it to an international Swedish sandbox game? And to this, Jelly says, didn't clock that. I didn't know a lot of these featured historical figures till I did some research of my own. And a lot of people who were going after Jelly looked at this tweet and they pointed and laughed, going, ha ha, look at her. She doesn't know who Rosa Parks is. She doesn't know who Nelson Mandela is. I guess she should have downloaded the DLC, without even clocking that her response instantly deletes, completely nullifies the narrative that they were trying to build, that this was about race. She doesn't even know who the fuck Rosa Parks is. She didn't even know that it was Black History Month. When she says, I don't want politics in my game, it has nothing to do with race, least of all American race politics.
People live outside of America? What?
Yeah, exactly. All of the people who are crowing over this response, going, "Oh, look at this ignorant little third worlder," they didn't even realize that saying that directly counteracts what they were trying to build up of, "Oh, she's also a racist." Those two things can't exist at the same time. Either she is completely ignorant to these, socio-cultural racial tensions that you care so much about, and therefore her initial complaint is not racist, or her initial complaint was racist, and therefore calling her ignorant doesn't really advance your point of attacking her character either. And so again,
it just shows as well
underlying logic behind any of the criticism that was directed at Jelly for this tweet.
Yeah, it just shows as well that you just can't reason with these people. I know, like, you get public figures try to have a reasonable discussion, right, and try to be civil with these people, but it never works. And we'll get onto this in a moment when we kind of look at the blood in the water and the consequences of FaceConnect's apology. But when you look at Jelly's tweet here about she didn't clock it and then she did some research on her own, that's Jelly there admitting quite literally that she's gone away and educated herself because she didn't know. And like you say, instead of like, she's literally done what these kind of people would demand that she does. And instead of going, oh, well, good for you then for going and educating yourself, fair enough, they decide to mock and deride her, and then they just keep going. It's like, this is why we call them NPCs, is because they don't think. They just do what they're programmed, how they're programmed to respond.
I found, actually, I said this to Maulington privately, but I found a particularly funny tweet that was quote tweeting, a screenshot of this response from Jelly saying, didn't clock that. I don't know a lot of these historical figures, right? And this person, this person says, I'm cutting up because of the QRT that was like, you don't know Rosa Parks? And then immediately afterwards they say, but it's so dangerous that even Rosa Parks is considered propaganda to kids. Like, you just said she didn't know who Rosa Parks was, and then you're trying to attribute to her the point that Rosa Parks is propaganda. I mean, in this DLC, yeah, you could make that argument, but that's not what she was saying, because Jelly didn't even know who the fuck Rosa Parks was. Yeah. like in the same tweet, they contradict their own points, and it never registers. It's not even, like, it's not, you can't get coding this retarded, surely.
Even I can program better than this Armchair. Fucking hell.
Like,
but you reminded me, actually, I quite literally had a conversation with one of the, well, I say a conversation, it wasn't a conversation, with one of the people who are retweeting Jelly and saying that she was basically doing this because it's Black History Month. And he quite literally said that the civil rights movement is not politics. And I Jesus
Like,
Christ.
how do you even in the case that even in the case that you now have civil rights laws, right? This is why I say that it's fascinating to see how these people think, because you have civil rights laws now, yes? How do you think those came into effect? What do you think created those? Do you think the government just woke up one day and decided, you know what? I think it would be really cool if everyone had equal rights regardless of their skin color.
Yeah.
Just out of the goodness of their own hearts. Like, fuck no. It's because people did something politically to exercise their power as a collective to pressure politicians into implementing those laws. That's how politics works. And this is why I'm so keen on, this is why I'm so dead set on separating the ideas of politics and partisanship. Because partisanship is such a restrictive lens to be able to see all of this stuff and be able to process it for what it is, mechanisms of power.
Yes.
And the thing is, it's so baffling to me that so many of the people going after Jelly were just, they didn't even seem to have not even a concept of them and the environment they exist in, America, as being a distinct place set in a distinct time in a specific socio-historical, cultural context. Like, it's as if all of the things that they grew up with, their, themselves, their surrounding society, the way things are, just, popped out of the ether one day and just came to be. It's some sort of, that civil rights as a very notion is not like, it's not something that had an origin point, but some sort of spiritual wisdom that part sees and was inscribed by the hand of God on stone tablets. Like, it just doesn't, I just don't understand how these people are even sapient, to be completely honest.
Funny enough, you say that. It's this guy, I swear to God, this is what he said. He said this: the civil rights movement isn't politics, it's history. And I replied to him and I said, history is the study of politics, economics, sociology, warfare. It is politics. What are you talking about, you fucking lunatic?
Like, when your enemies are this retarded, why even try?
I don't know. I know that this whole Minecraft like drama thing is kind of what kicked this off in the first place, but I don't know. I think to some extent, it's the contents of the game is kind of besides the point. It's not really about whether the game's propaganda or not. It's just people.
The point that Jelly was making was just that a DLC about protests is political and civil rights is real life. Civil rights ruins the escapism, and the DLC is inherently political. And because it's about protesting, and it's objectively correct.
Disingenuous as well, right? Because we all know, we are not to go on too much of a politics tangent, right? We'll kind of get to the end of it here, but we all know that they would never ever do a game about how the British and the Dutch ended the Arab or transatlantic slave trade. It's always always about sticking it to the white man. Like, all the characters were black and then the cops were white.
Yeah.
And I said to Azahara channel earlier, actually, he made a tweet with like me and the boys like doing some good. What did you say, Azahara? It's like me and the boys
making good trouble or something.
Good trouble,
like that.
And then I retweeted him with Commander Bavino and the Boys of Ice, and I said me and the boys go into the public server.
Yeah, but again, even talking about the way that the DLC frames things as black v white or whatever, like, that's us talking about it. None of this was something that came out of Jelly's initial words. So people reading that into what she was saying were essentially just putting words into her mouth the entire time.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, so let's get on to that, actually. So let's get on to the consequences of this statement, and let's take a look at some of these schizophrenics in the wild and the shit that they're saying. Oh, wait, actually, no, sorry. We're going to... Do you want to get to the consequences first, or do you want to go through Lurard's little adventure first?
So
I'll let you take the lead on Lurard, because this is just...
Okay. I found this to be mind-blowing, personally.
Yeah.
So when I talk about shaky foundations, I'm not just talking about the recently made ones. I'm talking about some of the ones that have existed for a while now. So One of the funniest things to come out about this, in a pathetic kind of way, was the fact that one of the people to initially reply to Jelly's first tweet about how she doesn't want politics in her children's sandbox game. Again, do you really trust Microsoft and Mojang to teach your kids about politics and civil rights? Was Lurard saying based. This, by the way, and people like this, is why based no longer means the same thing that it used to.
It means nothing now. Yeah, it's a dead word.
When people like this use the word based, they're just saying thing that I think is cool, rather than an opinion that is expressed regardless of social cost. But whatever. So he says based, and then afterwards he has this whole weepy monologue about how I spent today thinking, reflecting, and talking with friends in my community. I decided to write this to clarify and apologize for my post. But by the way, the post was based all caps in response to Jelly talking about how she doesn't want protest DLC in Minecraft. That's very important to remember in order to keep the absurdity fresh in your mind. To be clear, I respect the civil rights movement, and I'm not dismissing or denying its importance to America. Bitch, who the fuck mentioned America? Certainly not Jelly. Like, get over yourself. We know that you live there, but come on, man. She didn't say that. I honestly did not even know this was the context of the DLC before replying. That's because it wasn't. It's advertised as a global civil rights movement DLC. Yes, the ad was posted during Black History Month, but that's just for Americans. That's on me. I'm worn out with the constant presence of political discourse online. I love Armchair's narration. And I responded to agree that we could all use less politics. That opinion doesn't justify the harm or confusion I caused. This was not my intention. I know this will not fully address everyone's concerns, but I want everyone to know that I do not support harming, erasing, or threatening anyone's rights. Thank you to everyone who reached out to talk with me. I assume it's something along the lines of I appreciate the chance to listen and learn. Oh, my favorite. Y'all are the best.
Do you know, I've noticed that Americans start saying y'all a lot when they're rattled. It's a very easy tell.
It's quite funny. It's funny that it even translates over to written word as well as spoken. But Lurard, my guy, you're known for being the person who draws lewd Vtuber art. If anyone's approaching you, asking you to affirm the validity of civil rights as a movement and social value, they are lying to you about how important you are, not just to them, but just in general. Like, this is textbook. What are you responding to? Who are you apologizing to? Every single problem that we previously talked about in reference to how the Phase Connect official company statement was aimless and apologetic seemingly to no one in particular applies here. And the thing is, when you cave to people saying, oh, you supported racist rhetoric, or bigoted rhetoric, or hateful rhetoric, what you are doing is tacitly affirming and legitimizing their claims that what you responded to was indeed hateful, bigoted, and racist, when none of those three applied to Jelly's original tweet, which you would know if you actually bothered to think about what you were saying based to before you replied. And it's things like this that make me consider, holy fuck, if this is the standard that, if this is the backbone that Phase's orbiters have in terms of their corporate connections, what the fuck is going on here? Like, does no one think anymore? Does no one have opinions of their own? Is no one capable of simply saying, no, you're wrong, that's not what she said, fuck off? Like, what happened? Who got to you, bro?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of moral cowardice there from Lurard. I think he's not thinking it through rationally, and I don't know. Asihara raised a point I saw that out of the corner of my eye where he is buddy with Phase management. I don't know. I don't think honestly that they would involve themselves and like collar him for just saying based under that tweet. I think that's going a bit far. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to be a bit of a pussy myself, and I'm gonna say, oh, I kind of feel bad for Lurard. I want to give him a hug. Like, I get it. The internet's a nasty place, and he's scared. I feel sorry for him.
I feel like
personally.
my well of sympathy is kind of my well of sympathy for Lurard in particular. It's been running dry for a while. I'll be honest. This guy's main stigma prior to this entire thing. Sorry, give me give me a second.
No worries.
Little bit of an analogy moment. This guy's main stigma prior to this entire thing was fans being unhappy with him for making lewd art of VTubers and pushing it, even if the VTubers themselves didn't engage with and or endorse it. Like that was it. Do you really think that someone's going to be looking to you as some sort of bastion of virtue and morality if that is the main point of contention? That he not even like a week before this, he ended up making an extended Twitter post addressing. Like that was the main controversy that you had before. Like, let's put this in context a little bit. Do you really think people are going up to Lurard to ask for affirmation about the importance of civil rights?
Lurard, you draw porn. Just draw porn for us, thanks.
Yeah, just draw porn, my guy. That's what you do. No one's going up to you for social commentary or changing the world or even making good trouble. I'd argue that based off of some of the responses that Lurard was getting to this, the trouble he was making wasn't widely seen as good anyways. So it's like you lose nothing by just not engaging like this.
Yeah, I do
just thinking through what you chose to endorse beforehand so that you can actually defend the position you took.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. It's just me being emotional, a bit emotional about it, sentimental. Like, I get it sometimes. You know, you're on the internet a lot, and you know, you get all those likes and you get those views, and you get a bit get a bit big-headed.
I like how between the two of us, we have like a good cop, bad cop routine going on here with Lurard's tweet. It's okay. I'm Chinese. We've been genetically bred over the course of centuries to be really, really good at playing bad cop. But yeah, it's so. I can't. I understand I understand that you're sympathetic, and I admire the charity you're willing to extend to this.
No, I get it. It's good.
But
it makes it more fun.
The sheer preventability of this, it costs you nothing to say nothing, like
you don't have to have an opinion.
Like the line that people say, yeah, exactly.
You have the right to remain silent. I suggest you use it sometimes, right? Like you don't need an opinion, especially if you're going to fold like a pack of croutons. Someone in the chat made a brilliant comment. They said, "Bro folded under literally zero pressure."
Yeah, exactly.
Folded to his own shadow.
Again, actually, it's really, really funny how closely the problems with Lurard's post mirror the problems with FaceConnect's post. I don't doubt that there was pressure, right? He references, everyone reaching out to him. He phrases it as if they're like, trying to make a good faith argument. But let's be realistic. If they were trying to say what Jelly said was racist, bigoted, or hateful, they're not arguing in good faith, right? Let's be honest, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't doubt that there was pressure. It's just pressure that none of us in the public eye are able to see. So why would we extend sympathy on the basis of something that we can't confirm the existence of?
That's true.
It's Schrodinger's sympathy, right? Like it just doesn't compute. Like, you can't post something like this and expect people are going to be sympathetic when they can't see the pressures that you claim have been exerted on you.
We'll get into this in just a moment, but people are making memes about the cosplayer mafia thing, and it's like one of we mentioned this a little bit before the stream, but it's one of those things where I'm like, of all like the rats and the theories I've seen about VTubing over the years, this is the most like respectfully, I mean this in the kindest possible spirit. The cosplayer mafia schizo rant is the most unemployed take I think I've ever seen from VTuber fans. But I don't know. Maybe I'll have to eat my own piff helmet. Maybe it is Gumbun is behind it all actually. And yeah, she's got the mad blackmail material. I don't know. We'll see. But sorry, Ante, did you want to continue on with the Lurard stuff, or do you think
I think that was it. But yeah, the reason why I wanted to bring this up was because of how perfectly it exemplified, albeit on a much smaller scale, you know, the flaws and faults with Phase Connect's own statement. Just, and it's more pathetic coming from an individual because unlike an LLC, they don't have an excuse for being spineless.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, again, it's unfortunately it is part of the territory of being I hate to say this word, like a content creator, or I especially hate the word content creator, but public figure. If you're going to be a public figure, unfortunately, you are going to have people who just absolutely just fucking hate your guts and will talk mad shit about you, kind of like what we're doing here a little bit but we have a reason, but they'll do it for no reason as well. So you need to have a thicker skin, particularly if you are going to go out there and give your opinion.
You can express your opinion. You could even be a dick about it, but you better be able to explain and articulate why that is.
You got to defend that hill.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, you're just dying for no reason. Like it's a
reason why I sympathize is because on the one hand I sometimes delete tweets as well because it's like, you know what, I'm just not in the mood to deal with all the retards who will take it out of context or start fights when it's really not that deep. But I think that's not the case here though. But it's like, that's why I am sympathetic to people who go, yeah, you know what, it's not worth it, I'm going to delete the tweet. I do get it.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move on. So I think now we're gonna move on to consequences. Then we'll move on to cosplayer mafia. Here we go. So I got the schizo here. Fucking what's that twat? Leader of the the anti-face movement. Fucking
this guy was outed like ages ago for being a serial sexual harasser and
no way, a radical leftist being a sex offender. Next you'll tell me he touches children. Fucking hell.
No. And one of the things that he would do that would get him branded as a sexual harasser was he would start talking about how much he felt attracted to children, and specifically the idea of burning children.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
This is the moral authority that like 10k people who like the tweet were rallying behind. Like, come on,
I was joking.
It's too easy.
Oh my god.
So it's actually documented. This guy, the reason why he routinely he deletes his account, goes completely silent and underground, and then comes back a while later, is because he's trying to dodge people bringing that up and hounding him with that wherever he goes.
Quick, get Kyle Rittenhouse on the phone. We need him stat. Our armchair expert does not endorse the words of Lord Maulington. Okay, so we've got leader of the APCM schizo here, and he fancies himself as the king of bringing Phase Connect down. When the apology was given by Phase Connect, as you can see here on the left, he was very ecstatic. One thing I want to say as well, by the guys, is it's very hypocritical of me to say this because I'm knowingly shit at OPSEC and PERSEC. But if you are some like rabid schizo anti, unfortunately you don't want to take credit for it, because the chances that you will get really angry stalkers come after you in response is astronomically higher than if you just remain in the shadows. So I mean, if you are going to be an internet activist, try to keep it to yourself, because I think this guy's like deleted his account or he's gone silent, because I think people have started like
deleted it. Last I checked. Yeah.
I wonder why, but yeah.
I think Tuna Fan was really going ham with just posting the screenshots everywhere he could.
Yeah, Tuna Fan being mega base,
being an absolute menace in the discords that he was a part of. But yeah.
Oh, did how much boy you get him? Fucking hell, Crystal, that was fast. Okay, but yeah, so unfortunately, the obvious consequence of Phase Connect making this apology and showing weakness and not properly supporting Jelly to the internet mob is it's emboldened the Twitter freaks, and then now I've got some screenshots, but they're now going after Lumi and others. They're starting on Pippa yet again. And as well, the fallout from this apology is that now we've got Asmongold reacting. And now, when I say this, by the way, I just want to say I am a big fan of Asmongold. I've been watching the guy for 9 years. I do love him as as one might love a very cheap, greasy Little Caesars pizza. However, I mean this in the kindest possible spirit. He is not the. He's shown basically every single thing. He's shown all of Clara's information publicly on stream in front of millions and millions of people. And whatever you think of Clara, right, at the end of the day, I think what happened to Clara is unacceptable and unnecessary. And I imagine he didn't realize and didn't understand. Right? I don't think he's done it. I hope he hasn't done it.
That's what you do when you just take whatever your chat gives you and then blast it on your screen, like without any attempt to like vet it prior. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like this is something that a lot of people who do similar content to Asmongold do. They just well, I mean, when you're doing React content, you switch your brain off. Like that's just what you end up doing. And I don't know. I feel like that moment was. I think it was a useful way of showcasing why you don't want to attract the attention of people like Asmongold, even if you might like him. Especially if you're a VTuber, right, or you're affiliated with VTubers. They are not going to give a shit about stuff like, I don't know, PL, or not showing people's faces, or not, stuff like that, right? Mm-hmm. They're not going to be coy about it. They're not going to put any effort into trying to, only show however much information is strictly necessary to make a point. They're just going to blast the entire thing because they don't understand why we even have those restrictions to begin with. Like, Asmongold may be a pretty effective commentator, but he is not a VTuber fan. Like, maybe he supports one VTuber, like the Cassie, right? But that's about it. Yep. He knows nothing about VTubing. I don't think he cares anything about VTubing.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't know the culture.
Like, he's not going to handle anything with sensitivity. He's not going to respect, conventions, codes of conduct, taboos, whatever. None of that matters to Asmongold and others like him. You can like him as a commentator, but you can't deny that when he interacts with VTubing. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
You can't deny that when he interacts with VTubing, like it always has a pretty high chance of going sideways, depending on how big the controversy and depending on what information his chat chooses to spoon feed him in any particular moment.
Yeah, and I've seen people kind of like cheer the arrival of Asmongold and his commentary on the FaZe Connect and the Clara situation.
I don't like that.
I don't like that either. And again, this isn't about like necessarily even being sympathetic to Clara. It's just a case of we don't need a large influx of like loudmouth retards who don't understand the culture flooding into the community, particularly the FaZe community, and like acting like they're experts and they know what's up when they don't have a fucking clue like about FaZe's history, or our feelings, right? Like,
this
or anything.
Has now become this is liable to now become a culture war thing.
Yeah.
And again, they could have just not posted that company statement. I mean, yeah, sure. Maybe whatever background, invisible parties were pressuring them would have been pissed at FaZe. But I mean, with the way that things are going now, who's to say that they're not going to be pissed at FaZe anyways? Like, it's going to become a culture war thing because of the fact that the statement Streisanded the hell out of the initial backlash to Jelly's tweets. And the thing is, right, again, I can concede that Jelly posting the tweets initially was ill-advised, right? I think it was,
I wouldn't say it's a bad thing, but it should have been more careful.
It's not, well, okay. Yeah, I don't, I think it was, I think gross miscalculation of possible reach. Like, whenever you post something on Twitter and it is designed to be rage bait or engagement bait, as that tweet from Jelly was, right? She did mean it, but she also intended for it to be rage bait. Like, she said as much in the stream. As much as, every time you consciously set out to do that, you are essentially throwing die, right? Yeah. Sometimes you end up rolling a number that you don't want. And when it comes to, simply by virtue of being a corporate VTuber, that is a game that is higher risk to play than it would be for someone like you or I. Because we don't have an affiliation that we need to worry about, or that might need to come down from on high and say, okay, funds over, things have gotten too big, it's time to shut things down.
I don't know, I'm sorry, I can't go without my Oshi push, but...
Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten any complaints from Oshi push just yet, but who knows?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're just too quiet and polite to tell me something. I don't know. But sorry, go on.
Yeah. No, I mean, from what my experience, at least, being an affiliate of Hoshiumi, has been that they don't seem to have too many qualms about, talking about things just because they are politically incorrect, right? Because again, separating politics from partisanship, anything can be politically incorrect. But yeah, no, it's just it's not a game that is advisable to play. Is my main point, right? And the thing is, if it had stayed that way, I think everyone probably would have been able to just move on. It all comes back to, why did they have to post that statement? Like, what were the odds in the minds of FaZe Connect's management that the risk of Streisanding the entire situation with that statement was worth what?
I just
making
refuse.
good with pub parties behind the scenes? And this is the most charitable assumption, right? That's the most, that's the case that makes FaZe Connect management look the least retarded, right? That they had, people behind the scenes, important people behind the scenes that they couldn't afford to alienate, and so they took this gamble. Now, the gamble was a shit one. It has turned out to be awful, but I can at least, if I were to make that assumption, understand why they would do it. But the thing is, especially in hindsight, none of it was worth it.
No,
right? Because now it's going to become a culture war thing, and now you are liable to get the same sort of stigma that comes along with a culture war thing enveloping your company or situation or whatever.
It might.
The mods are not going to be having a nice time over the next few days or weeks, depending on how long this lasts.
It might take years. It might take 2-3 years for Sakuna to get the money back from like a lost sponsor or FaZeCon or whatever, but he'll never get that trust, and he'll never get that fandom back, that raw impetus, that raw passion of the FaZe Connect community back, right? So I mean, it's like
people are going to be second guessing themselves from now on when it comes to And okay, to be completely honest, how do I word this? I don't think it's unhealthy for FaZe fans to be a little more critical of what their company does going forward.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I just hate the way that it came about. It's actually, I was talking to Maulington about this before we started stream, but one of the monkey's paw side effects of this entire debacle is all of the talents who previously were complaining about how much fans put Sakuna on a pedestal. They don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't think anyone's putting Sakuna on a pedestal after this one.
Yeah.
So
I did say to Armchair as well, is it's like, I've never been a Sakuna's like fucking L from Death Note. I don't think Sakuna's like a Yagu or a super genius or anything. But I do think he has some very solid fundamentals. I would say he is definitely a good leader, and he is, as far as VTubing is concerned, definitely like a good leader and a good CEO. The proof is in the pudding, in the sense that FaZe Connect is the only small Western-based VTuber corporation of its generation, of the post-COVID, post-HoloLive 2021, that is still going. Prison Project's gone, Sundaria's gone, pretty much everybody's gone. Brave Group's fucking gonna go within the next year or so. So that's not luck, right? At this point, after 5 years, that's not luck. He's not always made the right decisions and the best decisions, but he's above average, which isn't saying much. But I think what we're seeing with
it's a low bar to clear, but it's a low bar to jump over anyways.
Yes, and I think we're starting to see now, maybe with the size and with FaZe Connect's current situation, maybe he might be a little bit out of his depth now. Don't know whether that's too unfair, but
I mean, I don't think this is a recent thing. Like when Pippa was first, taking off in terms of popularity, he did also have the same response of, okay, we need to clamp down on this for the sake of optics, and etc., etc., which is arguably similar to what's going on now. But I guess the point that you were making that I interrupted you in the middle of was basically the fact that, Sakuna's a good boss. Like, we have plenty of evidence to suggest that that's the case. We have plenty of testimony from the talents to, suggest that that's the case. But he's not perfect.
He's not.
And I think that it kind of, that point was only conceptual for many fans up until yesterday.
Yes, no, that's a good point. And you said this before as well. I think you've even said it when we've been streaming together before. It's like we've both expressed our annoyance at times at the FaZe slurs, particularly when they're going into other communities and talking about how FaZe Connect.
Oh yeah, no.
Like every time.
Yesterday, No one's going around to other people going, Lamau, phase
FaZe
W, while
wins
other companies
again.
going down the shitter.
Fishman sends his
Yeah.
regards.
Does nothing and wins. Like the one of the the small mercies of what happened yesterday. I think that should be dead. That should be completely dead.
Yeah.
Like hopefully, fingers crossed, that's dead.
I didn't mean to say this. I've been saying this for like over a year now. I don't mean to sound this to sound like some kind of anti or doomer, but VTuber corporations, by their very nature, even ones as big as Hololive, their communities are powder kegs, and they're actually a lot more fragile than they might appear. You know, you look at Hololive's financials, and they're absolutely phenomenal lineup of talent. But as we've even seen with Hololive, even Hololive can get rattled. The beast bleeds because because essentially what you're doing with VTuber corporations and streaming in general is fundamentally you're selling people and you're selling, you know, connections, like social connections. And it's almost like I'd say that VTuber corporations, really, when you think about it, they don't really make sense, because the whole appeal of streaming really should be about a kind of like relatability or authenticity with the person who's streaming. And when you have corporate VTubing get involved, it becomes, at that point, the person becomes a product, and it's like, how can you form an attachment to a product? But it's just something magical about the VTubing culture where it kind of works, and it helps as well that corporate VTubing goes from being streaming into art, because you've got talents who want to become singers and artists or whatever. And then I don't know. Sorry, you were going to say something there.
Oh no, I was just going to say I do have a slight disagreement in the sense that I don't think what people value is authenticity, mostly because, and this is rather cynical of me, but I don't think most viewers, not just in VTubing, but entertainment in general, are actually capable of discerning authenticity if the performance is good enough. So I think what people usually want is the impression of authenticity, which is, you know, they want something that they can get invested in, right? They want, you know, someone who they feel is cool enough to support, pushing themselves to do things that are worth keeping up with, etc., etc., etc. And VTubing ticks a lot of those boxes, and especially corporate VTubing, it sort of smoothens out a lot of the edges that might otherwise interrupt that for want of a better way of phrasing it, immersion and investment.
Yeah, you retweeted it
on the part of the viewer.
Yeah, you know, I'd say actually, rather than, I think authenticity is becoming a little bit like transparency, in that it's actually a bit of a meme.
Yeah,
I think rather than authenticity, I would call it almost like a curated, believable kind of experience, I guess, right? Like, we obviously none of us, there are some personality traits, you know, we all have our issues, we all have our vices. There are certain opinions and personality traits that we don't share with people, and it's not about being sneaky, it's just that we've all got, you know, our inner darknesses or issues that we don't want to show other people, and we want to try to be, you know, like polite and social to people. So rather than it being about, you know, just being raw and honest, I know that there are people who like and respect people who just don't give a fuck and say exactly what's on their mind. I find those kinds of people to be obnoxious and insufferable normally, personally. But, you know, I think that's really what the
time and place, right? Yeah.
Time and place. Yeah, I think what the essence of FaZe Connect is, the reason why people like it so much, is it's like, yes, on the one hand, it's because FaZe Connect is a place, normally, where people, particularly older people who grew up on the golden age of the internet, don't need to worry about being called a Nazi or a homophobe, or being browbeaten by, you know, modern daying for making silly racist jokes about each other that they don't actually mean in a negative manner. But it's more about, they kind of have this perfect kind of like fine line between being a silly, funny VTuber person with a mask, but then an actual relatable human being that you can, you know, that you can form an attachment to and understand and relate to. So I think it's more of a curated experience, really, rather than like literal human, like average 22-year-old Californian girl is with a VTuber mask, right?
Yeah. VTubing is more than just, you know, female streamer uses a model so she doesn't have to put makeup in the morning.
Yeah. And I think as well, with this whole situation, it's pretty bad on both sides. You've got obviously the V-tweeter, the Twitter freaks, radical leftist kind of people turning this into one big culture war, like we were talking about earlier. It's disappointing to see that people who proclaim to be FaZe Connect fans on the fringe, on the opposite sides, on the far right side as well, who are kind of like schizoing out and putting words and making assumptions about talents. I
really didn't like seeing people talking about how, oh, Pippa didn't say
Yeah,
anything, or
exactly.
what would Pippa think about this, or what?
Hmm.
Like, come on, guys. The statement was retarded enough. We have
Yeah.
plenty of stuff to criticize with that without having to drag in other talents as well. Like, come on.
But my point I wanted to make though is that I think people are kind of forgetting what this whole drama is about. They're making it about the culture war, but it's not about
Yeah,
the culture
exactly.
war really. It's about poor Jelly, as far as we're aware, has
Yeah.
been betrayed and
Yeah.
backstabbed and publicly humiliated by her company for something she didn't do for reasons she doesn't deserve. So really, it's
Yeah.
about making sure that FaZe Connect does right by Jelly, that they do right by the fans, and I just hope that Jelly, you know, she's being treated with kid gloves because she doesn't like need a talking to. She doesn't deserve any kind of punishment for what she did. It was a genuine oopsie doodle.
Yeah. Well, and the oopsie doodle was not it's not a moral one. It's it's in terms of, you know, her ability to. It's one in terms of foresight, not in terms of morality, right? Because again, I fall into the camp of people who would have been, you know, I would have been a little annoyed if they just deleted, you know, if they delete the tweet. I would have thought, oh, okay, it's a bit of a shame, but I wouldn't have gone ham on actually, you know, going through their contents and going, look, objectively, what she said is not what you're representing it as, and is correct, right? Like, you know, the actual contents of the thing I could have overlooked if that was all there was. But after they posted a statement, and after it was, you know, posted in a way that implied some sort of moral lapse on Jelly's part, no, that's not going to fly. Like, we're going to talk about the contents of what she said now. Like, it's not about, like, you know, it's not about left or right or civil rights. It's about the fact that what happened essentially was a talent was brigaded by people who either lacked the mental acuity or were outright maliciously misinterpreting what she was saying. And from the outside looking in, it seems like the company capitulated to those people. That's why everyone closed ranks.
Yeah.
That's why everyone started getting on FaZe's ass and declaring that Jelly did nothing wrong. Because if you actually look at what she said and held it up against what other people were saying that she said, the two are actually nothing alike one another.
No, they're not at all. No. But
and that's the point that's going to get lost now that it's become a cultural thing.
It's tricky though, because on the one hand, I do kind of get it, because it's like, look, I'm a fairly political person myself as well. I'll raise my hand up and admit I'm a bit of a hypocrite. I get annoyed with politics, but then I do politically myself from time to time. But
I'm okay with politics.
Yeah.
But it's just, do you make a distinction between politics, partisanship, and civics? And on top of that, do you view saying something isn't political as political in and of itself?
Exactly.
If that's the case, you're not going to win, right? You can't be. If someone's position when they're coming at you is, oh, you can't say that something is political because it's saying that is in and of itself political.
It's just that I wonder if
the only solution is to freeze that out, right? And that's not what FaZe did.
No.
That's the problem.
No, that's right. I just wonder if the culture war, I'm not sure if it is, particularly in the West, if the culture war is avoidable, because the problem is that we could draw a line in the sand with our guy. Well, I won't say our guys, but we could draw a line in the sand and we're going to go, we're going to say, okay, we're literally politics. No politics whatsoever in our little section of VTubing in our little community. But the problem is that there's one side that is responsible for like 99.9%. Even if we say no politics, we're just going to be focused purely on entertainment and VTubing. We're going to get an invasion of mostly radical leftist types who are going to make everything political, try to take over and ruin our experience. And it's like you need to challenge that behavior, and the only way you challenge that behavior is by pushing either right wing or normal common sense takes.
Yeah. It's unfortunately, when it comes to that kind of stuff, partisanship becomes a little difficult to play around. But again, Jelly's original tweet was, I don't want politics, protest DLC in Minecraft. If you view that as political, if you view that as a political statement, then I'm sorry, but there's no third option between either you inherently trust Mojang and Microsoft to teach kids politics and civil rights, in which case you have a fundamental and irreconcilable difference in philosophy with Jelly and everyone who agrees with her, in which case content isn't for you, it's fine, you can switch off at any time, or you are someone who unironically believes that protesting isn't political, in which case, I'm sorry, but you are retarded. Like that's just, there's no third option between those two if you unironically view what Jelly initially said as political.
Yeah, just one thing I'll say to the guys in the chat as well, it could just be my own biases in that regard as well. Obviously, given the way that algorithms and shit work, maybe I'm being unfair to the other side, but it just seems like that from my perspective. It's always...
See, that's the trick, right? I don't think it's good to get roped into the framing of it's a side versus side thing. No, I will point out politics. I will play politics, but I'm not going to play into partisanship. If it's retarded, this is why, in my view, it is important to reject people trying to revise history as to what Jelly said to be about some sort of culture war bullshit to do with, black or white or whatever, is because the ability to separate politics from partisanship and point out when something is political, in the sense of trying to get people to exercise and or conceal a mechanism of power, right? That's important, because that is something that, when you point it out, is very difficult to act ignorant about without also looking stupid.
Yeah.
What I often find, and this is like a dominant reason as to why people get dragged into culture war bickering, is because there is a great temptation, especially on social media, to be the one to swing the executioner's axe when you're in the middle of an argument or a fight or whatever. But that's not how you win, or at least in my experience, that doesn't seem to be the way that you win against people who are rabid ideologues, because what ends up happening is the moment you practice aggression, your other side will act aggrieved, and then everyone who was simply in the middle, who didn't want politics in anything, will simply cave because you're the one exhibiting aggression, and they mistake aggression for ill intent. Right?
Okay, yeah.
So instead, don't draw your sword, don't raise your voice, don't make a show of taking off your glove and slapping them across the face with it. Simply hand them the rope, step back, and let them hang themselves. Because when you say to someone, okay, do you think protesting is political? Do you trust Microsoft and Mojang with teaching kids civil rights and politics? If they really want to stick by their argument, they're going to have to say yes. The thing is, when you say yes, any rational person will look at you doing that and instantly go, okay, that one's the spurg. Right? Like, no one's going to see that exchange and think, oh, okay, the person asking the questions is unreasonable. They're going to look at, oh, this person would actually let their kids be taught about world history or develop political consciousness under the guiding hand of fucking Microsoft. Like, I think that when people were pushing back against a lot of the I'm resisting the urge to say dysgenic, but when people were pushing back against, a lot of the rabid freaks who were going after Jelly, it didn't need to devolve into culture war bullshit.
No, it really
all
didn't.
You had to do was keep reaffirming what she originally said, rejecting the frame that people were trying to impose onto her message, and then saying, you're either lying, right, or you're just retarded. Both of which exclude your opinion from being valid in the discussion.
Yeah, I think I would give a little bit of a PSA. I certainly hope it's not people in this chat who are doing it, but I think the problem is, particularly with like some of the reactions to this comment are a bit over the top. It's spending too much time on Twitter. Like, Twitter isn't real. Don't spend too much time on Twitter, allowing yourself to be whipped up into a frenzy by people who quite literally have nothing better to do than to be on the internet all day, every day, and make themselves angry over everything and anything, because that's exactly what the algorithm wants and is designed to do. So it's like sometimes, guys, you know, if you have think about what you're saying and how you're reacting to things. Don't just. I know you might be very passionate about things and you might have strong opinions and you're getting all emotional, but try to think as best as you can. Try to take a deep breath, you know, step aside from the computer and just give it a minute before you start.
It's okay.
It's okay.
The human response to observing a demon in the wild is to want to exorcise it.
Yeah.
We all understand. But the problem is, at some point, and again, this is why I differentiate between politics and partisanship. Whatever tricks you want to employ in order to make the other person reveal how unreasonable they are, go for it. It's a free-for-all. But make sure you don't, in the process, end up playing into the framing that they rely on in order to ingratiate themselves with the people simply looking on.
Yeah.
Right? The reasonable people looking on. I should add that stipulation, because not all viewers are made equal.
Do you remember, Armchair, back in the day, back in the golden age of the internet, if you actually unironically started internet arguments and fights with people, you, even if, like, it's like, don't feed the trolls. Like, if you fed the troll, you were seen as the retards, and now these days,
exactly.
you're almost celebrated.
It's all rage bait.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So
People pat you on the hat. People pat you on the back for responding to rage bait.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's because people have, my view on it is because people have kind of become blind to the fact that what they're using is a medium in the first place. And that's exactly how that medium is programmed to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you fall for the engagement bait, then, you know, I'm trying to look for a good concept. I don't think there is one in English, but you've lost your izat, so to speak.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, that izat stuff was really eye-opening. But I think we do.
It's really funny.
Like, it's don't roll around in the mud with the pig, because the pig will enjoy it. And I can't remember what it's like. And
you'll be dirty
and
afterwards.
You'll be dirty,
yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not redeem, sir. Do not redeem.
You'll lose honor and respectability.
Okay, but I guess...
sorry,
I was making an Indian joke. Do not redeem, sir. Sir, please. So I would say, like, looking at this drama, I would say that FaZe is in big trouble, but it's not... I think people
it's not going to die.
Yeah, people need to calm down a little bit. It's not the end. Like,
FaZe is not infallible. Don't mistake us for saying that. But FaZe is not going to die just because of this. Yeah. Like, it's bad, but we can acknowledge how bad it is without also exaggerating that beyond reasonable scope.
Sour, stop enabling me, Sour. I'm the man of many voices.
Look, just because you can do it better. Just because you can do it better.
Sour, please. Oh, Sour, sometimes, sorry, just to quickly say, Sour, your voice acting is incredible. You have to teach me how you do some of those voices sometimes. I really want to do it.
I, too, want to sound like a sassy black woman and a Latina.
Yes, that's exactly the one I'm thinking of. It's massive. Sorry, I won't say it's racist, but Master Moonshine is so fucking funny.
Massa Moonshine.
Yeah, that, and if you don't like anime lollies, get the fuck out. Incredible. I love it. I need to make a video on Sour after I've done the first flavor documentary. We've got to do one on Sour. Anyway,
don't say that in front of her. She'll call you slurs.
I want an angry tiny brown woman calling me slurs. What if I'm into that kind of thing? But yeah, guys, you need to calm down, guys. All right, it's not the end of the world. Stop being a Denethor, steward of Gondor. Self-gay.
There's plenty bad about it without us having to fabricate more, right? Like, it's okay. We have plenty to dig into already.
Be an Aragorn, guys. Don't be a Denethor, steward of Gondor, screaming "Run for your lives!" and that Gondor's fallen. All right, you know, be an Aragorn. Lead the men of Gondor to a new age. All right, guys. Like, relax. Don't listen to the doomers. Fucking calm down. All right, trust. Well, the plan is gone wrong.
Don't trust the plan.
Yeah, don't trust the plan. Plan B.
But at least believe I think you can afford to believe that whatever made FaZe get up to this point will get them past this point too. I think that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fine. Everybody's going to be fine, all right? Like, don't let the spurging on Twitter over the next couple of weeks get you down. You'll be all right. Just take a break from Twitter if you need to.
If you want to protest, by the way, please do that.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? Especially if you're a paying customer. But be polite, be civil.
Don't bring it up in, talents chats, and don't demanding answers.
Don't go into people's, especially like it's such a like. One of the most aggravating things to notice is after like a controversy like this, you go into someone's chat who's doing something completely unrelated, right? And you just see people like the occasional gray name going, "Oh, what do you think about this?" or like whatever. Like, just shut the fuck up. Like, they know.
Yeah, they know.
It's not like everyone knows that they know, and they know that we know that they know. You don't need to say that. Just there are better ways to protest that won't provoke a reactance response purely on principle.
Yeah, I get it.
Because
sometimes.
The last thing you want is a reactance response from the talents.
Yeah, it's like I get it, but sometimes you look at the way VTuber fans behave, and it's like, that VTuber woman you're coddling is like 30, guys. It's like, all right, she knows, trust me, she's not an idiot. Just leave her alone, all right? Like, fucking hell, can't.
I must spread the good word of this controversy that happened with your company only a few hours ago. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Exactly, and what was I gonna say? Fuck, what was I going to say?
Oh, sorry.
No, don't worry. It's me actually tangenting away now, forgetting what I was going to say. Oh, yes. One thing I'll say as well, guys. I'm not sure if I said it already enough. Fuck, now my memory's failing me now. But, when it comes to this drama and this situation, and, oh, yeah, that's it. I remember now, actually. It was about protesting. I do think it's a very good thing, I think, that FaZe Connect fans are definitely signaling to Sakuna, not just, withdrawing our financial support, but also signaling and letting FaZe Connect know exactly why they're unhappy and how unhappy they are. Because I think this is something actually I mentioned to you as well before we started streaming, but FaZe, I think, from time to time, FaZe Connect and any corporation does need to be reminded of who they work for and who they should really be afraid of. And at the end of the day, FaZe Connect should be afraid of you guys not watching anymore and not opening up your wallets more than they should be afraid of sponsors or the biting remarks of V-tweeters who don't watch or spend any money. Because at the end of the day, you only get sponsors when you're big and popular enough to warrant sponsorship. If you have no fans, you have no money, you will get no interest from your sponsors. Right?
Sponsors will come wherever there are eyeballs and wallets. Like, they'll make a show of leaving you, but but like someone who can't get enough of their ex, they'll be back if things are good enough.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, if you're late to coming to the stream, guys, thank you very much for the donations. Once we're done with the main body of today's talk, I'll get the donations up again, and we'll talk about those and go through them. So I am noticing. So thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, let's go move on to the next slide. I think, is this the cosplayer conspiracy now? Is this the cosplayer mafia?
I think so.
Oh yeah.
This is by far I knew that there were. Oh no, this was just more of the.
Oh yeah, this is sorry. Yeah, before we go over the cosplayer conspiracy, I just want to show you some more tweets again about schizophrenic nonsense. So. We've got Jim, Daddy Jim himself is commenting on FaZe Connect drama. But he's absolutely right in what he says. After this announcement from FaZe, you can see the groups of people gleefully discussing the next talent to teach a lesson, as well as how hostile these non-fans are. They don't like it, they don't watch it, don't support it, but they do want to control it. And here we go. FaZe Connect.
Like, if you're going to take advice from anyone on how not to become a lolcow, surely you take it from, Mr. Medica himself, right?
The king of lolcow hunters himself, yeah. But again, you've got that fucking random. I've got Armchair obscuring here a little bit. But the leader of the anti-FaZe Connect movement guy says they're trying to pin the blame on Kenny when I was the one who went the entire night yesterday, and my early morning spamming emails to all of Pippa, Cleo's previous sponsors, Off Kai, and even fucking Hiat Kek. Now I want you guys to notice there for a second. Notice how this fucking deranged weirdo is taking immense pride in telling everybody. He admits proudly he wasted an entire day schizophrenically trying to rage ping FaZe Connect sponsors to try and get them cancelled. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, some people, man, he is fucking deranged as fuck.
Funnily enough, one of the best ways that FaZe could get out of this while saying as little as possible is just posturing that they might be considering a tortious interference lawsuit.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, even if you just said something along the lines of, you hinted at maybe the reason behind that company statement was because you had pressure from external parties that had been fed lies by someone else. If you even hinted or postured at that, I think that most FaZe fans are willing to go out on a limb and go, okay, so that must be what happened. Oh, you know, okay, I can now, like, I want maybe not forgive, but I can understand why FaZe did that, right? Like, it would be a show of force that would probably provoke quite a lot of people to get back on side.
Yeah, and to put this into perspective as well, the one on the top right actually, Pantard's reminded me. So when that pixel on the top right who mentions Lumi saying the N-word, Lumi didn't say the N-word. What he did is he really poorly edited a clip of Lumi when she was talking about her degree to not even, it doesn't even sound like she's saying it as well. So again, this is
I'm pretty sure she says like degree and like in the
right.
enunciation of it.
She does it in that nasally fake California way that she does it.
Like,
but this is the thing.
Degree, like that kind of thing.
Holy shit, we've got Lumi's voice double right here with us, guys.
New Lumi voice actor?
Armchair, give us a chat. Give us a chat. Oh my god, he sounds just like her. Maybe you are Lumi all this time, Armchair.
I could never pass. But in any case, yeah.
But this is the lengths that these sneaky fucking rats will go to try and like pin dirt on people. Like there's nothing helpful, respectful, or rational or reasonable with these people. They're just out to cause trouble. They're complete scum, right? Anyway, so let's move on to the cosplayer conspiracy. Now, I don't want to dwell.
Fucking Mal, holy shit!
I don't want to dwell on this too much because seriously, who gives a flying fuck about cosplayers? Fucking hell! But Armchair.
Some talents may disagree with you on that one.
I mean, I mean this in the politest possible spirit. But the only cosplayer I care about is that woman who did the Yuri cosplay. So I care so little, I don't even know her name. I don't even know her name, but what I do know is I love her big fat pair of tits. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. That's about as much as I care about cosplayers.
In my mind, the way that I rank cosplayers in terms of how I respect them is if I see one of their cosplays, do I instantly see them as like the 3D version of what the talents already look like? If yes, great, grand. Bonus points if they actually capture the aesthetic of being in character. But if I don't, hot take, I miss when I would see a FaZe cosplay on my timeline, and it wouldn't. This is the most homosexual I will ever sound. And I miss when I would see one on my timeline, and it wouldn't just be tits and ass and merchandise that might not go towards the talents. Like, just putting that out there. But in any case, the thing, this is my turn to sort of add the disclaimer, in the kindest way possible, right? I think that in spite of all of the Pretty Connect allegations that we've had over the years, a lot of the talents still get a little too starry-eyed over a pretty woman.
Yes, true.
And give way too many passes for red flag behavior simply because, one, they are a female fan, which is a rare commodity.
Yep.
And two, because a lot of the talents were cosplayers and or are cosplayers, and so for that reason they sympathize by proxy and by default.
Lesbian Connect, they won't beat the allegations. So who is Gumbun? Gumbun is a professional cosplayer who was chosen by FaZe Connect around about May last year to be one of their top guys over Crisis. So Gumbun isn't just some random cosplayer. She was handpicked as one of FaZe Connect's chosen men. And at the time, I remember saying that that if Crisis did apply to be one of FaZe Connect's cosplayers, they really fucked up by not choosing Crisis, because Crisis was an actual massive FaZe Connect fan. And I do think that She has been for years before that as well. And to pick, you know, what seems to be a at best fair weather fan over someone who's been like a dedicated Pippa cosplayer for a very long time isn't fair, and it's not. It's bad form, really, particularly for a company that built its brand on extreme fan loyalty. I would have thought they would have extended it for someone who has been with Face Connect since near the beginning and has shown them so much love and support, rather than going for the prettiest or the most popular girl. And so, I've always felt really bad for Crisis. I felt it was not on for Face to do that, and I think with some of the comments and some of the behaviors of Gumbun recently, it looks like I was right in my assessment of that. And hashtag justice.
I think FaZe lost that 50-50.
They lost that 50-50. They did.
Albeit that's a bit more crude than how you put it, but that's how I think of it.
But so the reason why we say this though is because we've caught some supporting. So we've caught Gumbun supporting and retweeting the comments of seething Face Connect antis. Now, Armchair probably, I won't put words in his mouth, but Armchair's probably going to be less charitable than I am. But I like to not immediately.
Oh, for sure.
I like to not jump to conclusions. But I'm hoping, and I'm
willing to play the bad guy on this one.
I'm hoping that she's just trying to be nice to FaZe antis to make the company look better and to get them on side.
I'm hoping. No. I'm not buying that at all.
That's what I'm hoping she is. That's what I'm hoping
Fair enough.
But it does seem very suspicious. So
personally, I don't give a rat's ass as to why she's doing what she's doing. Very simple rule when it comes to collaborating with a collective. If you are working with a talent or even multiple talents in a company, Face Connect is not just Amy Isami or Sleepy or Dizzy or Mari Mari or whoever else Gumbun chooses to cosplay and or play nice with. If you're going to work with members of a company, you play nice with the entire company.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't be surprised when fans of a talent that you are seen to slight and or make digs at start taking issue with how you do business with their other peers at the company. And unfortunately, regardless of the rationale behind what Gumbun was doing throughout, the days of the whole Minecraft debacle thingy, she broke that fundamental standard of professionalism.
Yeah, she did. And so I'm hoping that she's just being misguided and stupid. But what it does look like is it looks like a case of basically she is virtue signaling, and she is basically stepping over the broken, bloodied, betrayed body of Jelly to not only, she's not only taking advantage of Jelly's misfortune to make herself look better, but then at the same time, she's been chosen by Face Connect and she's shilling. Well, I'll show you the screenshot in a minute. She's shilling merchandise with Face Connect talent's likeness. Now, granted, Jelly isn't on there, but Armchair.
I don't care if she's on there. I think it's
like this is my merch I'm doing in collaboration with, and it's like, what the fuck? This is you. This looks like the talents. This isn't you. This is like you copying someone else's homework and just changing the name on it. But it's like,
I will say.
Sorry, go on.
In chat, someone mentioned that Lovebugs are exactly like her. I don't blame you guys. Like, imagine cosplaying Dizzy and then choosing to hop on a bandwagon brigade against Jelly when you cosplay Dizzy. That is colossal levels of tourism right there.
Absolutely. And it's not just about being tourism. It's really fucking like bad form, isn't it? It's really... At the end of the day, Gumbun is like a private individual. She doesn't have to align with FaZe Connect in its entirety, but to fucking help throw a talent.
By the way, in case it's not abundantly clear already, none of what we say represents any of what FaZe might think, or any of what the talents might think, or any of their opinions or sentiments or whatever. I am well aware that maybe if Gumbun asks any of the talents about what she's doing, a lot of them would probably say, or may even say, it's fine, they don't care, whatever. This is us basically articulating our disapproval as other fans
Yeah.
That's all,
And I think
right?
the reason why I'm happy to bring this up as well is because again, it's kind of like a PSA to other Phase Connect fans. Is it's like similar to like supporting Jelly or being against Claraara. It's just remember, it's about bringing to attention that Gumbun likes to act like she's like a massive like an ambassador for this community, but she's shown herself. She's shown her true colors here, where she's actually doesn't have a fucking clue what she's talking about and appears to actually be a bad actor, quite frankly.
Yep. Again, you don't hop on bandwagons of people taking one of the talents out of context and trying to misrepresent what they're saying, put words in their mouth, and ad hominem them into submission. You don't hop on that bandwagon if you want to have a continued and peaceful working relationship with the other members of the company going forward. Because maybe the talents won't say anything because professional relationships are professional relationships. But you are deluded if you think the rest of the fans aren't going to say shit.
If I were a face talent and I saw this, I'd be fucking furious. I'd be kicking in Sakana's door. Again, you know, this is my opinion, but I would be kicking in Sakana's door and I'd be like, get this fucking bitch out. Like, how fucking dare she do that to one of my
I wouldn't even
mates?
go that far. I would just say, like, as a fellow fan, I see this and I think, what the fuck are you doing? Like, hello? Do you not understand? Like, number one, don't bite the hand that feeds. And number two, don't forget why it feeds you, right? Like, you know.
It's just about fucking decency as well. But sorry, yeah, go on.
Not to, yeah, exactly. You are a cosplayer who is selling merch of yourself, as we're going to see in a second. But more importantly than that, right? You either fell for the most obvious set of fabricated excuses to go after a talent in living memory, right? Like, again, it's blitheringly obvious what people were doing when they were trying to make Jelly out to be a racist or whatever, right? Or you were on board with that framing of things.
Holy fuck.
Both of which should exclude you from goodwill, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's great. It just this behavior just upsets me as an English gentleman as well, right? It's just so fucking like rude and ungrateful and nasty thing to do.
I don't want to say you are just someone who plays dress up, because I know how important cosplaying is, not just to Vtuber but to a lot of the talents.
I agree.
I don't want to diminish. I don't want to diminish cosplaying in and of itself. But that being said, with Gumbun specifically, to be honest, this is just because I take issue with the fact that she cosplays Dizzy while hopping on a hate bandwagon for Jelly. I don't think that passes as cosplay. I'm sorry. There's no character in that. That's my personal opinion, but, well, you post pictures online, everyone's allowed to have one.
Okay, sorry, I was just checking volume there. Some people complaining about us being a little bit too quiet. Sorry, who was it? Yeah, sorry, it seems to be a you issue, maybe? I don't know. Sorry.
Oh.
But not you, sorry. I mean, I'm talking to the guy in the chat. No, people say it seems fine. It's just one viewer. It's just for some reason I have an audio issue. Just wanted to make sure because I didn't check to see if our thing is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
My culture is not your costume.
Yeah, but so to kind of put this into context as well, because I think we kind of skipped over it a little bit. So in isolation, Gumbun's comment here looks innocuous enough, right? It seems like a fair enough comment. I always hope to foster a wonderful community of Phase fans who are all kind to one another and are loving and understanding. I hope everyone of all loving walks of life and identities feel like they are welcome here in my little corner of the Phase Connect fan community. Seems innocuous enough. I saw a lot of people give Gumbun a lot of love and praise, for her saying that.
I'm not even willing to extend that charity. But like, it's very obvious what you're doing. Context is everything.
Context is
Why
everything. She
now?
is doing that to step over Jelly. She is using on Jelly's misfortune as an opportunity to raise her own profile and make money. And to do that, particularly when Jelly is like a beloved or like iconic member of Phase Connect as well. It's the fucking audacity of someone to help to also stick a knife into someone who's so highly respected in the Phase Connect community as well, who has a genuine love, passion, devotion, and appreciation for her community. For this sneaky fucking snake behavior to happen is just not on, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And
Beowulf brings up a pretty interesting point in chat. I want to foster can always mean I want to control as well as I want to raise.
That's a very excellent point, Beowulf. And I mean, I've just seen it in my algorithm. I've seen Gumbun from time to time before, like finger wag and lecture and like tell Face Connect fans to like fuck off and that they're not not those words, right? But she's basically implied that certain Face Connect fans aren't welcome in the community and should watch their language and not be
like
lacking.
I'm okay with gatekeeping when you're gatekeeping your community.
Yeah,
don't enter another community and presume to gatekeep that before you even understand all the elements of
it's
it.
like
she quite obviously doesn't.
She doesn't. She's a disingenuous tourist, and then she's like telling like Kapipis who have been here for 5 years, who are making off-color jokes to like fuck off and go somewhere else. And it's like, excuse me, who fucking died and made you ambassador of Face Connect? Who made you community manager? That you don't know what you're talking. This is how Kapipis are. They are silly boys who call each other funny slurs because they're all a bunch of fucking Mexicans and they like that shit. I fucking love the Mexican Kapipis as well. Crazy little white supremacists that they are. But actually, Armchair, you'll have to fill me in as well about this tweet on the bottom left. So I don't really know who this Kafifi person is. So I don't quite understand the context of the bottom left tweet.
I don't. Well, that was basically a tweet that was subtweeting what Jelly was saying on stream about how this is intended to be rage bait, right?
Right.
Can't rage bait like saying the game. Why are people being obtuse and inflammatory? Again, in a vacuum, nothing too bad about it, right? She could be talking about anything. Then in the quote tweet to that, which Gumbun reposted, opinion zone. I think getting feathers ruffled about history they were already going to teach, delivered in an optional DLC that is contained to a lockdown version of the game made for school settings, is a choice. And that's the problem, right? Like that in and of itself, right? If that was all Gumbun retweeted, fine. I can believe that maybe, it's a little terminally America-brained, but I can excuse that, right?
Bloody Yanks.
I'm assuming they're American.
It's a safe
Either
bet.
that or they had their political awakening on Twitter and or Tumblr, but it's same difference. So when it comes to that, if that was all that was retweeted, I could overlook that. However, when Gumbun then says, I hope to foster a wonderful community who are loving and understanding, I want everyone of all walks and lives and identities, etc., etc., that turns it into an implied moral condemnation. That's what I'm not okay with. That's when it crosses over the line of, okay, I can understand the point that they're making about a product, even if I think it's misguided, to, oh, now they're saying something about a talent that I care about. Fuck off.
Yeah, no, quite. It's like, what did you say before? It's like parasitical. It's like it's bad, right? It's what's going on here is like parasitical as well. She's using kind of riding off the coattails of like
exactly,
someone else's success, basically. Yeah, it's not very good form. So let's move on to next tab. Is this it? Oh, by the way, I'll love you forever. By the way, if you understand the reference I have on the Armchair's in the way. Actually, you can just about make out Spoody. Do you know the reference I'm making on the bottom left there, Armchair?
I do not. I'm not woke enough.
Armchair doesn't know the fucking guy. That guy doesn't know the Spoody One lore, guys. That's a shame. But again, betrayal. There we go. Betrayal. There we go. I'll show you the clip later, Armchair. But it's basically it's a guy screaming betrayal, basically. Because a game he likes is bad and they've like changed the genre. But this is the anti that Gumbun has been like showing support to, basically. So and this is funny as well. When I saw this comment, Armchair, I legit, as particularly as a Gumi, I thought this guy was a
I thought this was a joke too. I thought this was someone having a laugh on one of us having a laugh.
This is the shit I say about Lumi on a daily basis. So I thought this was hilarious at first. I thought this was a fellow Gumi, and I like posting this as a joke. Almost died today. A robber came into my house with a loaded gun and aimed at me. Luckily, I was watching Face Connect. He saw it and immediately killed himself. Thank God. He means that it is truly a horseshoe between the Face anti and the Face Connect fans.
No, it's the Venn diagram that Pippa drew early on about phase antis and phase fans being basically a circle. It ages better and better every single year. It's so funny how accurate and on the money she was.
Actually, I beat everybody to the Lumi joke about this post. Actually, guys, I was the first one to do it. First one to make that connection. I said, what did I say? I said that a bit extreme, honestly, but as a fellow Lumi fan, I understand where the robber was coming from. But as you can see here, Gumbun is replying, I don't know what she means by the crying emojis. Again, this is why I'm kind of trying to find a little bit of hope in there that she was just saying
generally
that.
When you spam them in that way, it's something along the lines of "so true."
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I don't know the
generally
emotes.
That's generally how they're used, right?
Okay,
like, so true, but
right.
It's so true, but I wouldn't say this myself, right? It's sort of like a how could you say this type thing, right?
Okay, I'm not down with the emoji lingo, Armchair. I thought this kind of meant that I thought this was kind of like a I can't believe you said that kind of thing, right? Like, oh my god, you're being so mean.
No, yeah, it's I can't believe you said that affectionate. Not I can't believe you said
derogatory.
That derogatory.
Okay,
yeah.
I see. I got it. Okay. All right, but yeah, we see you got more tweets on the right here. Again, this person's replying, and then Gumbum's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry that people are being weird as fuck to you in there." And again, it's like, on the one hand, it's like, yeah, like come on, if you have a disagreement with someone, just I can see people immediately jumping to like slurs, the tango slur, the foxtrot slur, whatever, right? It's like, come on, challenge the ideas, don't go to ad hominems, but. Yeah, all this stuff here, I think, is unfortunately shown Gumbun's true colors, and I think that Phase Connect has made a huge mistake in not picking Crisis. And I think I don't want to sound like I'm calling for Gumbun to be like removed, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I don't think this person should be representing Phase Connect.
I think we're allowed to point out the obvious.
I don't know. I just don't want to be. I'm too much of a pussy to be at the head of a cancellation campaign, Armchair. But no, I will come out and say that I don't think that she should remain with Phase Connect at this rate.
I'm just going to point out that, to be honest, when you do something like this, frankly speaking, I don't trust you to become an ambassador of the company. Because yeah, sure, I can imagine you looking out for the talents that you like.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna actively, if you're gonna hop on a cancel campaign for another talent, it's like,
yeah,
come on.
Yeah,
like there's no attempt to actually understand what people are saying about them. Is it accurate? Is it not? Verifying or trying to reason stuff out. It's just, oh, people are saying this about this talent that I don't watch and or don't like. Well, guess it's true. If you want someone who isn't hateful, come round to my corner of the community. Like, everyone sees what you're doing.
Yeah, we know.
No, when we weren't born yesterday, right? Or it's always safe to assume your audience is ill-informed. It's never safe to assume your audience is retarded, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you're going to come up to me and say, "Oh, that's a completely innocent post," she just felt like affirming to her community in that moment that they always have a nice, safe space with her. Sorry, context matters. I don't believe that for a single fucking second. I don't believe that it was made independently of what was going on with Jelly for a single fucking second. Yeah. I wasn't born yesterday, and none of us were either.
No, I mean, it's easy. You can see straight through it. I mean, it's not being subtle about it whatsoever. It's just that I think personally for me, I'd like a bit more of a gotcha before I went as far as calls for Gumbun to step down from a position. But I don't know. That's just
the gotcha personally. For me. Well, okay, this I can dismiss as someone being a tourist.
Yeah.
But the thing that really soured me was seeing that on the same day as she was making those posts, basically subtweeting Jelly, she also put out an announcement that she was dropping her own Phase Connect quote-unquote cosplay merch.
There it is. Here it is, guys.
That was what really soured me.
This is fucking shameless. Oh, to be honest, this is really really fucking stupid. Like, Jesus Christ. Look at that. It's like, this is my Gumbun merch, and it's like, is it? That's Marianne. That's
like, okay, when you look at, okay, so she announced that she has collaborated with this artist, Freezer R18. I believe that artist collaborated with Zincro on one of the Phase mags in the past. So they've made Phase artwork before, right? But Gumbun she announces that she's doing a collab merch drop. You know, I've collabed with Freezer R18 to bring
shameless.
you guys prints, standees, and decals based on some of my favorite Phase Connect cosplays. Prints and magnetic standees will be available on his store, and stickers on my Ko-fi, opening 6th of February. And when you actually when you look at the
Look at
graphic
that. It's
for what these standees are, like, what the fuck
what the
about this
fuck?
is your
Yeah.
cosplay? Is it the glasses? Is it the fact that the ass is the salient point of the pose? Like, what did you contribute to this? Moral support? Like, what is going on here?
Fucking
That's just
shameless,
a
this is.
picture. That's just artwork of the talents, right? In an outfit or in their base model in the case of Amy on the right. Like, what's the is this like some sort of licensing deal with FaZe? Do they
Yeah.
get a cut? And by extension, do the talents get a cut?
It's
Because I would assume so if the artwork is this much basically one-to-one with fan art and or official art of, you know, the talents.
Uh-huh.
I'll be honest, I would have to squint real hard, even given my genetics, in order to make out what about this is supposed to be Gumbun coded.
Yeah, nothing else. Literally, she just did a pose, but then everything else is quite literally the talent.
Like, is that like I'm trying to figure out what exactly was her input in this project? Like, did she take photos of herself posing and send that to the artist for reference? And that's
probably
why
it.
it's Gumbun. Like, if that's the case, surely the decal. I would expect that with every decal sold, like $4.50 goes to the artist and 50 cents goes to her. If that was the scale of her contribution. Maybe a little bit more if we're counting the glasses as her input. But what is this, really?
Mhm.
Like, hello? I just don't get it.
Yeah, at first I thought this was official Phase Connect merch, where there's like a clip of like
Yeah,
showing how the
exactly.
magnets work, and I was like,
when
oh,
I
this is weird,
scrolled
Mari
past
Mari
this on my
merch.
timeline, I went, oh, okay, you know, FaZe is releasing, like, you know, Mari Race Queen merch, you know, Amy Bunny Suit merch, and just Amy merch in general. But then I looked and I was like, hold on, that's not the FaZe official account. Like, what the fuck
Oh.
is this?
Thank you. Dead Oshi Society says, for the record, Gumbun directly called out Jelly in a retweet, but later deleted it. See, if I saw that, yeah, I've heard about that, but I couldn't see anything that's like, for me, like a concrete gotcha, like Gumbun being, you know, I know we've got the one tweet about her taking advantage of the drama, but if I could have caught that tweet, and if I could have caught that message, then my attitude would be much different. But I haven't been able to find it anywhere. But if I could see that, then yeah, absolutely. Because the problem is
Again,
as well, is that when I'm
sorry.
so I was just going to say, because the problem is that in the past I've taken people's words for things that they've gone, oh, someone's done this really bad thing, and then I've run with it, and then I take a look at it, and I'm like, actually, you're being a bit dramatic there. It's actually not that bad. So I'm a bit suspicious to just jump at something because someone says it's bad. But
Again,
sorry.
I think we have enough that we don't need more per se. But yeah, no, just to reiterate, again, none of what we're saying is supposed to be representative of the talents themselves, right?
Yeah.
It's very, very possible that, you know, if Gumbun were to ask any of the talents involved in this, you know, namely Mari _EN and Amy, they'll be perfectly fine with this. What we are saying, though, is from the perspective of another fan of FaZe, this looks, well, taking into account when she posted this and what she was doing at the same time, it looks tone deaf. It looks, you know, ungrateful. It looks, you know, cynical, and frankly, it looks parasitic.
It does, yeah. It's fucking shameless. I don't know, I'm still not convinced it'll be enough to sell it, really, to but actually, you know what? Actually, I'm thinking about what you say about that, actually. Probably to Phase Connect, real Phase Connect fans, actually, it probably is enough. Actually, I just caught myself there thinking about what general audiences would think, but then hang on a minute, who gives a fuck what general audiences think? It's about what the actual, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I guess you've convinced me, Armchair, actually. You've changed my mind, you know. This is why I like having Armchair around, because he said he helps me focus on these pertinent topics rather than me getting carried away, worried too much about general opinions when it's like, well, their opinion doesn't matter really, does it? It's the community and talents that matter. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Purple Crystallion raises basically confirmed, like, yes, she poses in the cosplay and he draws her, so she does offer artists to pay for any kind of pic of her, even custom to use as a reference. Again, if that is the case, Sure, fine. I don't have any experience with cosplaying. Maybe that's standard fare when it comes to making quote-unquote cosplay merch that isn't just a photo of you posing. But when I look at this artwork, I don't see Gumbun.
No.
I see Mari underscore EN and Amy Isami.
Yeah.
Again, it all circles back to if you were going to if you're going to commission an artist to draw, like someone is getting scammed here, right? Like, I don't know if it's the person who was expecting to buy like Gumbun merch, or whether it's FaZe Connect, or whether it's Gumbun herself, or well, the only person who I guess is not being scammed is the artist. But like it's like, if you were going to commission an artist to make merch of you, a cosplayer, why the fuck would you make the art of the merch that you're selling look so indistinguishable from the talents themselves?
Yeah, you could do an easy litmus test for this, right? You literally take one of these standees, show it to a random FaZe fan, and go, "Hey, look at this," and they'll go, "What do you think they're going to say? Do you think they're going to say, 'Oh my god, look, that's Gumbun'?"
Yeah.
No, they're going to say, "No, it's Mari."
Is that Gumbun's likeness? No, it's not. I don't understand.
I can't.
To be completely like, this is the thing that made me go, okay, yeah, no, this is completely cynical. This is just parasitic.
Yeah, I can't imagine FaZe Connect doesn't know about this and isn't getting
well, yeah, I very much doubt that they don't. Yeah. But in that case, that's why I'm curious. What is the Is there a licensing deal? What is the licensing deal? Does any of this go towards the talents in question? Not because I think that they're going to be pressed for money or they need to take a cut, but just because out of principle, with how close the likeness is on this merch, I would expect that that's the case.
Mm-hmm. Well, guys, you know what the lesson here is? Never trust cosplayers. They'll ruin your life.
Not all cosplayers, right? Not all cosplayers.
No, Crisis is a good girl. Crisis is a good girl, and so is that Yuri cosplayer with a big tits, whose name I don't know.
I think it's a pretty easy litmus test. Like, when you see a cosplay on your timeline, and all the cosplayers I follow on Twitter are ones who actually try to get as close as possible to the aesthetic and just general vibe of the people that they are cosplaying, right? If you look at a cosplayer and you go, yes, that is exactly like, they are everything about the character, etc., etc. They gel well with the talent's own brand, not taking an opportunity to publicly shit on their friend and coworker in the company. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just occasionally you do get someone who is a very, very, very obvious, dare I say, tourist. And you can spot it from a mile away, to be completely honest.
You can, yeah. And I mean,
they glow in the dark.
The thing is that at the end of the day, everybody, technically starts off as a tourist, and it's fine if you take on a project and then you are a tourist. But then it's like, have the decency to get to know the fandom and to take it seriously and really get into it, right? And she could have done that at any point in the last year she's been part of the FaZe community, but she really hasn't appeared to have learned anything.
She cannot. The thing is, she cannot like Jelly. That's fine. She can also not like the Star Knights. That's also fine. She just needs to stay in her own lane. Like, that's the problem,
That's
right?
the problem, exactly. Yeah. So, Armchair, who is to blame for all this? The Filipino boy, of course. This is all Filian's fault. She's been missing for months now. And with no one to...
She can't draw aggro.
Filian is like the Lich King, right? As long as there is a Lich King, okay, that keeps the V-Tweeter Scourge from consuming the world. And we've lost our Lich King, all right? Without our tank, we've lost our main tank, okay? Now Ragnaros is going around on a killing spree and wiping the raids, all right? And we're on hardcore mode.
No, Ice, how could you do this to us? Why did Ice have to kill FaZe in February 2026?
All right, now look. See, this is my plan, Armchair. You see, the reason why I want to get to America is so I can work for Ice. You see, and I'm gonna have a word. I'm gonna have words with Commander Bavino, and I'm gonna ask him nicely to release the Filipino boy in my custody, and I'm gonna bring Filian back to the throne, the frozen throne. Okay.
It's going to be the most convoluted rescue mission in the history of VTubing.
Maulington's 9-year plan to release Filian from federal custody.
Man, how did we get to this point? Fuck's sake.
How did we get here? I'm really disappointed, Armchair. I expected better from
It's really
Face Connect.
disorienting to consider the last 24 hours just as a whole.
It's a shame. One thing I forgot to mention actually during the wait, actually, did I forget? I don't know. I'll just quickly go over it. But again, it's just disappointing to see that people's immediate reaction to the situation is to say burn it all down. And it's like, I get where you're coming from when you say burn it all down, but look, you have to remember this, guys. Okay, think about the impact. And again, it's okay to protest. It's okay to hit them in the wallet and signal and refuse to, continue supporting them if they're not gonna, give Jelly restitution and do right by Jelly and us. But at the end of the day, a great many of the Face Connect VTubers, I know in particular people like Lumi, Mayoshi, is a corporate VTuber for a reason. They do want to become stage performing singing idols, and the problem is that if Face Connect collapses, where the fuck are they going to go? Because they could go to Brave Group, but Brave Group ain't lasting another year. I'll tell you that.
Oh no!
Brave Group isn't fucking lasting one more year.
It's funny that you bring that up because when I was scrolling through Twitter yesterday, trying to gauge a few fan reactions, I saw who was it? I think it was Rare Secrets actually. Like, I'm oomphs with the guy. I'm mutuals with the guy. But when I saw this post, I was just like, bro, what are you smoking? He made some post about. It's funny because it's sort of like baked into the DNA of a Face fan that you can't just let corpos exist in isolation. Like, you must compare them. So like he made this
I'm guilty
post
of that as well. I'm guilty of that.
Me when the least problematic corpos I support are under Brave Group, and I'm just sitting there going like, brother, Face Connect is going through a controversy that stemmed from one talent tweeting about how they don't want protest DLC in Minecraft. Brave Group is a company that starts and buys other companies, smaller companies, purely for the sake of portfolio fodder. And when if those companies end up faltering behind profit-wise, either because they aren't given support or because they are interfered with by execs having a bit of a power trip from Japan, then they just shut them down. What I don't understand, one, that comparison, and two, what sort of metric or criteria you have to use in order to come to that conclusion.
They're the EA of VTuber Corporation, groups.
Like, I just don't understand. Like, one, why bring another company into this to engage in the same cock measuring, even if it is against FaZe's favor rather than in FaZe's favor? But two, come on. Like, what are your data points and what are your criteria in order to come to that conclusion?
No, quite.
Like, I just don't understand. Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's the internet. It's people. Sometimes people are going to say very silly things, right? It happens.
Yeah,
we all get a bit retarded sometimes, I suppose. But my point is, it's like
we all go full retard on occasion.
Never go full retard. What do you mean, you people? What do you mean, you people? But I was gonna say that I don't think Brave Group's gonna last another year. Honestly, they could go to somewhere like VLO or Aegis Link potentially. But then the thing is though, it's like, well, let's assume that they do. It'd probably take those corporations years to get to the point Face Connect is. So they've basically lost a bunch of years of hard work. Potentially, some of them might be able to go to HoloLive, but the problem with that again is that HoloLive, incredibly high standards. I don't know. I'm not an expert on the HoloLive, but it seems to me like you basically either need to be already like a massively talented person in the arts industries or as a content creator, or you need a vouch, or you need to be like a relative of an existing HoloLive talent to get in. So the chances of even a FaZe talent getting into HoloLive is really low. So that doesn't really leave them with any options for them to continue trying to achieve their dream. But other than that as well, but that's besides the point. Another point I want to make is that I don't want to see FaZe Connect collapse. I want to just see FaZe Connect get corrected. I just want to see FaZe Connect corrected and go back on the right path and just fix the problems. I think you're trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater here by immediately going, tear it all down, destroy it all, then FaZe Connect's over, we're all fucking... It's like, no. Come on, just fix things.
There's stuff that brought them up to this point that is not worth going, okay, I would be okay with getting rid of this too if you really do have an investment in the talents and their well-being. Like, FaZe Connect fucked up in terms of, if you consider the argument rationally, FaZe Connect fucked up and everyone got angry because they were perceived as failing to support one of their talents.
Mhm.
Surely then the solution would not be, okay, I hope the entire company burns to the ground, leaving all those talents without any support whatsoever. Like, let's be rational here. That does not make logical sense as a response. So people who are saying, FaZe is dead, I hope FaZe collapses, yada, yada, yada. Massive overreaction, at least in my opinion. And on top of that, there's a lot that FaZe has done to support the talents based off of their own testimony that I don't think has been completely it's not negated by recent events.
Yeah.
Yes, FaZe did seem to have gone full retard for a moment. And perhaps, it is a particular form of incompetence, or I'm trying to resist the urge to use that specific phrase, lapse in judgment, to describe what FaZe did. But it's a fuck up that points to maybe there being some sort of issue going on behind the scenes, at least in terms of inexperience or a third party twisting their arm or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think it negates what FaZe is capable of doing for the good of its talents. And again, I keep looping back to this point, but there is plenty to criticize already without then having to try and, fabricate more.
No, I think that's a very fair point. And Murray makes a good point here as well. Murray says that if you can't support FaZe, at least support the talents in FaZe. And I think it's a generally good point to make as well. So at the end of the day, we support the talent. Well, you should be supporting the talents, really, not the literal corporate entity.
I'm sure everyone has like a list of talents in their head where they go, okay, if all of these talents graduate, I'm out from FaZe as well, right? I'm assuming that that's the case for most people.
Certainly for me, yeah.
But yeah, exactly, same for me. But it's sort of it's like you said, right? Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like the aim of the outrage is so that they understand where they fucked up, and in the hopes that they take this as both incentive and indication of how to improve.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not I want everything to collapse overnight because fuck you, FaZe.
Exactly. You can't keep running away or destroying all your spaces as soon as they do stuff you don't like. If there is some kind of influence or something happening that you don't like, then you should stay and fight for it and try to make it, the way you like it, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I saw this coming up a little bit yesterday, but try not to forget what made you care in the first place. And then take a step back and reevaluate if that thing that made you care has actually been compromised, and if so, to what degree.
And
because,
sorry,
sorry.
I was just gonna say that it's what the thing is about VTuber corporations, and if you're someone who's fucking like autistically obsessed with fucking VTubers like I am, is it's not just about talents as well. Is I love the FaZe Connect community as well. I love you little weird degenerate gay bastards that you are.
FaZe is a bunch of larrikins for the most part. Like that's the dominant demographic.
And the problem is if FaZe Connect dies, sure, the talents might be fine. They might continue streaming. Some of them might not. They might decide that's it now. I don't want to continue VTubing anymore, which will be really sad. But it breaks up the community as well. And then all these lovely little people I've met over the years, my fellow FaZe bros, our lovely little community we've spent many years building up, that's all gone as well. Might not coming back. We might have like the individual communities remain, like a Pippa list is always going to be a Pippa list, but we're no longer going to see maybe the dynamic between a Pippa list, a Campai Nikki, a love bug, all being weird and gay with each other in the little community areas, right? That's all going to be gone.
It wouldn't be FaZe without a bit of gay.
It wouldn't be FaZe without a bit of gayness, exactly, yeah. I don't want to see all that disappear, just because FaZe Connect fucked up once.
Another reason why I really despise the trend of people who are like touting FaZe as like the supreme corpo while grave dancing on top of other collapsed ones. I hope that trend is dead now. Surely it is at this point. But come on.
Yeah.
This is exactly the reason why whenever a corpo goes down, by all means, point out how their management was, idiotic. But yeah. Actually, there was one other thing that I saw in chat. Ixius, I get what you're saying, But just in general, I don't like the idea of pinning the the perceived viability of an entire company on the shoulders of one person. I feel like that's way too much pressure to be putting on them. It's the same thing when I see HoloLive fans, or at least, especially Ian HoloLive fans going, oh, that one time when Fubuki said, so long as I stay with the company, that HoloLive can still be trusted. I feel like that's way too much pressure to put on one person. Because, people change, circumstances change. If they stay, it shouldn't be a unilateral indication that the company is nothing wrong with it. Just as if they leave, it shouldn't be taken as a sign that everything has gone to shit and something is irrevocably altered. So yeah, no, I know you know what I mean, but yeah, it's sort of, I don't like it when people put so much pressure on Pippa specifically to go like, oh, she is the talent in FaZe. Like, what she says defines FaZe's direction as a company. If she leaves, then FaZe must be dead and whatever. Because again, it's the same principle. Like, she is, one of FaZe's biggest talents. Yeah, she is a big reason why FaZe broke into its current stage of momentum.
Yep.
But it's it's too much pressure to put on one person. It's too much.
Yeah,
I don't think it's fair. Not to Pippa and not to the other
yeah.
talents at the company either. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not to derail and get into it too much, but it's the thing is with talent and VTubing and streaming in general is you take a look at Uruka, for example, right? Like, Uruka's massively exploded in the last year, and it's like, if you're going to be incredibly blunt and honest, like, sure, Uruka didn't have a gigantic impact in the earlier years of FaZe Connect, but that doesn't make Uruka's contribution or a community's contribution to FaZe Connect really any less important than the other talents. And it just goes to show sometimes as well, sometimes it just takes other people a little bit more time before they get the proper understanding and like love and care from the community, because there's a lot of talents out there who are incredibly underrated, and it's because they just haven't had the right push, or they haven't had like the right marketing or momentum to get them there. But it's like today we look at one day, this VTuber is bigger and more, is like the most important and the most significant. But then in a year's time, it could be someone completely different. You could look at someone like Rie, and Rie went from being one of the weakest talents. Now she's like a massive powerhouse in FaZe Connect and one of its most beloved and important members. So I mean, this stuff changes all the time as well. And because of that, I think FaZe has become more resilient in that. I'm not sure. It's like, maybe, I think at least Pippa leaving would be kind of like a wound that FaZe Connect might not be able to recover from.
Oh,
but
yeah.
to say that,
I mean, it's going to be a significant wound.
Isn't the end
it's
of
going
the
to
deal.
depend on context, right? Which I don't. It's why my knee-jerk response to that is, I don't know about that one. Now, Ixius, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, don't worry. We're not. Yeah, we know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
So you're not exactly wrong. But it's like,
It's just.
I think we all feel.
It brought up a point that I had swirling around in the back of my head already prior to today.
Yeah, it's just a point that we all I think need to just remind ourselves of sometimes, right? It's like, FaZe Connect isn't the Pipkin, Pippa, and Tenma Mamie show. It's like, I'm not saying that's what you're saying it is, but it's like, people are always talking about like Pippa and Tenma, maybe me more, whatever. But it's like, go on, these like Leah, Uruka, Erina, everybody's got their thing, right?
It's always it's funny. You can tell how much someone actually watches FaZe Connect and how recently they started watching FaZe Connect based off of how much of how much of the FaZe Connect roster in their heads consists of just like Pippa, Tenma, maybe like Sheena or something.
Lumi maybe as well, yeah.
Yeah, Lumi as well, yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna put myself on the spot here. Hang on to see if I can do it. I apologize for the detour. Okay, Pipkin Pippa, Tenma Mamie, Fujikura Uruka, Ashleigh Rinko, Shishri Mishru, Utitane Nasa, Hakushiku Yori, Kaneko Lumi, Amaris Yori, Komachi Panko, Shisaka Airi, Himeme Rie, Arina Makina, Ramelia Nephis, Amanagawa Shina. Fuck. I'll try to fucking remember Hina's name. Ikinari Hina, Amy Isami, Saya Soroxis, Rooney Ruse, Kokoro Memory, Grand Pico, Kaminari Clara, Kanagi Loki. Fuck, what's fucking username? ISAU. Murray _EN. Sleepy, EP Sleepy. Fucking. Oh shit. Cleo
Did you say her last name?
Cleo,
Okay.
Cleo Aite. BB Biscuit. Anya Nyabus. Malice Evermore. Nitya. Can't fucking remember Nitya's name, Armchair. Oh fuck! I missed Moo. How could I miss Moo? I knew I missed someone. I missed Moo. Almost.
You're going to be beaten to death by the Muji-sans after the stream.
Oh my god! I fucking I was watching Moo bully children.
I apologize.
On Roblox
I apologize for you. I will grieve your incoming gassing.
Thank you. I almost got there. I actually watched Moo the other day when she was. I watched her old stream where she was bullying kids on Roblox. It's so fucking funny. But anyway, let's get back on topic. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about Clara's. Fuck off. Oh yeah, come on. How many Face Connect talents can you guys name off the top of your head? Surname and first name. Come on.
No, surely everyone in chat will be able to name all of them at the drop of a hat. Surely. It's so like when you say it out loud, Face has like more than 30 talents now. It's so insane to think about.
Yeah, there's 35 now, I believe. 35, I think, when you take out the graduations.
Is it?
I think it's 35.
Yeah, isn't it?
Because I think with
holy fuck,
with memory it would have been 36, but now she's graduating. It's 34. Oh wait, no, it's 34 now because Clara's leaving. Actually, 34.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn, that's a big roster.
That's
like
fucking.
Like I know the Face has been around for like half a decade, but
I didn't fucking say Face. Wish did I? How could I forget fucking Ember Amane, Disney Dokuro, Hoshiumi, Jelly Hoshiumi. Shuck. Is it Hoshiumi Jelly or Jelly Hoshiumi? Jelly Hoshiumi is the order of it. Fuck. How can I forget my face? That's my favorite Face Connect generation as well, is Phase Wish. How did I forget them? What the fuck? That's a weird one.
Would Lumi take it as a compliment or an insult that you only remember to name her?
God, yeah. I mean, I've been watching Lumi since the early days of Cyberlife, so I mean, I've had her fucking voice permanently ingrained in my head for a long time.
Understand.
Can never forget that.
When you look at a picture of Lumi, I'm assuming that you can like hear her voice in your head at this point.
I do. Yeah, sometimes I wake up and I hear the cha cha. But anyway, so yeah, Clara's graduated. She is going to graduate on the 20th. Oh god, I fucking hate the American date system, Armchair. Do you have it in Australia or do you use the British version?
I use the British.
Okay.
Because it just makes more sense logically.
It just makes more sense, right? Yeah.
Well, actually, the thing that I realized is Americans write the way that they speak. Because, like, the way that you would usually say dates out loud is you start with a month. You say February 2nd, right?
Yeah.
That's quicker than saying the 2nd of February.
Yeah.
And the Americans write it out that way as well.
I had noticed that before. You're right. Huh. Today I learned something new. I skipped Maulington.
I don't know if that's actually the rationale. That's just a connection that I made in my head.
Yes, that's why we do it. Oh, okay. Looks like you're right, Armchair. Actually, that makes sense. I hadn't thought of that before.
You guys are a very verbal culture of people.
God, the Americans are certainly verbal, all right? I'll give them that. They fucking shut up, don't they? That says, it's, of course, this is coming from Lord Maulington, tangent extraordinaire. Yeah, so Clara's leaving on the 28th of February 2026, and she also made a comment to say that I just want to state that this is a decision I made mid-November, and I'd been contemplating for a while before then. I didn't want to draw attention away from my Gem Memories graduation last month, and we finalised the date earlier this week. Thank you. Now, I know a lot of people, due to the timing, are suspecting that this is like a kind of like damage control
like
move,
an appeasement move,
an appeasement, like
yeah.
feeding her to the dogs. I don't think so. I think it's genuine because she has been streaming extremely irregularly since her return, quote unquote. She hasn't streamed in the last month.
Yeah,
it's been sparse between that. I would guess though that they have maybe brought it forward to try and maybe lighten the damage of the jelly fig. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think it lightens the damage at all.
In an attempt to lighten
I think that
the
she
damage.
just. I think. Well, maybe. I don't know. I feel like maybe they just wanted to get it out of the way because regardless of what, the timing on this, the luck that FaZe has had has been absolutely abysmal. Because announcing this after the whole Asmongold thing, like, there is no way in hell people are going to look at the Asmongold reaction, look at the announcement, and conclude that the two are not related in any way. Even if that's not the case, people are going to assume that it is, purely because of the proximity.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And they announced this within like half a day or something, like less than a day between when they posted the statement about Jelly, which means that, again, due to proximity alone, people are going to be drawing connections between this statement and that one. I don't know how much of that is intentional by FaZe, or not in the sense that FaZe wants the audience to connect the two, but rather FaZe wanted Claraara's announcement to be done this point in the month. But, well, I mean, we have had other instances of companies delaying graduation notifications on purpose for PR reasons. VNU comes to mind. And in those instances, it's usually not a good thing. So I don't think it's a good thing to delay this either. I just think that the timing is extremely unfortunate for FaZe.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough. I would say, before we get into this, I would just say, guys, as well, you know, that I know that a lot of you fucking hate Claraara, and also I am very much part of the camp of good riddance as well. However, there are some caveats to that good riddance. But you know, be nice to the Omis. I know that you fucking hate Claraara, but you know, think about what they're going through. Think about what would happen if your Oshi, your favorite VTuber or whatever, was graduating. You know, just show some compassion and empathy for their situation, even though you fucking hate the talent responsible. And I think what's interesting about this graduation notice is that her content's being deleted, which isn't normally practice when you're leaving on good terms. And she doesn't have the option of being a FaZe citizen. FaZe Connect is deporting Claraara. They are removing her citizenship of FaZe World. So is this a secret termination? I don't know.
I don't buy that rat, to be honest, because if it was a termination, it probably would have been done sooner.
I think this is probably like the best move, and it's best for both FaZe and Claraara. I think it's best for the both of them, because for FaZe Connect, they're losing someone who has proven themselves to be a huge liability, who can't behave and keep her mouth shut, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And then it's best for Claraara as well, because she has unfortunately attracted an awful lot of stalkers who absolutely fucking hate her guts and have made it their mission to ruin her life. So at this point, if she wants to have a clean break, try to salvage any form of a career, or just lay low and not receive harassment anymore, then the best thing for her to do is to either get off the internet and not VTube anymore, or somehow manage to just stay low and not get picked up again.
Just rebrand, something like that. Yeah. But so, it's Claraara has always been a bit of a loaded gun since last September, around that point. Because every time culture war stuff is going to be brought up around FaZe, it was inevitable that Claraara was going to be brought up as well.
Yeah.
And that was not something that they were going to be able to completely shake. They were only it's just like, it's like bushfires in Australia. You just got to resign yourself to the fact that it's going to flare up every now and then, maybe take some preventive measures and deal with it when it happens, but it's not going to go away completely.
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say,
that's sort of the bed that they made themselves, I suppose.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And I think it's a damn fine waste of talent, to be honest. As I said before, I think what happened to her is going too far. I guess I'll say, to begin with, I think that what Claraara said goes beyond politics and cultural war bullshit. What Claraara said is absolutely unacceptable in any polite society. It's not a political statement. It's fucking
a civics thing, not a politics or a partisanship thing.
Yeah, it's absolutely unacceptable, the comments that she's made, even though they were made on private accounts. And the thing is that even though they were made on private accounts, if my place of work,
people are not stupid, and whether they are going to be willing to humor the whole, whether they're going to be willing to humor the barrier that exists between who you are traceably on your PL versus
that's fair enough, Murray. That's fair enough. Yeah,
that's purely up to individual. That's purely up to individual whims. Like there's basically no way of compelling that which is why it is a liability when you say something on an account that can be connected to your corporate identity,
Hmm.
and you link the two together, which is, well, I mean, one of the reasons why people initially started taking notice was because they saw other posts on that account that was linked to Claraara that could have very much been interpreted as, sort of vague posting about or subtweeting about some of her co-workers, or some of the things that her co-workers had said around the same time that those posts were made. Which is why, you have that awkward kind of, is she alluding to her corporate identity or her co-workers under her corporate identity, or what's going on there?
No, quite. And it's like the thing is, at the end of the day, in the, let's call it, in the real world, even though, let's say, if my place of work found out the kind of language I used and the shit I got up to with my, quote unquote private VTuber account, there would be a fault, even though I'm not publicly, representing the company at that point. I'm on my time. Some of the stuff I say and some of my behaviors might not be within the values and expectations of someone within that company. And they definitely would do a formal investigation. And if found guilty, I would be fired from my job, even though I'm doing it on my own time, in my own personal time. If someone raised a stink about it and someone called for my cancellation. But on the subject of Claraara,
the liability is if it can be connected to you is the thing.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, that's the thing. She just wasn't careful. She should have been more careful. Well, she shouldn't have made those comments in the first place, really. I hope that this breakaway from Phase Connect is that she realizes why her comments are unacceptable. It's cliche to say, right? But I hope she just changes and gets that that hate, that toxicity, that unreasonableness out of her system, and just cools it down a little bit and becomes a bit more normal and reasonable, is what I hope for her. But one thing I said about Claraara a couple months after she debuted is it's a damn shame, because I was like, Claraara was almost like, she's like the kind of person who it seems like she was grown in a test tube to be the perfect Phase Connect VTuber, because she had everything going for her. She was a magnificent singer. I mean, she's got an absolutely angelic voice, and she's got a great vocal range, breath control. Phenomenal singer. She's extremely weird and autistic and all that shit that the Phase Connect fans like. And back in the early days, she was you'd see her fucking everywhere. She'd respond to Discord messages, she'd respond to tweets, and you'd see her on every single fucking YouTube video relating to Phase Connect. So she had the work ethic, she had the dedication to her job, she had the skills.
She's also a good rigger.
She's a good, I forgot about that. Yeah, she's a great rigger. It's just such a damn waste of talent, honestly. It's just poisoned by this brain. Her brain has just let her down, unfortunately.
Yeah, the stigma that surrounded Claraara, that was, how do I put this? Like a burr on a bush, it was always going to end up rubbing off on you when you walked past. If anything even remotely stank of something resembling culture war or politics or even basic disagreements over civic values, that every time any of those things came up, this was always going to be something that people would bring up in connection, unfortunately. Actually, I saw Ran Consac saying in chat that, the rumors about her possibly subtweeting about other talents, that's way more upsetting. I agree as well. That's the whole reason why I viewed it as so immensely stupid. If you're going to do something that can be easily construed as you griping about your actual co-workers, don't then use that same account that's been connected to you because of that.
Fucking stupid. What is she thinking?
Then essentially engage in Fed posting times 10, right? That's essentially what it was. And similarly, I don't like the fine to dox if it's someone I don't like attitude that some people are bringing to this. Absolutely agreed, right? Again, there is a line between pointing at something and going, that is unprofessional, that erodes civic conduct, etc., and going, fuck it, whatever happens to them, I'm perfectly okay with that. What happened with Asmongold, I don't think it should have happened.
No,
right?
I agree. Yeah.
But again, it was an inevitability almost that when you have someone who is, let's not sugarcoat it. Asmongold's content is like culture war stuff.
Yeah.
Right? He's a reactor. He does not vet the stuff that his chat just feeds him when he's going off the cuff on stream. So when you put that in conjunction with a VTuber that has, tacitly or not, connected their, prior public identity, because I think that is also important to understand. Like, know, the previous account that Claraara was using to say those things was a public one. Like, it's connected with an identity that has an entire wiki page dedicated to it.
Yeah.
So it's, you have that mix of being a public prior figure and you don't want people to link it to your VTuber identity. That's fine here. In this industry, because of our unique subculture, we get that. But if you get someone like Asmongold in here, they're not going to give a toss, and they're just going to connect the two regardless without second thought.
Yeah.
Like, they were always going to blunder in like a bull in a china shop. There's nothing you could have done about it once it got to that point. For that reason, again, it all circles back to, it was better to just let it blow over with minimal attempt at drawing attention to what the initial outcry was.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Several reasons. This being but one of them.
Is it an example of this Streisand effect? Kind of, maybe.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Because again, they could have just gotten away with just deleting the tweets and then not saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
It was, in fact, a strategy that FaZe had tried and succeeded with multiple times in the past. Other companies have also succeeded with it multiple times in the past. But then they decided to make a statement, and from there, everything went downhill. There was no way that could be ignored after they made a statement, like, realistically speaking.
Yeah, I know it's like Asmongold found it on one Google search, but then it's like, the thing is, how did he know how to Google search that and got that? Like, what put the?
Yeah, he probably got that from his chat. Right?
Yeah, exactly right. It's like
yeah.
If it hadn't have been dug up in the first place, then it wouldn't be like findable in one easy Google.
Yeah, it's sort of like when you, how do I say this? When you quote unquote deal with a controversy, there needs to be an understanding, at least implicitly on the inside, internally, as to whether you've actually quote unquote solved it, in the sense that you have eliminated most, if not all, possibility of it coming up again, or if you've merely delayed it. The way that FaZe Connect dealt with the Claraara thing was, in essence, delaying it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because they chose to say nothing, do nothing. And so long as they continue to say nothing, do nothing for future instances that touch on similar pain points, then that would have probably been fine. The problem is they broke that trend, and then this reared its head up again and, bit them in the ass.
Yeah, no, quite.
Do you think that there is any world in which FaZe makes an official company statement, but either because it's worded differently or something else, it isn't received as poorly as it was there, and it doesn't Streisand the entire thing?
What is in like the Jelly situation or Clara's graduation? Sorry, what?
Yeah, the Jelly Minecraft thing.
Do
you think that if they worded that statement differently, maybe they could get away with making a company statement, but I wind up here?
The answer to that question is typically yes. I think just not saying anything is the best option. It's just something that you pick up from being on the internet a long time and watching creators like rise and fall through controversies. There's two things I've learned from watching the rise and falls of creators. What I've learned is that it doesn't apply one-to-one to corporations either, but talent, like creators who tend to just shut up, not say anything, and just keep on trucking, tend to have far better outcomes than those who try to defend themselves or just stop. And the other thing as well, which FaZe Connect can't do, is particularly looking at how Grandthumb dealt with his controversy, is that if you just roll with the punches and laugh along with it, that's another way as well that you can just continue operating, even though you've really fucked up and alienated your fan base. But obviously FaZe Connect can't laugh and joke about this situation. It's completely different thing. I think
they could have, to be honest.
Oh really? Okay. In what way? Like how?
I don't know if this
is.
how do I say? FaZe has established a precedent that they are okay with race-based jokes. Let's not sugarcoat it, right?
Yeah.
Jelly. There are multiple instances where Sakuna has just called Jelly a sea monkey, right? Like,
yeah.
Like let's not pretend that didn't happen, okay? It was funny then, and it still is funny now because everyone involved, including the viewers, are in on the joke, right? They're both Chinese. They both get along with one another, and they are both fine with that kind of humor. Sheena very regularly makes jokes about the fact that she is also in a very, to quote her, Chinese stage of her life, right? Like everyone's very comfortable making jokes about culture and race over here, right? And what they could have done, I assume, is the moment it became obvious that the people who were getting on Jelly's ass are, even though they won't admit it themselves, incredibly racist.
Yeah.
I think it would have been possible to do a, hey, that's my monkey, you don't get to make fun of her, only I do type thing.
Oh, that's
right?
Armchair. That's fucking genius.
Because it hits on the same pain point of, do you defend your talent? Do you stand by your talent? And if they say that, well, it's pretty obvious, they stand by their talent. That's why people felt so betrayed by the notice they did end up putting out, right? And that would have solidified that, it wouldn't have looked like they were trying to ignore things that they have done in the past and try to, pretend that Sakuna didn't call Jelly a monkey on Twitter more than a few times. Like, it looks silly in retrospect because of the statement they put out now. But if they had simply pivoted to understanding how that sets a precedent for them to actually come out and acknowledge, this is why even though I can see the rationality of assuming that maybe there was an important party behind the scenes, pulling at FaZe's, bending FaZe's arm, right? Yeah. I can understand why that was not an option. I just don't agree that was not the best, that wouldn't have been the best option if they were to have taken it, right?
Yeah.
Because saying, she's ours, only we get to make fun of her, I think that would have simultaneously BTFO'd all of the tourists that were trying to get up in arms, while also affirming to all of the fans that, our jokes are for us only. Right?
That's good.
You
That's really
are
good.
our target audience, and we know that. So,
No, that's really good.
Maybe if FaZe was smaller, they probably could have pulled it off a bit better. I understand it's a little awkward for a company of FaZe's current size to do something similar. But again, I can't help but think that something along those lines would have been vastly superior to this self-flagellating nonsense that they posted. Yeah, that's our word.
That's our word,
right?
What do you mean, you people?
Exactly.
But I guess to answer that question, right? Like, could FaZe have made an official statement that isn't tongue-in-cheek like that? But let's think of it in terms of this way, because like I said, I'm convinced that some kind of outside pressure, which is so significant, it made them feel like they had to post this.
This is like the most charitable you could possibly be to FaZe. Like, this is going off zero substantiated evidence. This is pure, this is schizophrenia, positive, affectionate, supportive, whatever.
Okay, guys, this is a scenario. Okay, Donald Trump calls up Sakana. I wouldn't be Trump, right? But Donald Trump calls up Sakana, and he's like, Sakana, the great, big, beautiful Sakana. Oh my goodness, this guy's a fucking idiot. You need to apologize for offending Microsoft, alright? Otherwise, we're gonna deport you all to Alligator Alcatraz. I don't know, right? Let's say he gets a call like that. I don't know.
You want that FaZe Connect venue? It's gonna be huge. We know you want it. You know you want it.
It's pretty good. Some say the hugest convention ever. We're gonna have all the best VTubers there. Pipkin Pippa. I love this woman. She's a genius. Some might say the smartest VTuber in the world. Alright, it's okay. Calico Lumi, the most beautiful woman in VTuber. Okay. Well, okay, how would I reword this? I would and like keep this hidden, this fear, keep Nega Trump happy.
Don't give any. So I'm assuming that the boundaries are there is an invisible party that is that is forcing you to do this, but you cannot give any outward sign to the public that they exist. Like that. I'm assuming those are the constraints.
I kind of like the first two sentences. So like recent comments made on Twitter by one of our talents included discussions on sensitive issues, but rather than say something like following an internal review, we followed an internal review. We've taken these comments down, but instead of apologizing to imply we've done any wrongdoing, you kind of need to make like a vague reference that what happened isn't like in line with company values. And I'm kind of hoping the message across there is you're not saying that. You're not implying that that Jelly was being like a racist or that she did anything wrong. I'm trying to frame it in the words of we don't want our talents to be talking about politics, particularly sensitive politics, is what I'm trying to get at. So I'm just trying to think about the wording to make that the point rather than our talent is a big nasty racist.
I think actually this may be overly idealistic on my part, but I do wish that more companies and more people would start making that linguistic distinction between partisanship and politics. Because you'll have a tough time arguing, arguing partisanship never goes anywhere, but you would have a very tough time trying to argue against the fact that what Jelly was protesting was indeed political.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So if they said something like, it is not FaZe's position as a company to take a partisan stance in anything, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, on the spot, I probably couldn't come up. I think even given enough time, I probably wouldn't be able to come up with a very good answer. This isn't my.
I think making this this notice would probably be made significantly better by just removing the "we do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our community."
That would be a huge improvement. Yeah.
Or if you must include it, because I can understand maybe you want to reaffirm corporate values or whatever. If you must include that, add an addendum. HoloLive-esque addendum where you say something along the lines of, we are aware that our talent has been treated in a manner that that has been unfairly targeted or mistreated in a manner aligning with these things, and we will be taking action, or we do not tolerate any any attempts at harming our talent or impugning our talent or whatever on top of that. Because the main thing this statement was missing that made it look like a condemnation of Jelly and throwing her under the bus was the fact that they didn't take that concrete stance of, no, do not fuck with our talent. We will concede this point, but do not fuck with our talent.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we said, it's a very just weak response, and it's put blood in the water, and it's led to like massive consequences that could have been perfectly avoided if they hadn't been so weak, or if they didn't say it in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Like if I would assume that was the thing that got most fans angry, was the complete absence of acknowledgement that one of the talents had been brigaded.
Yeah, it's something I don't see companies do a lot, actually, is push back, bite back, and say, like you, the random people on the internet are being absolutely disgusting, reprehensible, and unacceptable. And you could even put in references to it directly, take screenshots of it and then show the people who see the comment and go, look, exactly the shit that our talent's getting. Our cute little brown jonky is getting death threats and all this racism. These are the people who are coming after us. Don't you look stupid? You should feel ashamed of yourself for saying this dumb shit in the first place.
Yeah, it's sort of. I feel like it wouldn't have gone over good. Just to be very clear on that point, there is no world in which after deleting those tweets and choosing to make a company statement to begin with, there was no way that was going to be received well. But it would have been received better if they had taken a clear stance in defense of Jelly, rather than just saying, sorry, we did an oopsie, our talent did an oopsie, and maybe imply that the oopsie was something to do with spreading racism, hatred, or bigotry.
Yeah.
They just needed to acknowledge that Jelly was getting, that she was getting dogpiled on by people who were very, very transparently malicious. They didn't give a shit about her. They didn't give a shit about what she was saying. They took every opportunity to try and misrepresent and put words in her mouth. And I don't think that ignoring that fact did FaZe any favors when it came to how this was received.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. No, it's why I this is why I asked you to kind of join me in the first place, because my own professional background is that I work on the operational and business management side of working for companies, and from an engineering perspective, and I've never had to deal with, or I have no education either in dealing, I guess, with this PR kind of stuff. Kind of like when I deal with stakeholders and I deal with customers, it's normally in the vein of it's normally done in the vein of, well, here's the scope, here's the scope of what we set out to achieve, and then I kind of stand my ground and explain my point of view and try to basically push what I want and what I think is going to happen. And I think, working that way, if I were like the CEO of Vtuber Corporation, I would probably come across as like a sledgehammer. Probably it might work for a while, but I would probably like not win myself any friends or allies, and make the
Fair
company
enough.
look bad. So I guess having that fine scalpel of your PR experience helps. I found today very
To be
educational
fair,
myself, honestly.
my content, so I want to clarify for anyone who's not familiar with my content and hasn't watched my streams before, who's watching this stream, I make it very clear I am not formally qualified to act as any sort of PR consultant or whatever.
Mhm.
The point of my content and what I've been doing for the years that I've been making content and talking about VTuber PR and stuff is taking the same basic principles that you get over the course of your degree, and with like just a few jobs here and there working with different different media agencies or whatever, and just applying basic concepts like understanding that different groups of people see things differently, knowing how to distinguish between an audience and a community, how one wants to speak at you and the other wants to speak with you, that kind of stuff, and how much of a difference that baseline of knowledge can make when it comes to, one, understanding how these fuck-ups occur, and two, how you could possibly prevent them from happening.
Yeah.
When it comes to something like identifying, okay, why was FaZe Connect's notice received so poorly? The most basic thing ideally this would have been done before it was posted, but we can still do this retrospectively for the sake of, going forward, is understanding that while it did address the concerns of being charitable, the imaginary stakeholders that were twisting their arm, it did not address the concerns of the fans, which is why this was lampooned and received so poorly. Fans do not give a shit about your company's morals. Fans give a shit about how their talent is being treated. That's it. And this statement didn't have anything about that in there, which is why it landed about as well as garbage truck off of a sheer cliff, right?
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't take being a genius to do this, and it doesn't take being a high class consultant either.
It doesn't take being a genius, but it is
baseline
hard.
of knowledge.
Yeah, but it does like when you come to it though, it is more. I think it's more difficult and complex though than it first appears.
How do I say this? Part of being able to get jobs as a consultant is being able to be a bit of a showman about your own abilities.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas in reality, a lot of your competence and utility lies in simply the ability to discern, the ability to find, absorb information, and prep time.
Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty much it. And so when it comes to one of the things that I find very aggravating about this industry in general is you have an abundance of information. You have an abundance of precedents, basically lessons waiting to be made and learned throughout the history of different corpos as they have existed in this space. But nobody views them as that. At most, they are usually just used as recyclable drama that you could tune into for like a few hours or a few days or a few weeks at most, and then they're discarded when they lack entertainment value. They are not viewed as a set of precedents that might help to inform and or shape corporate policy or communication strategy, which is what I find to be incredibly annoying when you consider the sheer size of the VTuber corpo cemetery that exists on this side of the industry. You have so many examples of companies making the exact same mistake that FaZe made yesterday.
Yeah.
And yet somehow it was not like
that
was not taken
like,
as
fuck? Yeah.
Yeah. Like again, you do nothing only works as a meme the best PR is proactive, not reactive, right? The best PR strategies are proactive, not reactive. Actually, this ties into something else that, something that may come off as or maybe it would have come off as a bit of a hot take if people hadn't heard my earlier separation of partisan versus political. I think that most VTuber fans are actually okay with their companies being political, but they're not okay with companies being partisan. What I mean by that is,
true. I think that's true.
VTuber fans really, when you really look at precedent, in general, VTuber fans don't really give too much of a shit about morals, values, or ethics of whatever their company's doing, so long as the talent is happy, healthy, and making content. Right? As long as those three boxes are ticked, most VTuber fans can't give less of a shit about what the company is actually doing to make sure that stays the case.
I think that's true.
Sure, if something happens, they want companies to essentially exercise whatever mechanisms of power are available to them in order to keep the talent in that state of being happy and productive. And the thing is, it's sort of like a see no evil, hear no evil, whatever, right? And let's take a practice like, I don't know, something that's not evil but not ethical either. Like, let's say, hypothetically, let's say a company decides to pay commentators not to talk about their yabs or whatever, right?
Yeah. Oh my god.
I think that, like, again, it's not evil, right? If that does happen, it's on the commentator for being liable to be bought, in my opinion, at least. But, in that scenario, I don't think fans would be, so long as they don't find out about it, I don't think, or even so long as they find about it only after the fact or when the company's still doing fine or whatever, I don't think fans would really care about that too much on a moral ground. Like, sure, they would be miffed to find out, but I don't think that would be a deal breaker for most fans. Because at the end of the day, look, you're a company with money, with connections. If you use all of the above in order to make my Oshi happy, whatever, go wild, do what you do, I don't really give too much of a shit. I think that most VTuber fans would fall into that, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I hadn't thought of it that way before.
I feel like there would definitely be a minority that would splinter off purely out of principle. But I think that so long as the result is that their Oshi is happy and continuing to make content, like even after a controversy that may reveal that or whatever, so long as their Oshi is continuing to make content and they seem happy thereafter as well, I think the majority of fans are not going to give too much of a shit about it.
Yeah, it's interesting because that whole politics partisanism in VTubing, I guess, discussion is something I find very interesting. Like, I can't remember her name, but there's a youth follower as well. There's a lady, I think she's Japanese. She talks about like idol culture in particular a lot. She talks about her brother.
Oh, is this Kiyomu?
Kiyomu, that's it. Yeah. So I've kind of come into VTubing from initially from the more touristy perspective of I just want like VTubers who are like streamers and just entertaining, and I've kind of over the years started gravitating towards idol culture myself. And I don't agree with everything that Kiyomu says, but I don't know, I find her discourse on like idol culture, keeping politics and partisanism out of VTubing very interesting. I find it an interesting thought experiment.
I think that with Kiyomu's points, I don't think when I read through what some of the things that Kiyomu says about partisanship and politics, I don't think they actually make a distinction between the two. Like when they talk about one, it sounds like they're talking about both.
Yeah, I think she does. I
don't think she's even used the word partisanship at all.
No.
Or even made a distinction between that and exercising and or concealing mechanisms of power.
No, she just say politics, to be fair. It's a literal language,
Yeah.
But I don't know, I guess that's the thing. I guess because she's not separating it, it becomes difficult maybe to completely understand what she's referring to.
Because I think the distinction is a valid one to make, precisely because, as I explained earlier, I doubt most VTuber fans would have a problem with a company doing everything in their power, ethics, values, morals be damned, to keep their talents happy. Because at that, regardless, the baseline contract between viewer, talent, and company is still being fulfilled there. The company is making sure the viewers have content. They're making sure the talents are happy. Talents are making sure that they fulfill their contracts. They hold up their end of the bargain. They continue to make content, and viewers continue to get the content that they like to watch or whatever. So, outside of that, I fail to see what other things they would. I fail to see what other things most VTuber fans would take issue with. So, but when it comes to being partisan, that's where most VTuber fans get uncomfortable, because automatically drags you into that sort of that sort of dichotomous shit flinging that especially American partisanship is known for.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know. I don't just instinctively. I don't feel 100% convinced. I just get the instinctual impression that as long as the general community at large agrees with the politics and all partisanism, then they wouldn't mind. Well, again, I'm conflating the two words, but I don't know. I can't. It's fucking 1:30 in the morning now, so I'm struggling to think.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I don't have anything. I can articulate why I'm not immediately 100% convinced, but I'll see if I can articulate that later, and maybe I'll hit you up in the DMs later and get your thoughts on that, because I'm interested, I guess, in exploring that concept more.
Yeah. I like being able to think about things purely in terms of utility and power, because that removes a whole lot of the noise that is usually funnily enough, a lot of the noise that's usually lumped in with those things in order to obscure them from view. So it sounds reptilian, but when you take the whole discussion of ethics, morality, and values, especially when you're discussing how corporations make decisions, right? Because they can say that they make decisions because of values and beliefs and commitments to morality. But in reality, corporations don't work off of that. They work off of what makes money, what gets results, what results in power and influence over both the market and their consumers. So I think when you are able to make that distinction and you're able to actually, evaluate things accordingly, it's a lot easier to not get caught up in the weeds of culture war bullshit and just zero in on what exactly is going on in terms of messaging, or in terms of attempts at controlling a space or a discussion or whatever. That's why I'm very adamant about don't let people revise what Jelly originally said in her opening tweet, because a lot of people have been and probably will continue to try to do that. Right? They're going to try to say that she made it about race, or about the American civil rights movement or whatever, when in reality all she was talking about was politics in Minecraft.
Just let me grill in peace.
Objective, exactly, and that is objectively correct, because it's a DLC about protesting, and no one who isn't retarded or lying to you is going to try to say that protesting isn't political.
And they'll tell you that the civil rights movement is just history, and history is not politics.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say something as well, by the way, because EB's in the chat. Guys, did you know that there are five letters in the word Philium? So the fifth letter in the alphabet is E, and then there are two I's in Philium. The second letter in the alphabet is B. So if you take Philium, you get EB. Therefore, Philium
that's crazy.
is EB.
Holy
I
shit.
figured it out. Have you seen Philium and EB in the same room together? I don't think we have we?
Damn.
I've got him. I fucking Detective Constable Maulington on the job here.
I'm sorry for your loss, EB. I didn't know you were Filipino until today.
So, I think that's a good place to wrap up today's stream, guys. So, before we end the stream, I'll read the donations that you guys have generously sent, and I guess let's have some key points as well to take away from today's stream. So, one of the first key points is I think we agree that FaZe Connect has done Jelly dirty there. That apology they made should never have been made in the first place.
I could maybe, if I'm being really charitable and half blind, come to the conclusion that it wasn't designed to even implicate Jelly at all. But let's be honest, Most people read it that way. And at that point, if that many people read it the same way, I don't think it's worth extending the charity to try and try to, essentially smooth your own brain to try and read it a different way.
Yeah, I hope Jelly's okay as well. Like, I can imagine what these lovely VTuber women with the brainworms face. I hope she feels like she isn't responsible for like all this shit that's coming to FaZe Connect and the talents, because she hasn't done anything wrong really. And I hope she doesn't feel too bad.
The most that she did wrong was underestimate just how much Twitter can enable rage bait to reach a bigger audience.
And the thing is,
and again, that I do think that it is worth being able to say that that was probably an ill-advised decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
And probably an initial gamble that I wouldn't recommend making. But look, your job is social media. You're gonna want engagement.
Yeah.
You roll the die, and at some point you get a number you didn't want to roll.
She got the snake eyes, yeah.
Yeah, she got the snake eyes, exactly. She got the snake eyes. Now, this is 100% me being more biased, right? Because I like Jelly.
Yeah.
But realistically speaking, for a corporate VTuber to be, playing that game, risks are a lot higher and rewards are a lot slimmer. So probably wouldn't have advised that.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
That's not the reason it got blown out of proportion. The reason it got blown out of proportion was because of the company statement. Mm-hmm. And that is something that I think is fairly unambiguous.
Yeah, it rapidly escalated the situation into something it shouldn't have been in the first place, honestly. If they just quietly took it down. And again, like in the interest of fairness, like Jelly should have just said it on stream and then there would have been no problem at all in the first place, honestly. But, whatever. I mean, it's not like what she said was that bad or divisive in the first place. It didn't warrant.
I don't think it was bad at all. It just required actual critical thought to be able to articulate why it wasn't bad, and a spine to articulate it to the shrieking, gibbering, drooling masses that insisted on swarming her.
Yeah, it was.
That's why I was so disappointed and annoyed at the individual orbiters who either folded immediately or decided to hop on the bandwagon of people swarming Jelly. Because those individuals could have made a difference, but they didn't. So, well, fuck. Like, what use is that? Like, if you're going to be if you're going to be a liability to the point where you will jump on a talent's ass when they are being brigaded over sheer nonsense that requires 10 minutes of critical thought in order to unravel, what really is the point of keeping you around beyond just a mere cynical convenience or a pretty face at most? Like, I guess I get that can sound crass, but really, I'm at the point where after seeing everything go down over the past few days, I'm at the point where I'm not really inclined to mince my words that much.
No, I mean, that's all right. One second, I'm just getting Jelly's. I'm getting Moon Jelly's account up. No, I think that's perfectly fair enough. Armchair. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So from that, we'll take away. Well, I don't think they were trying to do it, but unfortunately they did, and that's what matters. But point number one. FaZe Connect unfortunately did do dirty Jelly and inadvertently kind of did Claraara a little bit dirty as well, but then we're getting into she shouldn't have fucking said what she said in the first place, but whatever. I think the second point to make is that this is pretty bad, and I do think we deserve a proper explanation for this, but it's not the end of FaZe Connect. It's bad, but it's not the end.
FaZe is not dead. It's not going to die just because of this.
Yeah. So FaZe will hopefully be fine as long as they have a proper, I guess, apology. Well, they don't have to. What do you think? I don't think they need to make a public apology to the community. I think if they...
That's definitely what people want, but the problem is it doesn't get at the fundamental problem, which is them looking like they're flip-flopping. One more flop does not change the flip-flop, right? So how do I put this? FaZe cannot do something public, unambiguous, and essentially they cannot be seen to repent publicly and unambiguously for what they said in their initial corporate statement, unless they are willing to burn bridges with at least one of the parties involved between the fan base that got mad at them because of the way that Jelly was being treated, or whatever parties the initial corporate apology was written for in the first place. One of those two is going to have to be sacked if FaZe wants to come out and say something publicly and unambiguously. And that's the issue, which I don't think. Pragmatically, putting aside all thoughts of, being a fan or what I wish would happen or whatever, on one hand, you have a fan base where you're not so clear as of right now how much of a financial penalty they are going to be willing to inflict on you. On the other hand, you have a bunch of people who you've been actively trying to appease, that you are probably in very deep with already, and who will almost certainly, definitely cut ties with you if you were to go back on your previous humiliation ritual. Again, this is us essentially writing charitable fan fiction in our heads to justify the utter idiocy that we saw yesterday, right? Like, when you're looking at it, when you're weighing up your options that way, you're probably going to choose to continue whatever sunk cost fallacy is tying you together with the private parties in question, and you're going to cross your fingers and hope that your fan base is in a merciful mood, or that they forget about things quickly, right?
Yeah.
I don't see them coming out and making a public apology or a retraction or anything like that, to be completely honest. Like, I like FaZe. I like the people in FaZe, and there have been enough testimonies from talents for me to be willing to believe that most of management is good people. But
yeah, I agree with that sentiment, yeah.
I'm not going to delude myself into thinking that a corporation is going to stop acting like a corporation just because I like the people who work under it.
Yeah, quite. I mean, that's part of the reason why people kind of have a sordid respect for Sakana, is because he has put his foot down in the past over Camelot and Mercator Law, and people at the time hated him for doing it, but it turned out best for the company, him trying to be kept cautious and professional. But so I mean, there's that part of it.
The thing that colors that to make it look good, especially in retrospect, is it's not interpreted as him clamping down on what a talent can do or say. It's interpreted as him protecting a talent from herself.
Quite, yeah.
And that's the important difference in framing that is completely flipped on its head when it comes to this particular instance.
Yeah,
because this is weird. Complete opposite. This looks like FaZe clamping down on what a talent can do or say and failing to protect her at the same time. Which is why I think that with Rekieta, with Camelot, that is going to continue to be remembered fondly as an example of Sakana's interventionism, but this is not going to be remembered at all similarly because of that difference.
Yeah. Okay.
It all comes back to, do you feel like the company you support is protecting the talent you support?
And it's
that's all that people really care about.
And that sentiment's especially important in VTubing, because obviously VTubing is predicated upon, supporting your Oshi and giving your emotional support to them to becoming, a mega idol or whatever. So
I don't give my money to FaZe because I think FaZe Connect is a cool name and I like their black and white logo.
Yeah.
I don't do it because I'm a Gundam Seed fan. I do it because I like the talents that are under it.
I don't think anyone's a Gundam Seed fan, honestly, but no, I get your point.
Them's fighting words in regards to this company.
Honestly, I have my opinion on Gundam Seed has changed. I actually kind of like it now because modern Gundam's so shit, but that's a conversation for another time. Sorry, my brain is jelly at this point now. I'm really tired.
Understandable. We are all jelly.
We are all we are. Oh yeah, Armchair. We didn't do our group awa.
Oh yeah.
Okay, after 2, let's say awa. Okay. Yep. After 2. 1, 2. Awa. Still a little bit of a delay, but never mind.
Close enough.
Okay, I'm gonna read some of the. I've put Jelly's non-phase account link in the pinned comment, guys. So if you don't want to support Phase Connect Company anymore, but you still want to give your support to Jelly, she has a Ko-fi coffee, I don't know what you call it. So you can go donate to Jelly there and give her your support. I think Jelly knows at this point that the community has her back. So even though I hope she isn't feeling too bad, but at least there's that reassurance that she's got, that people think that she did nothing wrong, because she didn't. And she's got the Star Knights and the rest of the FaZe fans are all kind of coming together to support her. So good for Jelly. And let's start reading some supers and other stuff. Okay. Oh my god. Fucking YouTube sidebar. I can't tell what's the scroll bar and what's something else. What the fuck? I can't even fucking... What the fuck is this shit?
Is it allowing you to do the fan funding thing in chat? Oh.
I could do the fan funding thing, but I'm trying to click the scroll bar for the supers and shit, and it's just like dragging the window.
Oh.
That's very strange. I'm just going to scroll up.
I love you. I love YouTube UI.
I love you too, Armchair. Oh, YouTube, sorry. I mean,
I do love you too. It's okay. It's okay. That doesn't change what I would have said, but yeah.
Yeah. You're a bloody puff.
Life would not be the same without you, Maulington. Life would not be the same without you.
This Armchair, guys, he's a bloody charmer, he is. I'm onto his wily colonial charms, right? This fucking sweet talker.
Colonial, that's a new one.
So thank you very much for the $2, Artamos. He says, watching whilst I wash my car, so speak loudly, please. I'm very sorry, it's not the end of the stream. He said that 3 hours ago. Let me make this, Master1825, thank you very much for the $10. He says, let me make this clear. If the tweet isn't deleted and they don't give a real public apology and action, I'm done with VTubing. I'm sick of every single VTubing corner becoming polluted with drama. I definitely agree with the second point about just being sick to fucking death with drama. Honestly, that's going on in VTubing, Armchair. I should probably get off Twitter and then problem averted. But it's like,
yeah, actually,
it's really making me sick of VTubing. Yes, it is. Yeah. No, wait, Master 1825.
No, I saw your comment, Master, on I think one of my Twitter posts yesterday about like how am I able to just like be normal in Dizzy's stream while all of this is going on. Look. It's like if we're talking, platitudes, don't forget why you care in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Like why do you give a shit about what's going on or what drama or whatever? It always has to be because you care about something in this space, right?
Yeah.
But if I were to be practical, having experience as a teacher very much prepares you to be able to juggle retardation on one hand and something worth your emotional investment on the other at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, you can switch off drama whenever you want, right? Like that's like Maulington said, you can just log off of Twitter or just close the app, right? And just, if you get to the point where, let's say you're watching let's say you're watching a talent stream something that's completely unrelated from what current drama is, right? And you cannot focus on what they are doing irrespective of whatever's going on in the background, then, and I mean this kindly, in as kind a manner as possible, it may be time to touch grass, right? Like have a bit of a reset. Just don't, just have a bit of a moment where you disconnect from all of it. And then when you reintroduce yourself into the space, you start with the thing that you wanted to watch first, and then maybe the drama like third or fourth, right? So again, if you care about the drama, never forget to ask yourself, why do you care about the drama? And does it affect my Oshi in some way? Yes or no? Remember, caring about how something affects the industry as a whole or may give birth to a trend in the industry as a whole, that is a burden that does not need to be carried by anyone who doesn't do commentary content.
It'll kill you.
If you are just a VTuber fan, like a normal everyday viewer, you don't have to worry about that shit, right? Like, you don't have to worry about how something. Yeah, you don't have to worry about the ins and outs of how something is going to affect the industry as a whole. You can, You don't have to worry about that. Like, you can if you want to be able to have your eyes open rather than be surprised if it were to affect you or were to affect your ocean or whatever. It's, again, down to personal preference. Do you prefer to see the train coming, or are you okay with just turning your back to it kind of thing, right? Assuming there even is a train to begin with, which is a whole other topic of discussion. But having to constantly stress and or make connections in your head about how X drama might affect Y company or talent or whatever, that is an occupational illness that you as a viewer do not have to give yourself.
I love
right? I do it because I have made the conscious choice to do the content that I do. For that reason, I don't recommend it to just everybody, right? I've said this on stream before, but I view my role, my way of making content as the equivalent of being a dog and a forensic team, right? It usually means sticking your nose in dirt, and it usually means that at the end of the day, you get a face full of corpse and not much else, right?
I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, to be fair, this may sound unflattering, but I think most people in my particular content niche, to some extent, we are all dogs. The only difference is what we choose to dig up and where we choose to start digging, right? Like, again, but that is something that is, you don't need to have that same sort of mindset or illness, right? And even with us, we do our best to section off the content we do from the content we enjoy. Sometimes there is, crossover, inevitably. We're not perfect. Our psychic walls aren't, completely impenetrable. But at the same time, at that point, it's a sign that maybe you need to stop, take a break, and remind yourself why you care in the first place. Right. So if you are just a viewer, you don't do commentary, you don't do drama, you don't do any of the stuff that, I do or Maulington does on occasion. You don't have to subject yourself to this, is what I'm saying.
Don't subject yourself to it, guys. It fucking you get the worst emotional fatigue ever. You grow to hate fucking VTubers and VTuber fans. Trust me, it's not worth it.
Yeah. My content aims at making it more digestible and giving you a framework to anticipate these things coming, if that is something you want. Because again, some people do prefer to see the needle going into their arm, right? For some people, that is a coping mechanism. And that's understandable. And if that is you, then you are likely going to be my target audience. But if that is not you, or if you are that target audience, but it's starting to get to the point where you can't enjoy the things you like anymore, it is perfectly fine to switch off and, re-enter in a way that is not, that maintains distance from whatever controversy or drama or anything that's going on.
Very well said, Armchair. Some very evocative image there. I like that, actually. Alrighty, next. Oh yeah, actually, as well, whilst I'm going through this, guys, I'm going to post Armchair's channel in the chat. I've also got it under the video description. So if you aren't already, make sure you do subscribe and check out Armchair's channel if you would like to hear more of this type of conversation, as he regularly does this stuff, and it is very good, and I enjoy it also. Okay, now I need to scroll back up, unfortunately.
Appreciated.
No worries, my friends. Now I need to scroll back up
my
again.
Beloved.
Fucking YouTube. Okay, okay, Rob says, talking Pulping Press, Rob says, and you thought Lumi would be the next big controversy. No, it was her wife. This is the thing, Armchair. I put 10 million FaZe dollars that it would be Kaneko Lumi who would cause FaZe Connect's potential big yab kind of / potential downfall.
Really?
I bet the house on Lumi, Armchair, if I'm being honest.
I'm not a Gumi, so I have to defer to your expertise, but I feel like from what I've seen of Lumi, she seems very difficult to rattle.
So everything, Lumi's behind everything, Armchair. Haven't you seen the 4chan schizo rats? Everything is Lumi's fault.
Yeah. She's supposed to be the
Magni Investment leaving Hololive. That was Lumi's fault.
Yeah,
Sundaria,
yeah,
Lumi's fault. Cyberlife, Lumi's fault.
She's the secret mastermind behind the downfall of Western VTubing.
You can always tie it back to Lumi.
Fucking Romanov. That's my favorite bit of like just like like non-canon IRL lore about one of the talents. The fact that Lumi is a secret Romanov. It's so funny.
Her family owns half of Stalingrad, you know.
Yeah, true.
I love the Libby Russian like last Romanov shit as well. It's so funny. Mildly OCD says, my tinfoil hat is that a FaZe anti purposefully botted this tweet for the specific purpose of starting more hate. I don't buy into that narrative. I think that given the subject matter, how the algorithm works, that it's a hot topic and that a lot of people, particularly cultural warriors, will be wanting to comment on it. I can see it naturally getting that big.
You don't need botting in order for Twitter to do Twitter things and go, hey, look, that's a controversial post. Let's show it in front of as many people as possible.
Let's show fucking, you know, this is funny enough how I actually started to like gain awareness of more VTubers. It kind of started with after watching Kazuna AI's like stream of Resident Evil 2 one day. YouTube decided the next day, okay, Maulington, I'm gonna stack your homepage with 70 million different VTubers since you watched like 10 minutes of a Kazuna AI stream. Here you go. Eric, God's strongest love. Well, I don't know, actually, that's a very tough thing to say. I'm not sure if he's God's strongest love bug, but he's been on the channel for a very long time. I remember the day you came here, Eric. Management drew first blood. We sold the earth. Okay, Eric. He's got a PFP of punished Donald Trump as well, which makes his comment even better. Imagine Donald Trump singing nuclear. No, I'm not even gonna try. I'm not even going to try.
This is what we made AI for.
This is what we made AI for, actually. We could get Donald Trump to sing nuclear. I'm nuclear. A guy named Soft Endo CMK openly bragged about contracting their sponsors and even the Hyatt Hotel. We answered this one before, but thank you very much for the $5, mildly OCD. I don't know. I'm not convinced one or even a 2 or 3 skits.
Yeah, I'm not really convinced either. If it is going to be someone, being a fuckwit behind the scenes and trying to alienate FaZe from sponsors or vendors or whatever, I think it has to be someone with a bit more pull than a schizo from Brazil.
Fucking Brazil. In the infinite words of Pippa,
it's all
fucking Brazilians.
I understand now. Like, I'd see memes in the past of Pippa writing Brazil into the Death Note or whatever, and I wouldn't get it. But now I do. I do. The collateral will be huge, but the rewards will be too.
Those fucking Brazilians, Armchair, in MMOs and in MOBAs, it's always the fucking Brazilians spamming BR in the chat and being annoying. Fucking Brazilians.
Crow Wolf, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to sacrifice you for the greater good.
Oh shit, guys! Armchair is a Tau. This makes so much sense. I didn't know you were a Tau.
I'm a what? Sorry.
Oh, do you not play 40k, Armchair?
Oh, I've not dabbled in 40k.
We need to fix that.
I know the factions though. Oh, okay.
Guys, we need to educate Armchair on the Tau. We need
40k session. That's a collab stream at some point in the future.
Maulington 10-hour long Tau exposition dump stream.
It'll be like a React stream, but like live.
Ivan Iron Fist, thank you very much for the $2, buddy. There are rats, but I'm not ratting. Fair enough. I mean, I always get like, I always regret like doing these streams after the fact for a little while because it's like in the end, I don't know. I would get this like weird flip-flopping behavior where I'm like, I want to get more popular as a content creator. I want to put my name out there and get noticed. And then when I get noticed, I'm like, oh, actually, I don't like this. I just want people to ignore me.
See, is it the stigma that's associated with doing this kind of content?
I think the problem is I think it's funny enough related to control. I just don't like the fact that I can't just be whimsy and silly 1 minute and then the next minute just be like invisible. I guess is the problem. I think it's a control. That makes sense.
I don't have a lot of whimsy to me or my brand. I don't think. Well, save for my like avatar maybe, but yeah, I understand that. I think I gave up. I think when I was starting out, I went, do I want to be like do I want to try to be like, I suppose, do I want to try to be, I'm trying to think of a word besides like sharp, or do I want to be whimsical?
Yeah.
And I have to give up one of those two things. Like I either have to, I hate using the word edgy because of the way that it's
become terribly framed
nowadays.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the sense that, having sharp edges to the way that I do my content, or do I choose to be like, happy, whimsy, whatever? And I chose the former. So yeah, I understand not wanting to give up the latter.
Yeah, it's something I struggled with as well. So I always just find myself every time I try to make a serious video, I end up memeing and shit posting. So it's like, yeah, I have to keep doing that.
I
But
think there's room for shit posting in
yeah,
like even videos that deal with serious topics. It's a hard line to be able to walk well.
yeah, yeah. Ross, thank you very much for the $5, buddy. I feel you have to do things that you don't like to do. I feel you have to do things you do not like to do business. It's sad but true. As an adult, you have to eat shit at times. Yeah, I think that's a
Yeah.
fair point. I mean, you should always, I guess, like reflect and see if you can avoid these situations in the first place. But we
Yeah.
make mistakes, and it's not always possible. And I don't think that it's not uncharacteristic for FaZe. I don't imagine they want things to end up this way. There's they've made a mistake.
Yeah. As a fan, I think that most of us are willing to at least entertain the idea that FaZe did what they did not because they are suicidally incompetent,
Yeah.
but because there was some form of invisible pressure that made them make that decision. But similarly, as a fan, unless I'm given evidence to prove that that's the case, I'm not going to be going out of my way to be overly charitable to a corporate entity. I will save that charity for people, not for corporations.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, because it's like when I think about myself, it's like I'm generally speaking, I don't trust businesses either. But I don't know, just given FaZe Connect's past records, I'm on the opposite side on that equation. Actually, I'm willing to give them that benefit of the doubt for now, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna like defend them or simp for them or just like be one of those weird, zombies who corpo can never do any bad kind of guys. It's just at the moment I'm willing to trust them and give them. I'm willing to wait and be patient to see if we get a reasonable explanation or to see if they correct it.
Yeah.
For me personally,
I'm not going to hold my breath. I don't think they're going to acknowledge this past this point as a company, to be completely honest.
you might be
Like,
right. I find that
I would
disappointing if they didn't.
in a perfect future, I would like. I think I saw someone say this in a super chat that just scrolled by a few minutes ago. My ideal outcome from all of this is by the time the next FaZe Awards roll around, everyone's going to be in a comfortable enough position to give Jelly almost made Sakuna die of a heart attack award during that time.
That's a lovely
Like
way of framing it. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that by that time everyone's comfortable enough for that joke to be viable, right? I hope that that's how this ends by the time the next FaZe Awards roll around, right?
Yeah, because that would
But
imply
how
that
we're going
trust
to
is
get there,
restored.
I can't. I don't know, but I hope that that's how we end up. How we end up.
Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing what becomes about this. I must say, I don't envy Sakuda's position. It must have been very difficult for him to make this official statement, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Thank you very much again for the $5, Ivan, buddy. FaZe Cord is packed with antis who don't watch streams, and this warps the perception of what would be the fan option. Yeah, actually, I don't know. It's the thing, I don't spend very much time in Discords in generally speaking. I'm not going to go into it too much. I mean, generally speaking, like random Discords tend to not be the best of places at the best of times. But I don't know, if you've been a fan, if you're a Cyberlife fan, you can probably imagine why I'm not a fan of fan cords anymore. If you're a fellow Cyberlife bro. Especially
I've
if you're
only
like an
heard
old
stories about what those discords were like, but nothing good has ever been relayed to me from people who have told me such stories.
Even VT would be like, fuck me, what's wrong with these people? Thank you very much for the $5, Rob. FaZeCon, I actually cancelled my flights today. Oh, yeah, that's fair enough, Rob. I think that's like the best. I think that's probably like the best way to express your discontentment with FaZe Connect is to make FaZeCon not, the success they're probably hoping for. Can't think of any greater letdown for Sakuna than to see that. Any like reminder of his failures, I suppose, would be FaZeCon being a disappointment. So yeah, good for you, Based. Thank you very much for the $2 again, Eric. Do not get cosplayers to be your managers, Kevin. Yeah, I don't think that. There's a secret mafia.
I don't believe that,
right?
yeah.
It's funny though. I like it. It's funny.
I think it's bad taste I think it is behavior and poor taste that has been given a pass for too long, is my opinion.
Yeah. Thank you very much again for the $5, Ivan, buddy. Business owner here. I do get people calling my suppliers. I just screenshot a few of their tweets and tell the suppliers that there's some mental ill patients based. True. I mean, that's what you should. And this thing, in an ideal world, like you'd hope that companies would actually stand their ground and fight these people who are clearly like fucking disturbed and just be like,
It's just
like,
not worth the money most of the
it's not
time.
worth
The
the
money
money.
and time most of the time.
Just tell them to fuck off and go away. It's like, you people don't even consume
I
my
do
product.
wish,
I don't give a
though.
shit.
Yeah, I do wish though that they would at least, like, again, this is pretty cynical of me, but I do wish that they would at least posture towards doing that
Yeah,
a
that's
little
the
bit. I do wish
rub
that
me
they
the wrong way as
puff
well.
out, they
Yeah.
puff out their sides a little bit and sort of make at least a bit of a show about how there is some threat that there will be retaliation and recourse.
Yeah, they can't do the legal
Because, I
thing
mean,
like HoloLive can, but they can at least say, like, hang on a minute, you're being unreasonable here.
Yeah. I think that, well, actually, I don't know. I like your idea of taking examples of how unhinged people are being who are detractors of, your company, your talent, or whatever, and then putting them on, posting them yourself in a compilation in order to highlight why exactly you're not responding. But I think that would just be, like, even though I could see the spirit of it, I think that is a battle that is better waged by fans than by the company itself.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's kind of what fans are for there in a way as well. I mean, they're the first line of defense, really, aren't they? They are the gatekeepers. Really.
I've posted more on Twitter over the past week than I have over the past month. I'm pretty sure.
Damn, that's
purely
crazy.
Because it's so that's not really saying much. I made like 5 or something in total, but it's just. It's so annoying. It's so irritating to see the constant self-referential looping of people trying to say that Jelly said something that she didn't say.
I hate it when they do that. They always fucking try to lie, move the goalposts.
It's like that
and
thing that
things.
news publications do with one another, where one of them makes up a lie and then another references that lie, and then you have this entire circle jerk of fabrication that validates itself.
No, I mean, yeah, that's a good reference too. Kind of like what I always think of the movie Anchorman as well, with like them lying and doing bullshit with the scripts. Thank you very much for the membership, Katsidon buddy. Thank you very much, my friend. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for the $5, mildly OCD. We told them to come to Texas, but they waited too long to call, so nobody call anybody. So all the Texas event centers were all booked with normicons. One thing I'll say is I do think going to California is a really fucking bad idea, and that Sakana should have tried harder to not. It doesn't have to be Texas. It's anywhere but California, please. I ain't spending $2,000 to fucking come to a gay ass Phase Connect convention unless it's got my Yuri cosplayer there. Then sure, maybe I might pay that out to go see her, but otherwise, no thank you, man. Especially as all my shit's probably going to get robbed, and there's going to be literal shit on the streets everywhere, and God knows what else.
California is truly the home of angels.
California is a Dark Souls arena, it looks like at this rate. God damn. Oh, hi, Bees. I saw your donation there, Bees. I'll get to you in just a moment. Thank you. I fucking love Bees, by the way, guys. You should subscribe to Bees as well. He's also a VTuber. Where am I? Thank you very much for the $5 to our Good Trouble. Sounds suspiciously like Beautiful Trouble and Antifa Agate Bot Manual. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it is referential to that, honestly. It wouldn't surprise me one bit. Thank you very much for the $5 again, Ivan. Nelson Mandela ANC, who's on the terror watch list until 2008. Hopefully I will at some point as well. That'd be funny. Thank you very much for the $5 again, Ivan. There's an origin point. All these traces back to the Cold War era. It's not simply woke. Foreign intelligence services run those in the USA. Okay, I don't want to get too much into like schizo Cold War stuff, but I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm very much I'm an avid reader of Yuri Bezmenov and his description of like the poison that's inflicted the universities and its effects on the education system in Western democracies is I'm 100% on side with him, honestly. I'm convinced with his teachings. Thank you very much for the $5 again, mildly OCD buddy. As a Texan, other Americans have appropriated our Jarl Where are my reparations? Thank you very much for the $10. Sean Duncants. The English accent is really making this lesson hit home. Armchair's Australian, but if you are actually talking about me, then thank you very much. Thank you for the education. Also, second, the Texas point, y'all is my words. Yeah, it's just something I've noticed. Texans say y'all all the time naturally.
Y'all.
I've noticed that. Yeah, I've noticed that Americans, when
They need
like,
more of a W in the sound if you want to get the Texan intonation. Otherwise, it's just like y'all.
Y'all. Yeah, y'all, isn't it? It's y'all.
Yeah, kind of like curved a little bit. You curve your tongue a little bit more when you're doing it.
Y'all.
Like the Texan way, I find like y'all.
Okay,
y'all. You need a bit more of a drawl.
We'll have a
I think I'm better at that because I'm Australian.
Exactly. You're the king of the jewels in Australia, right? You're right, king of the jewels.
Language that was created from drunks.
Drunks and criminals.
Yep.
Rum, sodomy, and the lash.
I love convict English.
I fucking love being Australian so much. It's just, I find it magical.
It's such a funny sounding way of speaking. Yeah.
Fucking oath, cunt.
I find it, because I come from a very suburban variety of Asian Australian, I've always looked at like when you see a Chinese person and they open their mouth and they speak English in a bogan accent, there is some part of my brain that just breaks immediately and struggles to comprehend how that sound comes out of that face. Like it's very funny to like observe.
It's funny you say that because a video's gone viral on the internet about a police officer in the UK who looks, like the perfect image of a Korean, and then he opens his mouth and he speaks the Queen's English, and people have just noticed how disturbing it is to see like a Korean guy speaking the Queen's English. It's like an English police officer.
Like those are like the moments where IRL I can relate to those video compilations of white guys speaking perfect Mandarin in China, for example.
Yeah. It's fascinating, isn't it? Yeah, language is truly beautiful. Thank you very much for the $2, Ivan. $100 says he will turn you and say lolly bad in 3 years. I'm not quite sure what that's referencing, but I don't. Yeah, cool.
A bold gambit.
Or
the general of the Muji-sans.
Oh yeah, is
he trying to say that he'd turn you against Lolly or something in 3 years?
The thing is that like I don't like lolicon, but I'm not one of those people who like get really fucking weird and like rabidly anti lolicon. It's just I just don't. It's just has no.
Not my
to
thing.
It. Not my thing.
Yeah.
But it's like even so, like I fucking love the lolly bros though because they're like a bunch of horny feral chimpanzees, and I just find them adorable. Like I like lolly bros. They're funny. Thank you very much. Oh, we've got feet man here. You've got your duck feet. Little follower.
Oh,
Billy. I love Billy. What's SGD Armchair? What currency is that?
I think that's Singaporean.
Oh, yeah, Singaporean dollars, maybe. Thank you for the $2 Singaporean dollars, Billy. The DLC was promised to them 30,000 years ago. I was going to make a joke actually about...
Careful.
I was going to make a joke, but because Armchair's here, I better not. I have a meme video.
No, I'm okay with that. I'm fine with you making that joke here.
It's too late now, there's a problem. It's too late now.
Okay.
I have a video from Harry Potter that references meeting a goblin, and I just love bringing that meme out every now and again when we talk about hidden forces. It's very spicy.
I see.
You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah. Don't worry.
Sorry guys, Armchair and I are from a different era. You young whippersnappers might not understand, but back in our day, people understood this is just being funny. Thank you very much for the $5 mildly OCD. Don't fuck with FaZe fans. We have weaponized our autism. Actually true. It's not just unique to FaZe fans, but you don't want to mess with like VTuber communities because there is like a higher than average, but there's like per capita, quite a lot of VTuber fans are autistic, and they will work tirelessly to ruin the day of someone who says mean things about their Oshi. So you got to be careful about upsetting these guys.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the $5, my ear trumpet buddy. Asmon has got a lot of VTuber fans, such as Leaflet, Kershaw, etc. Yeah, that's true. He does. Obviously, I think in a funny way. I'm sorry, Armchair. Asmongold is like VTubing, like it's like peak VTubing. I think for many VTubers. Like every VTuber wants to be.
He's comfort streamer for a lot of VTubers.
Yeah.
In the same way that I imagine Northern Lion is.
That's a great way of saying it, actually. Yeah. Oh god, I keep forgetting about Northern Line, but every time I remember him, I was like, I have to go on a binge of his content. He's peak.
Yeah.
Although,
Every VTuber over 30 seems to have a thing for Northern Lion content.
yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Thank you very much again for the $5, my introvert buddy. You may not believe in the culture war, but the culture war believes in you. That's very true, and that's very sad. Unfortunately, I wish people would just fuck off and not make things about politics all the time. But it's like complaining about why we don't all
Making
have the equality
things
of outcome.
political is in and of itself a mechanism of power, right? So again, trick is to identify when it's partisan, and therefore to identify that that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, it's true. I'm not going to get into it now. It's late and we've gone over. I think we'd probably just be repeating ourselves, but it's just.
I think we've already talked about it.
We talked about that already. Thank you very much for the $10. Kettle Fire Charma Hita, very interesting name. The thing about Claraara is that she was caught months ago celebrating that political assassination. Yeah, I remember. I don't know, actually. She also mentioned comments about Trump as well, if I recall, last year. And even those who followed Faith saw it and her trashing her co-workers, she should have been canned. Yeah, kind of like we said before, it's kind of like, I understand why FaZe had kind of like
it's
a
awkward
duty of care to protect Claraara, because she did have some really like nasty people going after her, and it sets a bad example to the other talents if they just immediately threw her to the wolves. So like, I get why they did
do you want to set up, it's a question of, do you want to set a precedent that a talent can be let go because of something they said on a PL account, right? Or something that they said on an alt, essentially.
You know what, Armchair, I don't want to get into this too much, but I just want to quickly say I actually am in favor of punishing talents for stuff they say on the PL, on the provision though that it's technically no longer that they're actively posting on it. I don't believe in retroactively punishing people for commenting on PL.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But if they are currently doing it, then absolutely. But sorry, go on.
I would add stipulation that there has to be plausible link between their PL and their main. Like the moment a talent explicitly hints, okay, so the way that I would do it is, if a talent explicitly links their PL to their corporate identity, I think that's just, that's instant. Like, that's definitely you have to look at it as if they are. You have to look at it as if they are. You have to treat what they say on their PL basically as if they said it on their corporate account, because they themselves explicitly link the two, right? But in more niche cases where the link is implied or something along those lines, then that's where it gets a little bit more difficult, where I'm sort of on the fence between do you, do not, how clear is the, like, if they are hinting, if they connected by, like, for example, subtweeting or something, or vague posting about it, like, can you really penalize that legally? I don't think so, but I wouldn't blame a company for kind of side-eyeing that particular talent for doing that, or at least internally reprimanding them for doing that.
Well said. Ivan, thank you very much for the $2. He says, I don't debate. I don't believe in open-mindedness. Spoken like a true
sorry,
son.
I'm just going to go and grab something because I can hear someone knocking on the door.
No worries, no worries. Thank you very much for the $2, Ivan. I don't debate. I don't believe in open-mindedness. Spoken like a true son of the Imperium, Ivan. Are you a commissar? Or are you a space marine? A chaplain? I don't know. Thank you very much for the $5. Goggles 1975. Don't get into an argument with an idiot. You will lose the years of experience. Mark Twain, I believe. Yes, Mark Twain has some really great fucking one-liners. Like, Mark Twain has some great little bits of wisdom. I love, like, discovering like new quotes of his, little nuggets of wisdom. Thank you very much for the $2, Mr. Snowman buddy. The sky is falling, the end of near. No, it's not. Face Connect will be fine, I hope. I have faith that things are going to be okay, and that our lovely little gay community isn't going to, disband or get destroyed. So I reckon things will be fine. But it's good to see that Face Connect is being held to account, and that people aren't, doing the weird thing that some communities and some VTuber corporations do, where they like have this weird cult-like worship of the company, and they put company over talent. It's just so creepy and bizarre when I see that kind of thing happen. Yeah, talent first always. Thank you very much for the membership. Wilder Zach. Hey, buddy. Good to see you, my friend. How are you doing, Wilder, if you're still here? It's great to have a Wilder in your followers as well, by the way. I almost took up, like, I always wanted to get into deep sea welding at one point in my life. I kind of wish I did now, but then, you know, that's hindsight's 2020. I imagine if I did go into deep sea welding, I'd probably be wishing I went into engineering instead. When I'm like cold and wet and my fucking eyes are melted out of my skull. Thank you very much for the $10, Sebastian1825. The worry is it could set a precedence of trying to avoid more controversy on Twitter through forcing talent, self-censorship. What phase used to be 100% in danger of dying for good, literally or not. Yeah, it's like we said before, it's not, phase collectors are in a very good situation, and people are going to be, you know, are going to be raising their eyebrows at phase, and they're not going to be, you know, very happy that they're taking a more, what seems to be a more censorious and misguided path that's caused not just one, but actually then, well, not just Jelly and Claraara, but it's their severely misguided public statement has brought the entire company, you know, into disrepute and has burned an awful lot of goodwill that they've spent many, many years building up, and to piss an awful lot of it away, you know, in one day with one statement. God, you know, it's not good. But as I said before, I
have returned.
Welcome back.
I fended off the burglar.
Was it a magpie?
I showed him on I was about to make a joke about showing him Dizzy Dokuro merch.
It's too late. By the time you were continuing, I was like, oh fuck, I've already ruined it now by making a magpie joke.
No, it's okay.
Thank you very much for the $5, Key Hurricane. Good to see you again, buddy. Oh my god. Capitulation and admission of guilt essentially greenlights harassment of Jelly until graduation because they would be defending racism if they step in. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's basically what we've seen. We've seen Jelly. It's not just Jelly now. It's emboldened them to go after other Phase Connect talents and rip the band-aid off of other old dramas, which is annoying.
Me, when the company is so racist that I have to edit clips in order to show people how racist they really are.
And that's always the kicker, right? It's like, well, if your ideology is so great and so pure, then why do you need to like lie, threaten, and, you know, intimidate people in order to spread it? Thank you very much for the $2, Ivan Iron Fist again, buddy. The tip is to be very off before you VTube. That's very true. I mean, I've said this before, Armchair, right? But Australians, in my opinion, generally speaking, make the best VTubers. And I think it's because the average state of the Australian is a VTuber. Like, Australians are very weird people, and it's fantastic, like, in the good way.
Sure.
Like,
we got just enough of that prison colony culture and genetics left. Convict genetics and prison island culture.
Like, Australians are the kind of people who would see like the most venomous spider in the world in their bed and be like, "Hey, right, mate, want a fucking beer? All right, let's get this fucking stubbies in, boys. Let's watch the game, aye." Whereas a British person would, well, I say person, a British quotation marks person would need, they'd be fucked basically. They'd need counselling and all that kind of shit.
I don't think Hachimo would be an honorary Aussie. She's too sweet for that.
I don't know, maybe behind the scenes she's very Aussie, I don't know.
Could be, maybe.
Who's the Australian in Hololive? Is it Ollie?
Bay.
Oh, it's Bay. Yeah, I would get Bay and Ollie confused for some reason. Shows how much I know about Hololive.
Is it because they're both like red and white patchy in terms of visuals?
I think it's a colour scheme. I think it's what it is. Yeah, I fucking love Polka there. Like, all I know about Hololive, I only know Polka, basically. I love Polka. Polka is like... it's strange to say, but bear with me. Like, Polka is like my... If I was... How do I frame this? If Polka was male, then she'd be like my idealized version of what I would want to be as like my VTuber at a best. Like, I want to be Polka basically as a VTuber is what like my ultimate aspiration would be. But I'm not making much effort to get there. But I'd like to be as talented as Polka is. I'd like to be that kind of VTuber.
I remember the first time I ever came across a Bay clip, and the moment I heard her voice and accent, my ears perked up. I sat up straight and went, "Holy shit, that's an Australian!"
Yeah.
In my Japanese VTuber company.
You remember when what's the generational name? You know when Wilhelmina Frost debuted? I don't know if I told you this story before.
Oh yeah.
When you messaged me, I was like in bed, and then like your Discord ping woke me up, and I had to look at it, and I was like, I can't remember exactly what was said, but you said something like, "Do you think she's British?" And then as soon as I heard her voice, I was like, oh yeah, she sounds like a middle-class British woman. And then immediately it hit me. I was like, oh, that's fucking Sarah Nagare from Prison Project. I recognize that out Australia, that posh Australian accent. Holy shit, hell yeah.
It's kind of funny that posh Australian can be heard by a lot of people as sounding British. I didn't realize that that was the case until I started streaming, and then people, people would come into my chat, and without me telling them that I'm Australian, they would assume that I'm British.
You can't tell until the drawl inevitably comes out, because it does sound identical.
That's true.
To middle-class British when you talk, and then that when the R's and I's and O's come out, then it's like, there it is. I hear the drawl. Thank you very much for the gifted membership, Whittle Whisketeer. I just want to say, by the way, I've said this before, but I fucking love BB Biscuit so much. Like, oh my god. If you need, this is me to say, but if you want a replacement for Claraara, watch BB. I think that's like the closest one-to-one like change for Claraara. I fucking love BB. And thank you very much for the $10, Ball Weevil, buddy. I love your beams and shit posts, Ball Weevil, if you're still here. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the $2, Psychofire. Western VTuber companies are officially dead. I wouldn't go that far, personally.
Actually,
that's a bit far.
Actually, credit to I saw quite a few people who were going like, "Oh, indies are the way now. Corpos are all dead." Yada 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 yada. Dude, actually, I saw Beowulf. I saw one of your posts on Twitter where you're like, "Oh, I don't know if I can continue to still support companies," but to your credit, you pulled back from the edge there, and you pulled back from the edge there a little bit, and I was like, "See, this is someone who gets it, right? Like this is someone who understands that shit looks bad right now, but like I think it's a bit premature to start going, indie is the way, all corpos are dead, etc., etc., etc." I hope that by the end of the year, I will have been able to make some form of video retort to all of the people who like to harp on about indie supremacy, corpos are dead, why would anyone join a corpo instead, etc., etc., etc. To just use just a quick compilation to show all the reasons, very, very well documented and oft spoken about reasons why talents would prefer to work in a corpo rather than just being indies. Because that's what all of these, indie supremacists forget, is that being an indie is no walk in the park either.
No.
Right?
It's I thought about doing the same thing, just making a video explaining to people why, like, what is the point of VTuber corporations? Why do people want to join them, and why do we like them? I used to be on the side of indie supremacy. Now I'm a corpo supremacist, and I think the reason why I'm a corpo supremacist, I'm not like a blinding corpo supremacist, but the reason why I tend to prefer corporations is because, first of all, to kind of echo a little bit of the sentiment of that famous 4chan quote, women are better behaved, or whatever the fuck it is, when they're under like an oppressive moral like that. But not that far. But I'm just saying that VTuber corporations, they enforce.
They give structure.
They have structure. They encourage talents to curate themselves and act professional and be careful about what they say.
It's
and do,
basically reminding people that if they think that this is a career, they need to treat it like a job. Like not. Hopefully, it doesn't become just a job. Like hopefully, it can remain a passion or an art form or whatever. But at the end of the day, if you view VTubing as a career, you should probably treat it professionally.
I guess I tempted to go on another tangent, but it's so fucking late. I was going to say that. One thing that just as quickly, just one thing that does like get on my nerves sometimes, which I see on Twitter, is people who don't treat VTubing or being like a streamer, YouTuber, whatever. They don't treat it seriously and they don't put the effort in, but then they whine about not having viewers, right? And shit like that. And it gets on my nerves.
I know what you mean.
That, right? It's like,
I know what you mean.
Like if you want to be successful,
it's impossible to succeed as a insert label here VTuber, and then you go onto their profile and it's like 10 different posts about canceling streams. They just came out of the hiatus. They buy Uber Eats like every other day, so they have their money saved up. Like, I know exactly what.
It's not even that as well. Sometimes it's like the case of, well, I just do whatever I want whenever I feel like it, and it's like, well, look, here's the thing, buddy.
Exactly. If you're making it for yourself, then that's a hobby. Bro. That's not a career. That's not a profession. It's not a job. That's a hobby, and it's okay if it's a hobby.
It's okay, yeah.
But don't mix the two up, right? There's a reason why pleasure and pleasure and profession should be kept separate from one another.
Yeah, it's certainly in my case. Like, it's basically doing this Phase Connect law stuff. I do enjoy doing it, but it has basically like turned watching Phase Connect as an enjoyable experience into a chore now, because I can't help now but look at everything through the lens of how can I turn this into content, which is not all the time. Sometimes I can switch off, but it's like I just find myself watching Mishru these days, because it's like for some reason Mishru is the only Phase talent I can watch now, where I don't have my brain constantly worrying about, can I make a video about something, right? If that makes sense. So Mishru is my little safe space at the moment where I can actually unwind. I fucking love Mishru, by the way. She is criminally underrated. Anyway, thank you very much for the gifted membership, Zach, buddy. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much for the $5, Diddly Doodler. Yeah, I turned. Name is funny. Yeah, I tuned out a phase of the Claraara controversy in September. I wouldn't support the company if she stayed. Sad that that it had to come to this. Yeah, I mean, that's your right, and that's fair enough. I understand the sentiment, based that you stick with it and that you're able to cut yourself off entirely to protest something that you think's unacceptable. Thank you hey Asher, thank you very much for the $2, Asher Genesis, buddy. Murray was liking Pro Jelly oh, was she? Oh, that's good of Murray. Ironic. Yeah, I mean, Murray.
Hold on, was that a post by I saw someone screenshotting that. I don't know if it was from a post or not. From a post that they made recently or not, or whether it was just a generic thing that Murray had liked before.
I don't know what he's referencing, honestly. I haven't seen it. But Murray is a good lady, right? You can tell she's quite a genuine person and quite she's been a good addition to Faith Connect, and she seems to be like a down to earth, VTuber who's in it for the right reasons, has a good heart. So good for Murray, Ian. Thank you very much for the $50 Cuppa nudes, buddy. No comment here, but very much appreciated for $50. That's huge. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Thank you very much for the $5, mildly OCD, buddy. Dizzy adores Jelly. Yep, big true. That's actually something I'm mentioning in the Dizzy Dokuro documentary, is to kind of go into a little bit about Dizzy's leadership and emotional intelligence, and kind of how that attitude she has with her gen mates is something very strong that a lot of VTuber corporations need, right? It separates the more stable ones to when you have like a VTuber who's at the talent level kind of encouraging that collaborative working instead of like turning it into a ruthless backstabbing hyper competitive atmosphere, right? Which is what you don't want.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dizzy Jules Jelly, how do you cosplay Dizzy whilst promoting hatred towards a close friend? You look like a massive... Oh,
exactly.
You've hit it right on the nail here. She is a massive tourist, as we've just found out.
Yep.
Dead Oshi Society, thank you very much for the $5 again. For the record, Gumbun directly called out... Oh yeah, Jelly directly called out in a retweet, but later deleted it. I wish I could have seen that. Then I'd take a less milquetoast stance on it. I don't know, I'm just thinking that it's still not quite enough.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I can be the opposite of milquetoast enough for both of us.
Armchair being the bad cop. Hell yeah, guys. That's what we brought him on for. Proper Aussie rage. Aussie rage.
Yes.
Getting the fucking you.
Chinese spurging. Chinese spurging and Aussie rage are the perfect combination for expressing disdain for something.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the $5, Purple Crystallion, buddy. Crystallion is like the prime example of like what keeps me in VTubing or what keeps me making content, because he's one of the guys who told me that I can't remember which video it was now. Oh fuck, Crystallion, if you're still there, which video was it of mine you watched? But basically, Crystallion watched a video of mine, and it made him love Phase Connect, and then it turned Moo into his Oshi. And he's like been like he's like a very well known, like he gets stuck into like the Phase Connect community. So it's great to see that my videos have made someone discover Phase Connect and have given him like a community where he can fit in and have a lot of fun with shit like that. I love reading that shit. Feels good. Feels very validating. I think, funny, I think Tachi's in it. Tachi, Clipper Tachi, if I recall, told me that as well. Funny enough, he started getting into Phase Connect thanks to my videos, which is incredible. I feel very proud about bringing Tachi into the community. Yeah, oh yeah. If I'm remembering that right.
I mean, you should.
Yeah.
Tachi's great.
Yes, I love Tachi. Thank you very much for the $2, Eric, buddy. I think that's it. We have an answer for the cosplay question or the CQ. I don't get that, Armchair. What's he saying?
The cosplay question. what do we do about them? What does one do about the cosplayers?
Oh,
What does one do
okay,
about the
I get it now.
cosplayers?
I get it now. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, I got it.
yeah. Not
Naughty,
all
naughty guys.
cosplayers, but
Not all.
somehow always a cosplayer.
I'm still. I don't dwell on it too much, but I'm still low key mildly annoyed that they didn't pick Crisis. Poor fucking Crisis.
I think in retrospect, that is justified.
Yeah. The problem
Like
is
I'm
as
not
well,
saying it's an if or type decision that FaZe made, but realistically, if it was, they made the wrong if or. They picked the wrong one. They lost the
picked the
50
wrong one. They lost the 50-50. Fuck's sake, guys. Go with love and loyalty over the you fucking. Let's get into it. Thank you very much for the $10. Lone Wolf Ranging. It started when they tolerated Claraara's attacking others and supporting talents is supporting management. They can't come back from this. They showed use they think Jelly is a racist. I mean, we've covered that in the stream. I think that they can come back from this, but then I appreciate that not everybody has to like it, and that this might be a line that's been drawn for a lot of people, and that's okay. We've all got different values and reactions to the situation. I'm on the more optimistic and hopeful side. Armchair's more cynical, but I think I think we all just wish the best for FaZe Connect. We don't want to see the whole thing burn down and crumble. We just want to see FaZe Connect do the right thing by talents and fans.
I want to be very clear about the fact that it was a fuck up and why I regard it as a fuck up. But at the end of the day, I'm not setting out to burn the company down or anything.
Yeah, so I'm not implying that that's what you were saying either. I'm more referencing.
No, don't worry. That was just me kind of rephrasing what you already said.
Yeah. I'm not implying like Armchair or any of you guys necessarily are thinking that, but it's just something I see, on Twitter, people doing the whole Denethor, literally being Denethor, doing the Gondor, right? Go flee, abandon your posts, run for your lives. Rohan has abandoned us. Thank you very much for the $5, mildly OCD. Pippa, even just a month ago, is a huge shield for FaZe well, I mean, yeah, she would. I imagine Pippa is a shield for FaZe Connect. She owes the company a lot. The company owes her a lot. She's very passionate about VTubing. I imagine it means a lot to her. That's why we like Pippa. She's very passionate and a very genuine person.
I don't like when people took Pippa's sort of like. You would see this whenever there is something FaZe related, like some sort of like FaZe related controversy going down, people like would say, "Oh, why isn't Pippa saying something or
so
doing
annoying.
something or being some sort of symbol, like some fluffy pink symbol of free speech or whatever?" Like that's not what she is, guys. Like,
what do you want her to do? It's her company as well.
Yeah, like come on, let's be realistic about this, right? Like, yeah. How do I say this? Part of the reason why I'm so insistent on both trying to articulate my own thoughts and feelings better myself and trying to encourage my audience to do the same is because I find that developing the ability to do that and honing the ability to do that makes you less reliant and less likely to want to defer to someone else to voice your sentiments for you. Right? And I feel every single time I see someone go, "Oh, why hasn't Pippa said something about XYZ whatever?" I feel like, I mean, you have a brain, you got fingers, you got a phone. Like, surely, if you have some sort of opinion and sentiment, you can articulate it for yourself. You don't need to hear it through Pippa's lips in order for it to be put out into the world, right?
Yeah, it gives you the energy of, well, Sonic says Sonic wouldn't like this, like Mario wouldn't like this. I need Mario's opinion on the matter.
Why isn't my favorite comfort character echoing how I think and feel?
Thank you very much for the $5, Purple Crystallian buddy. Going to make a Google docu about Maulington and how much money he has cost me as a friend for forgetting Muyu. I'm sorry. I blame the fact that this is a heavy topic and it's late and I'm tired for me forgetting. I genuinely mean this. Like, FaZe Wish is genuinely my favorite FaZe generation because like Jelly, Lumi, and Dizzy are up there in like my top 6 favorites. And it's like, how the fuck did I forget my favorite generation? What the fuck?
Funnily enough, same, but in like reverse order. Where for me, it's Dizzy, Jelly.
Yeah, I can't remember what I said now, but in order for me, it's Lumi at number one. Lumi number well overall, Tenma's my second favorite VTuber, but as a generation, I would say it's Lumi. Oh, so difficult between Jelly and Dizzy. I can't decide, you know. Lumi number one, Dizzy, Dizzy maybe just neats number two, Jelly number three, then Ember number four for me. Although I don't watch much Ember actually, I have to fix that at some point. I do generally like Ember. She seems pretty cool. Thank you very much for the $2, the Ferrari kid. Chia! Miss Kaneko Lumi. Hell yeah. Thank you very much for the $2, Eric. Their land, their blood, suffer blue woman. Eric wants to deport Claraara as well, it looks like. Thank you very much for the $5, Super Iron Bob. Given proximity to JP Annie, strong suspicion its roots are choosing not to renew the contract, which could be both for either party. You know, that's what my thoughts are as well, honestly. I was thinking that maybe, like, as a quote-unquote punishment, they just decided not to renew the contract rather than officially terminate or do anything like that. That's kind of what I would do if I was Sakana. I mean, obviously I'm biased, but if I was Sakana, after those comments, I wouldn't, graduate. I wouldn't terminate her. I'd graduate it and then just not renew her contract. Is what I would do. Thank you very much for the $5. Zen. Oh, hey, Zenkoman. To the Omis, I would like to recommend Sinon, who is just. Oh, okay, yeah. Actually, yeah. I guess Sinon. I think like Claraara is like a mix. Well, sorry, Sinon and Bibi together are like a mix of Claraara. Funny enough. To the Omis, I'd recommend Sinon, who's just kind of thirsty instead of seemingly evil. Thank you very much for the $2, Mr. Snowman Afty. She's a good talent, but a shit person. I mean, succinctly said, basically, yeah. Thank you very much for the $10, Colloid Shelving. Hololive can credibly levy threats on behalf of their talents because they're a JP company. The bar for a defamation suit in Japan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's spot on here. The bar for a defamation suit in Japan is on the floor, so there's actual bite there. Not so much in Canada and the US, no. But still, they can still, as Armchair said, like puff their thing out a little bit. Yeah. Snap back, bite back.
It's my wish for that, no pun intended, is more so one to do with optics and principle rather than functionality. Well, it's hard because very often on social media, performance and functionality are very difficult to distinguish from one another. But it's not so much I'm expecting FaZe to be able to bankrupt everyone who was ganging up on Jelly. It's more so that I feel like from a perspective of, clarifying to your audience what your priorities are as a company, I would have preferred that they came out and had some show of force in defense of her.
Yeah, even though they're a company as well, I'd say from a leadership angle, they should definitely stick up for their talents like that, because again, it just reinforces the right message to the rest of the team, right? That you are a team and that you'll come to people's defense, even if you and not that I'm saying Jelly is obviously she didn't do anything wrong, but even if you did do something wrong, I still think it's normally a good thing for the company to publicly come to the defense of the talent, and then they can deal with it themselves, internally, rather than submitting to a baying mob. Because that's kind of why Niji Sanji has the reputation that it does, is because they basically throw their talents to the wolves in appeasement every time they cross some arbitrary line that the talents themselves didn't even fucking realize that they crossed.
Yep.
Thank you very much for the membership, Wolfen Wings, buddy. Bloody hell, it's been 17 months. Fuck me. Thank you. Jerry did nothing wrong. True and based. I mean, technically speaking, she should have been more careful with the tweet in the first place, but I won't hold it against her because she did it in the past with Dustborn and nothing happened then. But in principle, no, she didn't do anything bad or that warranted this.
I would make the argument that Dustborn was arguably safer because of the fact that she did it on stream, not Twitter. Yeah. Twitter is just, in general, not a great platform to be doing that on. It's kind of a lose-lose when you have a corporation behind you, because the only thing Twitter is good for is engagement baiting, but, you have to... Unfortunately, you actually have to put thought into that particular line.
You have some very great, understated, biting, scathing remarks at times. It's that Anglo sarcasm at play there. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the membership as well, Extreme Thinker Buddy. 2 months, hell yeah. Degree, how would you say that? Degree? Jerry, Jit, Juffing, Drong. Yeah, true and based. Thank you for the $5.
Every time someone JFIs a sentence, it always sounds so funny, regardless of what it's actually saying.
the brain rot's affected me. You know, I think it was about this time last year. But last year, I was at like an M&S, and I saw this legwear called jeggings, which were like jeans but leggings, and I immediately had to go to the Phase Discord, and I went to like the Starlight section, and I said, "Guys, look, jeggings! It's Jelly's here." But thank you very much for the $5, Maston. If they don't apologise and signal they want to have their talents back, FaceCon will be boycotted to oblivion, and anti-harassment will continue. I definitely think there's going to be a large amount of, what's the word, discontentment, and there's going to be boycotting, and the anti-harassment will continue. Yeah, I would like to see like an official explanation for it, but as Armchair says, we're probably not going to get one, and we're probably not going to get an apology. But I do think that as long as
realistically speaking, I just don't see them. I just don't see them making that call, to be completely honest.
Yeah, and I think that as long as they don't shit the bed again, I think it's recoverable. So I even think that Niji Sanji can recover their current position as well, despite everything they've done. Just need the right management. Just need the right thing in place.
Yeah. It's just you need to make enough right decisions for long enough to the point where everyone's able to forget about your bad ones.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, we've got a Kiwi here, Armchair. Thank you very much for the 10 New Zealand dollars, Dimitri Damin. We've got a bloody Kiwi here, Armchair. Bloody Kiwis, hey. They're like, "Where's the car?" And we're like, "Where's the car?" What Armchair said, it could have take 10 minutes of critical thinking to realise either people that are that dumb or malicious to ignore facts and definitions. There's going to be a lot of work to repair. I'm too tired to properly comprehend this message, unfortunately. That's nothing against you. I'm just like too tired now for my brain to work. But like I said earlier in the stream, I think that people aren't helping themselves by getting whipped up into frenzies by overly emotional people, who are acting a bit rashly and aren't thinking logically. And I don't blame them, right? Because to be generous to them, VTubing, their Oshi, this hobby, whatever, means an awful lot to them. And to see, it being, to see this disappointing act, I understand it'll make people upset. I guess I'm quite fortunate in that being a salty 32-year-old man who's been on the internet a long time, I'm used to seeing all my favorite IPs and games being fucking ruined for modern audiences and the new audiences. So I kind of live with the inherent gloom and cynicism of expecting that VTubing, Phase Connect, and everything will eventually become lame and gay or die or whatever. So that's why it doesn't bother me too much. Like peak Doomer maxing, but still just forgetting about it and pretending it's not happening for the time being is how I kind of live. Thank you very much for the $5. Australian dollars? There's an A in front. Does that mean Australian dollars? The name reeks. The name
maybe.
The name seems Australian to me. Changhua sounds Australian to me.
Australian or Austrian, one of the two.
Oh, do Austrians have dollars, do they? I don't know what their currency is.
I have no idea, to be honest. I just went with the two country names that commonly get mixed up with one another.
Yeah, I'll go with Australia because Changhua gives me big Australian vibes. It sounds like something you'd call like a sandwich or something. You go, "Oh, mate, you got
Changhua.
Let's have a fucking Changhua for brekkie, eh?" This makes it harder for any possible future gens. I hope they rectify. Armchair, I don't think we mentioned this in stream, but Armchair mentioned this when we were in the pre-stream chat, and I agree with this sentiment as well. I completely agree. Is that we think Phase Connect has grown a little bit too quickly, and that they should have calmed down a bit. Honestly,
I think Phase has attempted to expand its network and relied upon those expanded connections a little bit too much, a little bit too early.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is us hallucinating a hypothetical scenario where they have an objectively correct reason to be posting what they did yesterday.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you very much for the $10. Zippy Zap. Phase Connect has already smeared Jelly's rep from people that look at statement at a surface level and how non-fans will bring up Jelly without context moving forward, using what the company said. Yeah, I think there's an awful lot of truth to that. I'm just kind of still at that kind of hopium stage at the moment, where just given their past conduct and how they've dealt with these dramas, I'm not convinced at the moment. I'm not getting too upset about it now, but I do feel bad for poor Jelly though. She didn't deserve any of this to happen, and the statement was disappointing. But I'm not quite black-pilled just yet. I think things will eventually move on, and they better not do it again, right? They better learn from this and not do it again.
If they do it again, then I don't think it's up for debate. I think it is the case that FaZe has objectively gotten too big for its britches.
Well said. Thank you very much for the $5, the Ferrari kids. I want to give Lord Maulington and Armchair a big thank you for all the hard work you do researching this, and for the discussions in today's stream. Smiley face. I think he's gone, but thank you very much to the Ferrari kid. You're always a very pleasant and joyful person to have in the chat, and I enjoy talking to you occasionally in the Urufugan section on the FaZe Connect Discord.
I found it charming to see Ferrari Kid use the little like miss in front of whenever he uses a talent's name in chat.
Yeah, I love the Ferrari Kid. He's such a sweetheart. He's a damn good man kid. I don't know if he's actually a kid or a man, or I don't know, but damn good man, the Ferrari Kid. I like him. He's a.
Oh, he's still here. He's still here.
He's still here. Hello. Sorry, I can't.
He's in chat.
I can't go to chat because I'm going to lose the fucking donations.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll be your eyes. I'll be your eyes while we're doing this.
Thank you very much for the $2, Matsukaze, buddy. Matsu, by the way, our next repo game can't be in 6 months' time. We have to do it again sometime. Week after next, maybe. I love our repo sessions. They're so funny. Furry. Look, I'm not a furry. I'm a big, strong, burly man, all right? And big, strong, burly men are not furries, all right? Get it right.
You're never beating the allegations.
I did it as a meme, on.
They keep coming back. They keep coming back.
No, you get it right. I did it for the content. I thought it'd be a funny meme if I was a furry. There'd be something people to tease me about, and then we can play along with it. It's funny, all right? I'm not actually a furry, all right? Settle down, guys. Thank you very much for the $5 again, with a Whisketeer. Never would have expected most likely to lead Sakana to an early grave award for FaZe Awards 2026. Would be for Jelly and not Luby, Pippa, or Sheena. Yeah. Actually, are you missing anyone there? Luby, Pippa, Dizzy maybe. Dizzy can be sometimes a little bit spicy. But yeah, no, I agree with those picks.
I don't think so. I think Dizzy is way too self-contained usually.
What was that game that was all the rage at? Oh god, I can't remember when it was now. Was it the beginning of last year, middle of last year? It was like a game that's kind of like The Sims, where you could design your own character, and then like you.
Inzoi?
It might be. I think that rings a bell. Inzoi, but I watched Dizzy streaming Inzoi. She spent the first 4 hours just racially profiling people on Inzoi. So I mean, stuff like that could be taken the wrong way.
Yeah, but then I feel like, how do I say this? I don't know how to put it. Dizzy comes off as someone who you would have to be out of your right mind to try and strong arm if you're a tourist, you know?
Oh god, yeah.
Like she has that aura about her that makes it seem like a very bad idea.
Yeah, she does have her sensitive moments, but overall you can tell that generally speaking, like Dizzy's I know.
I think I can understand. Like in a weird kind of way, I can understand because Jelly comes off as very youthful, and as a result of that, maybe I could see some people looking at her and going, "Oh, okay, the lolly's an easy target."
Yeah,
but Dizzy, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think a tourist shitstirrer will look at Dizzy and then run the other way.
She handled ghost politics raid pretty well, honestly. I think that's an example of like Dizzy just actually, despite the Sadio memes, she doesn't take any shit and she's got her head on straight, normally speaking. Oh, I can't believe I remembered that, actually. I don't know why, but I just immediately invoked the famous ghost politics into Dizzy raid. Let's see. Thank you very much for the $5, Bees. The thank you for your continued support. Oh, by the way, Bees, do you want to play Oshi Push sometime? The thank you for your continued support, said repeatedly, is a kind of corpo speak that makes my eyes roll back into the back of my head. I don't know, I'm tired. Yeah,
it's compulsory at this point. It's basically a sort of linguistic tick that all corporations pick up in this space.
It does, right? It's like people are imitating, like even independents who get themselves into drama, which is a complete nothing burger. You can see.
Thank you for your support, Mr. Indie, number 504.
Yeah, they clearly like they copy things, but they don't understand why they're saying the things that they're saying.
Why it works, yeah.
Thank you very much for the $5, Mastin buddy. Chair, there is a real risk here of precedent for increased talent self-censorship. I'd feel dirty giving money and time to that, even to support talents. Do you want to take that, Armchair? I've got a comment for that as well.
I think that if you feel like you don't want to support FaZe anymore, that's fair enough. But in terms of risk of increasing talent self-censorship, yeah, I could see some of the talents maybe trying to rein themselves in a little bit more after this. Assuming, of course, that it's not something that they're outright instructed to do by management. But, well, if this was like 1 or 2 years ago, I would have said, I don't think it's too much of a chance of that. Maybe they just say fuck it and they go the other direction instead, just to spite the people who would purposefully try to get offended at things. But like I said before, FaZe is bigger now. It's kind of tough for me to say which way things are going to go. But it wouldn't surprise me if some of the talents decided to sort of rein themselves in a little bit, which I think is a bit of a shame, but also not exactly out of left field.
Yeah, one thing I'll say as well, in addition to that, is that, like Armchair said as well, it's perfectly fine if you don't want to support a talent anymore. But as well, a talent can change over time, and it can be a deliberate choice, or they might not even realize they're doing it. It might be like a slow creep that's completely unintentional, depending on how their fan base evolves or external factors. And that situation might occur one day where your Oshi, your favorite VTuber, whatever, is no longer the content creator you enjoyed watching in the first place, right? And it's like, back when I used to watch Asmongold, for example, he was a WoW streamer, and now he's a cultural politics commentator. I've still for the most part, his content. It's not enough to sway me away, but obviously a lot of people don't watch Asmon anymore. And even for me, for my Oshi, I do miss kind of early FaZe Connect Lumi. I prefer mid career Lumi over current Lumi, and beginning Cyberlive Lumi. And at times I've kind of considered, not changing Oshi to Tenma because of that. But it's like, there's no shame in it. It's understandable. It's just, over time, content creators might just change what they do and how they do things, and you might not be to your taste anymore. Maybe your taste changes over time as well. So, stuff like that's perfectly normal. It's okay. She's still my Oshi for now. Every time I try to get away from Lumi, she does something, and I'm like, oh my god, this is why she's my favorite entertainer. It's because of shit like this. It's so funny. It always ends up happening. It's like she's watching me, Armchair, that sneaky lemon fuck.
Spreadsheet moment.
Do you remember when I made that I just reposted that meme about going off
Yeah, when she showed up saying, is that why you haven't been in chat? That was a moment where I was like, holy shit, the spreadsheet's real.
That fucking shit me up, Armchair. Like, what the fuck did she mean by that? I still haven't gotten over that. Like, is she joining in on the meme, or is that like a genuine threat? Like, what the fuck? Because Lumi's commented on 2 of my videos as well, and so I'm like, Jesus Christ, is she actually? I sound like a creepy parasocial now, where I've convinced my Oshi to me, but it's like, actually, does she? Is she actually watching me now? What the fuck?
I like to think that when she's like scrolling through her timeline, she occasionally sees like a post that a Gumi's made that's even like only tangentially related to her, or something that could be construed as slightly related to her. And then she, like, sometimes when she feels like just making someone jump, she'll like reply to it for no other reason.
Yeah, I do like that attitude of hers. It's a big part of why I like Lumi. She has that like playful teasiness, which is pretty funny. Yeah, I kind of tend to gravitate towards VTubers who have that kind of shitposty, teasy nature to them. It's funny.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Lemon.
Pink lemon, yeah. It's weird as well, because it's like, I don't know, just quickly tangent away for just 1 second. It's like, I don't know, when I was in making the FaZe Connect documentary, I keep like making a bunch of like joking, teasing remarks about Pippa, like out of nowhere, but I don't feel compelled to do that about any other talent. I just wonder why I keep doing that, and I think it's because I see Pippa as like a fellow shit poster, so that I know she would like it and could appreciate it. I guess is probably why I do it. I just think that's interesting how I keep having this instinct to tease Pippa. It's weird, even though I don't watch her. Thank you very much for the $5, Zippy Zap. Again, with how much West online conflict has occurred because of American politics from not siding or caring when you're non-American, I can see the growing resentment. Yeah, it's like American cultural imperialism can really get on people's nerves sometimes, and it's like people abroad in particular get sick of it, particularly as it can poison our own cultural and historical conscience, because there are like people in the UK in the current day who think that we experienced Jim Crow and the same kind of things that Black Americans did in the during the early days of the US. And it's like it's like, well, there was racism in the UK and there was racism up into the 60s, but we were like a good 80-90 years ahead of Americans when it came to race relations with non-whites. But it's like, because of American, cultural imperialism, as they call it, there are like non-white people growing up in the UK who think that all black people, regardless of where they're from, experienced the Montgomery bus boycotts and the lynchings and the Klan and shit. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Thank you very much for the $5, Koloi Chavi. Pippa's cancelled her stream tonight, and for the foreseeable future, bar sponsor streams. I worry the situation may be getting to her. Yeah, I don't mean to sound mean when I say this, but remember, guys, at the end of the day, Pippa is a grown woman. I assume she's in at least her late 20s. I imagine. She has agency, right? She's a grown woman. She doesn't need coddling. But I understand, that you're coming from a place of just concern and care for Pippa. I get it. I find myself, genuinely concerned with some of them sometimes, particularly dizzy with some of the stuff she posts sometimes. I'm not having to go at you for that. It's just something, again, that annoys me, that I see a lot of, is that people are like coddling Pippa like she's a 6-year-old. And I know that she's got she's got problems, but it's like, guys, she's a fucking nearly a middle-aged adult, and I don't think you're giving Pippa enough credit either. You could take a look at how much she's like evolved as a person and as a professional from 5 years ago, right? It's like she's a lot more capable than even her own fans seem to give her credit for sometimes.
I'd say I'd go a step further than that and say that she's more capable than many of the fans many of the fans. Like, not all of us can claim to be able to drive a truck around whenever we want and you just go out, grab random animals off the street and then start raising them in our homes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for the $5, Ash. Jerry did nothing wrong. This jurisdiction cannot stand. Also, hello, future Florida man. I don't. The problem is, Ash, is that Florida's so expensive. I'm leaning more towards Louisiana or Texas now, or Oklahoma. I'd like Florida though. I would like to go to Florida. It's my favorite state.
I imagine. Well, I mean, I feel like Maulington would fit in with the brand image of Florida as a state.
I would unironically take my shirt off and try to wrestle a tornado as soon as I got to Florida. Like, tornadoes fascinate me.
I could see that. I could see that.
Yeah, it's like extreme weather events. We don't get them in the UK. It's just rain all the time. So it's like when I see a tornado, I'm like, ooh, I know this thing will kill me, but I want to see it.
All of Australia's extreme weather events are shit. It's just like a heat wave that will bake you if you don't have aircon on 24/7, or just a lot of rain that opens leaks in your ceiling. Like, that's pretty much it.
Not an extreme weather event, but oh my god, I wouldn't be able to handle being an Australian and like waking up to a huntsman spider taking up half my fucking wall. Like, Jesus Christ.
Huntsman spiders are by far the most benevolent creatures that you could possibly get, though. That's the funny thing. Like, over here, we have some real specimens. Like, you know what a funnel web is, right?
I was about to mention, God, those funnel web spiders are fucking scary dudes as well, man.
Insane. Imagine a spider that, not because of its power, but because of its method of biting, capable of penetrating toenails with its fangs.
Yeah.
That is truly insane.
Funnel web spiders look like the black head crabs from fucking Half-Life. That's how fucking scary they look.
They do.
Well, the fangs they have, man, absolutely horrifying. I have arachnophobia as well, by the way. I fucking hate spiders. My top
I can
three.
see why you wouldn't want to be in Australia then.
Exactly, yeah. My top 3 biggest fears, Armchair. Number 1, alien greys. As soon as I see an alien grey, I have a fucking heart attack. Heights, second biggest fear, and then spiders, third biggest fear. How about you?
All of them are pretty rational, to be honest. My biggest fear, probably. That's a good question, actually. I haven't sat down and probably thought about what I'm scared of for a long time. Fuck, I think you've got me on the spot here.
Oh, Armchair has no fear. He's Australian.
I used to, yeah, I'm such a manly man. I don't have fears. I think I used to have a phobia of zombies.
Oh, that's an interesting
when
one.
I was much younger. I have zombies and dementia. Zombies, dementia, and oddly enough, shit. I think I am a little. I think I'm a little. What's the formal term for that? Gastrophobic? What is that?
I think it's gastrophobic. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting actually that you mentioned zombies and dementia as well, because that's something that just one of the things that really fascinates me about zombie media is like, isn't
it's very close to dementia.
It's very close to dementia,
very close
right?
to dementia.
And seeing someone who was once this character that you knew become something like that, like a mindless drone, something about that's just so terrifying to me, right?
Yeah,
it's scary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The thing about zombies that always made them scary to me was that idea of losing who you are as a person, just being this sort of shambling, malignant parody of what you were like before.
Okay, thank you very much for the $5, Yuki 3D. My rat is there is some external pressure, sponsor, con venue, cosplayer, threatening the chance of the con succeeding or being compromised internally. Yeah, I'm definitely on the camp of there is some kind of external pressure which has caused this madness, but obviously that doesn't excuse it. And well, I mean, depending on what it is, maybe if it is like
I'm willing to believe it. I'm not willing to use it as a reason to give him the pass.
Yeah, whereas I am, but you know, whatever. But thank you for the $5, buddy. Thank you very much for the $2, Mr. Snowman FD. What do you use to play Oshi Push online? Oh, yeah, actually, speaking of which, do you want to play Oshi Push this Sunday, Armchair?
Yeah, of course.
Hell yeah. We
goes
use
without saying.
Yeah, no, I just keep forgetting to put the damn waiting room up. Then I'm like, oh, just want to make sure he definitely still wants to play. But what do you use to play Oshi Push online? We use Tabletop Simulator. It's all there. It's all good. Pretty good. Thank you very much for the $5, Maston. If FaZe doesn't make it clear that they have the talents back, fans will boycott and antis will continue attacking this weak point. Public action needed. I guess we'll see, I suppose. I mean, I am on the side of, again, as I said before, I would like an official explanation as to what they're thinking, but I'm probably more inclined to realistically believe Armchair's stance of we're not going to get it. Because, I mean, again, it's like I can see it as well. It's an attitude of, well, if even though we're the fans and we're the people that they should be appeasing, it's like if us demanding an answer succeeds once,
what would they even say?
Yeah,
like if they were to put out a statement where they formally, publicly try to, essentially, the closest a corporation can come to asking for forgiveness and acting out repentance. What would they actually say in that statement?
Well, instead of the thing is, I'm not looking at it objectively. Kind of like what I'm hoping in my hopest of hopes is that it's a situation where like there's going to be like a mass boycott of like all the vendors or like a major business. But let's say, for example, let's just say it's Tails Coffee. Tails Coffee says, Sakana, if you don't make it extremely clear, to the community that to VTubers that your company isn't, racist, bigoted, whatever the fuck, we're going to cancel your coffee contract. Then what I would hope that Sakana would do is he would say, it doesn't have to be like a video. It doesn't have to be like a public apology where he's like on video explaining it. But he he can just make it a Twitter statement where he's like, I don't know, like, yeah. Problem is now that I'm actually going through it, it's like I see what you were saying earlier, where it's like he's gonna burn. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I don't see it as a winning play because it would involve burning at least one bridge. Like the more likely outcome is he comes out, he says something, it's not really up to par, it doesn't quite get that catharsis among most of the fan base, and it also exposes that pressure that causes the whichever party hypothetically was trying to get FaZe to bend over to then flip out as well. So I just don't see it as a very realistic response for FaZe.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, after going through it, it's like, I've changed my mind. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I learned as well, honestly. I'm the kind of person where I learn by actually going through things and then going, okay, that works, that doesn't work. Hey, Knight Protector of Tubers, buddy. Hell yeah. Quite literally Leocon's strongest Leocon, since he's the only manly man there with muscles and strength. With everything that's happened over the last 48. Oh, by the way, have you seen like Knight Protectors like cosplays? By the way,
I haven't.
Yeah, he's
Hold
great.
on.
He
I'll
literally
need
wears
to
a
check
helmet.
them out on Twitter after this.
He literally wears a
Okay.
knight's
Well, I mean,
helmet.
that explains
Yeah.
the username.
Yeah, he could go undercover. Well, he wouldn't be able to go undercover as a Star Knight actually, as he's actually quite well. He's in shape. With everything that's happened over the last 48 hours in phase, I'm honestly at a loss on how to proceed. Yeah, I mean, my kind of overall stance on the situation is that I'm very disappointed in what Phase Connect's done. I hope Jelly doesn't feel guilty or too bad about what's happened. I hope that Phase Connect corrects itself and that we don't lose our lovely little community that we've built over the years, and that, you know, people don't go don't go too retard over it, and it doesn't, you know, people eventually calm down and stop being unnecessarily like harsh and dickish to each other. But another thing I want to mention as well is that although I do, you know, in a ways, I care for the Phase Connect talents, right, and I want to see them be happy, successful, grow, and get those things that they've been working so hard to achieve over the years. I must admit, at the same time, I'm really not that emotionally invested in not really emotionally invested in Phase Connect as a company as a whole, really. So if Phase Connect disbands and all my favorite VTubers are still streaming, then I'll be Gucci, honestly. I mean, I'll be disappointed at the loss of community, but as long as all my favorite VTubers are still tubing, I'll be Gucci. But it's like, yeah, I'll be absolutely gutted though if I were to lose like Mishru or Irie or whatever. I could see like those two maybe stopping streaming after a phase collapse. So I don't want to see that happen. But it's like, I just don't. I kind of always try to keep an arm's length emotionally to anything that I engage with, precisely so that I don't get terribly burnt or go full retard when something bad happens to it. And I know not everybody can behave like that. I know that some people love, you know, embracing things holistically, and that's fine. I'm just one of those people where I always need to keep I'm a very guarded person and suspicious person, so I always
need to stay in control. You need to be able to control your own emotions and impulses.
I need to be able to control it, and I just have trust issues in general. Basically, I have a
makes sense.
I act, and I try to maintain like positivity and optimism, but I am secretly like a massive pessimist. So it's kind of the duality of my condition is that I act like a whimsical optimist, but I'm a pessimist.
I think we complement one another in that way, because I'm the opposite. Like I lean into being pessimistic, although sometimes a little bit of idealism leaks through. I have to sort of hold myself back and go, okay, hold on, am I being realistic about this here?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the $10. Fox, I just realised your name. Fox the Enjoyer. Kershaw fans are always welcome in this community. I fucking love Kershaw. Oh, you know what? I was planning to make the Kershaw documentary 2 years ago. I'm 2 years overdue with my videos at the moment.
It's okay. I think waiting for 2 years has meant that if you were to make it now, you have far more material that you could use.
But that's the problem though. Now there's way too much fucking spicy Fox.
Yeah, fair enough.
Covered now.
How does one describe the Kirsha?
Yeah, I've had the fucking meme intro like planned for years though as well. It's gonna be the fucking at the beginning of the Matrix Reloaded when Neo's fighting like the free agents, but the free agents are gonna be like V-tweeters or, you know, like Kersha's big antis, and it's just gonna be like Kershaw is Neo fighting the antis, but it's gonna have a laugh like drafted over all the time. I fucking love Kersha's laugh. You know, it's like. It's just
a very
so
hearty
funny
sound.
It's a very hearty, pleasant, funny laugh. Whenever Kershaw laughs, I laugh. But how long is the PC documentary going to be, and when is part 1? The Phase Connect documentary, at the moment, I'm planning to stop it when we get to June of 2024. So it's going to cover 3 years. One part is 1 year. Each part at the moment is looking like it's going to be 6 hours. So it's going to be a minimum of 18 hours. So depending on how I feel, I might do the following on years as well. So definitely 18 could easily become 30 hours overall at this rate. We'll see how it goes. And and in terms of release, it probably would be near completion already, but I've been making a 2-hour-long Disney documentary that I'm going to be releasing within the next couple weeks, hopefully. It's editing. Unfortunately, I had to re-record everything because the audio in it was shit after the fact, so I have to re-record everything. But yeah, after that, I would say maybe March, April, hopefully at the latest. Keep having to push it back because I've just surprised myself with how long it takes to edit things, which is always weird. I can never accurately predict how long the editing process takes. It doesn't seem like, when you take like 10 minutes of audio Armchair, it feels like, oh yeah, 10 minutes of audio, I can edit that down to how I want it in 20 minutes. And then it's like 5 hours later and it's like, what the fuck?
Then perfectionism creeps in and you don't know where the time went.
Yeah. I did have like that scene from The Menu where Ralph Fiennes' character is like making a burger for like the first time in like 30 years. I had that moment when I made my first phase cops meme intro in 19 months. I was like, oh yeah, this is why I got into making videos in the first place. I love making this meme. But thank you very much for the thank you very much for the $5, Colloid, buddy. Where would I go play Oshi Push with you guys in chat? Is there a Discord? Yes, there are.
Japanime games.
Japanime games. Oh. How am I gonna give him the link to it?
Is it on their Twitter or on their website?
I think so. Actually, if I do the invite to server link? No, ask me friends. Is there a link? Where do we get a public link from for this? I don't know how to do it. I'm hesitant to like just invite everybody to add me as friends on Discord and do it that way. I can't do that, unfortunately. I don't know. I'm gonna have to. You know what? Give me a rain check on that one, Colloid, and I'll figure out how I can send you the public link, or maybe I can help guide you towards where you can find the link. I don't know. I don't think Japanime Games have it on their X. I'm pretty sure I looked there before and couldn't find it. I got invited by Zeal. But Oshi Push is a great game as well. I really enjoyed the game. The new set is looking to be very exciting and will spice the game up a bit. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Oshi Push's further developments. Looking forward to your interview with Justin actually as well, Armchair. Well, do you know when it's going to happen?
Yeah. Oh wait, Nick. Yeah.
Oh, Nick. Why don't
it's it's currently scheduled for 12 a.m. Wednesday AEST. So I think I can't really do the math on the spot right now, but it should be, I think, late afternoon, late night.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll make sure.
No, morning. No, never mind. Morning or something for EST people. So in any case, but yeah, so waiting room for that is already up on my channel, and I'm going to be talking to one of the game designers behind Oshi Push, sort of get his thoughts on what was the rationale behind how the game was made, and some of the strategies that they thought to bake into the game, and what are they expecting players to do, how have players been reacting to their game, etc., etc. Yeah, nice little insight.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Honestly, as I said, when I first got my hands on Oshi Push and started playing it, very pleasantly surprised actually about how solid everything is. Rare.
I might see if I can get him to rate some of the hypothetical card designs that you've sent to me on the spot, like a rating out of 5 or something.
This is where I learn I'm not cut out for designing cards.
I'm gonna ask him to be merciless.
Okay. Thank you very much for the $10 background noise, buddy. Always good. I play a little game of Where's Waldo with background noise Armchair. Background noise has been commenting on face stuff since like the dawn of time. So when I'm like watching old VODs from like 2021 to 2022 for the face documentary, I play a game of it's background noise in the chat. Can I find him? But thank you for the $10 background noise. Fish could fix this by coming on stream with Jelly. Does it even need to get into every little detail about what happened? Just doing it would help tremendously. I think, after going through that with Armchair, really going through the exercise, actually I've realised that it's probably a bad idea to publicly talk about it. But I think that doing a stream about it, even then, is especially over the top, really. I don't think anything... It comes across as cringe as well. It's a bit cringe, I think, as well, to do something like that.
The only way that would be palatable is if the entire time it's just the talents ripping into Sakana for this, for for making that decision. Like, that's the only way that I could see this not being cringe and maybe being palatable.
I lied on my application.
70-80% chance.
Yeah, I love it. I love it when Sheena and Jelly interviewed him, and they're like, "Yeah, I liked on the interview. Yeah, you all did. Yeah, I liked on the interview. Yeah. Don't like Minecraft. Fuck that." Thank you very much for the $5, Sebastian. How about we noticed our talents have been receiving harassment? We stand by our talents and we take. I mean that could kind of be nice, but it's an empty threat though because there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah.
But thank you for the $5, everybody. Thank you very much for the $5 to Ferrari Kids. I'll be taking off now. Again, a big thank you for the stream today. Until next time, goodbye, buddy. Goodbye, Ferrari Kid. Goodbye, Maulington. Goodbye, Armchair. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye, buddy.
Goodbye, Ferrari Kid. I'll see you in the next stream where you're in chat.
See you in the next stream, buddy. Thank you very much for the $2 again, Ivan. How about a H2O Sakana naked?
Like if FaZe released like a commissioned video of animation of Sakana doing a naked Degazer.
Oh, Armchair, do you remember that fucking 3D Fox hentai that used to like make all the rounds back in the early days of the internet? Do you know what I'm talking about? The one with the tentacles in the pool? Is that too old internet lore for you?
I think that maybe before my time.
Before your time? God, I just brought that back up for some reason. I don't know why. Fucking hell. Sorry, I'm
very specific memory. I've not heard nor seen this before. So
I can't even remember the name of it, Felix. I remember it used to be like linked as like it was like the edgy side of Rickroll, like instead of being Rickrolled, you'd be shown
almost like a reaction image or something.
It's like an actual video, but it's like kind of it's some kind of like weird degenerate furries like 3D hentai thing where it involves a fox and it involves tentacles. You let your imagination do the rest, and it was like one of those things. It's like this was before anime culture as well was like truly like understood. So it's one of those things where even if you were an anime fan, you'd be like, what the fuck is this fuck? Like, what even is this? Right? You didn't understand like furries or like tentacle hentai back then. It was before that time. I just remember my friends sending it to me to like, because they knew it would piss me off every time they sent me that. And I just remember them sending it to me as like a meme. That and the noob boyfriend. Do you remember the noob boyfriend video from that College Humor channel? You used to send that to me as well to piss me off.
Noob boyfriend.
Yeah, it's just like a skit where it's like a guy goes to meet like his girlfriend's parents and like they're Horde players and he's an Alliance player, and the meme is that the parents are like, our daughter's too good for you, you filthy Alliance player.
Oh, I have very, very vague memories of that, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a guy used to link that to me all the time. It used to get on my fucking nerves because I'm sick of seeing this fucking video on my feed all the time. Fuck off. Hey, Pontiff and Wolf. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I think that's a good place to leave it, guys. So yeah, that's all the donations done. So thank you very much for the donations. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you very much as well, as always, for joining me on today's stream, Armchair. Yeah, I've learned a lot from you today as well. And as always, I just really enjoyed today's stream and hanging out with you and discussing this stuff. It's always good fun. So thank you very much.
Likewise. I've enjoyed this a lot. Very cathartic for me, and it helps me get my thoughts in order for later on when I try to do it in a more structured manner.
Yeah, you're really good at helping me keep on the straight and narrow and keep on task as well. Because if I was on my own, the stream wouldn't even be halfway done, and we'd probably be here for another 4 hours. So thank you for that. I'm going to post Armchair's channel again in the comment section, guys. So if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Armchair. And yeah, I'll let you head off, Armchair. So thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you for having me. Hope you have a nice rest of your day, or a nice sleep, I suppose.
Thank you. Take care, buddy.
See ya.
Thank you very much for the $10. Oh, sorry, I'm talking to Armchair now. Let me leave Discord. Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the $10, Dustblight. Thank you for the stream. Set my worries down a bit. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I was kind of hoping a little bit that would happen as part of today's stream. I think now is way too early to start dooming and doing a Denethor of Gondor and screaming about the situation. I do think it's a good thing that FaZe Connect is being challenged, because again, it reminds them that at the end of the day, it's us they should be scared of, and we're the ones who pay their bills and made them who they are. So we're the ones who matter really, more so than some like imaginary sponsors and you know, some V-tweeter filth. It's just so uncharacteristic of FaZe Connect. This doesn't seem right to me. So I just hope, I'm just positively optimistic that there is some really serious pressure behind the scenes that are causing them to do this madness. Because it just doesn't seem right to me. It just seems bizarre that they stood by and protected Pippa and did nothing when Pippa was being cancelled for the Shekel stream and the Jew jokes that the Capitalists were making during that needy streamer playthrough she did 3 years ago. Like, that could have gone really badly, but they quietly deleted that and mentioned it no more. But then they choose to get prissy about this. I mean, there's like a million different explanations as to why things are different now as to how they were back then, which makes sense. Like, again, trying to cozy up and look good in front of the big boys. I'm not, again, just instinctually, I've got nothing to back that up. I'm not convinced of that at this point, but I'm not convinced that FaZe Connect is going woke or becoming a black company either. But regardless, I think like I said before, I don't think the culture war really is the important part from this. It's just about making sure that Jelly and the talents are, treated with the decency and respect that they deserve, that this whole situation didn't warrant this response. I hope Jelly isn't feeling too down, or isn't being too harsh on herself. Does it feel like she's responsible for putting FaZe Connect in all this trouble? I would certainly hope as well, given on what the FaZe talents have said in the past, and kind of like the general vibes I suppose I get from Sakana as a leader. I don't imagine that they are like giving Jelly like a caution or being mean to her or anything like that. I don't think she even needs a talking to. I think she realised herself that this is a bit of a whoopsie daisy and miscalculated that one. Won't do it again, right? But as I was saying, it's the culture war isn't the problem here, although the problem is in a sense caused by the culture war. It's just making sure that the talents and that the management are just doing right by their talents, and that Jelly receives restitution. And like Armchair says now, actually, after going through a case study, after going through a scenario, I've changed my mind. Actually, I don't think that doing a public apology actually would do any good and wouldn't come across well. But I don't think we necessarily. I think we. I don't know. It's like on sentiment. I think we do deserve an explanation, but we can't reasonably be given one. All right, which is frustrating. But it's like, okay, I get it, I suppose. But I trust FaZe Connect to actually, despite publicly shitting on Jelly, I hope they're being extra nice to her behind the scenes and doing something. I don't know, making it right. I don't know. I'm repeating myself now. What else was I gonna say? And about the culture war stuff, like I understand that people have an emotional connection to FaZe Connect or their Oshi or Jelly for whatever reasons. Like for some people, this VTubing stuff, FaZe Connect, it all means an awful lot to them. So when this stuff happens, they're gonna have an extreme emotional episode that something this bad happens to their favorite company, their favorite VTuber out of nowhere. And that's fine. It's a perfectly human response. But one thing I'll say as well, guys, is to remember that Twitter isn't real. It's mostly populated by very miserable, angry, terminally online people who are looking for any and every excuse to get angry and to take out their insecurities or personal, psychological, mental, emotional issues out on whoever will listen, whoever will take it on board. So try not to get riled up into a fury. Try to remain calm, think logically about these things, and a person is smart, people are stupid, right? Try not to jump to conclusions. Try not to be too hasty in your thoughts and feelings. Try not to get whipped up in a frenzy. Because even if it's like your mute, even if it's someone who's normally quite a decent chap who's got his head screwed on right, we can all have moments where we crash out and have a retard moment, right? And it's just like making sure that you, if necessary, just reassure your boys, reassure your oomphies, get them to get off the ledge, get them to take a chill pill a little bit, and try to figure out why these things happen and what the best way forward is, instead of immediately going to FaZe Connect's fucking ruined now, we must burn it all down and destroy everything. I think there are more productive ways there are more productive ways to protest, and there's a productive way forwards for FaZe Connect, which isn't get on your knees to someone. There's something in between getting on your knees and apologizing to someone, everyone, and burn it all down and destroy it all. We just want to see, FaZe Connect correct itself, or sex, cunny, blap, 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 etc. And just continue to do right by the talents, because we don't want to. It's not fair to the other FaZe Connect. It's not fair to the FaZe Connect talents for that this project that they've spent so many years building up, all the effort, all their hard work, the effort, the struggle, to see it all collapse over such a stupid thing would be so incredibly unfair and unjustified to them. To see their all their hard work and see their dreams crushed over something so stupid. It's really not worth it. But it's tricky though, right? It's tricky because on the one hand, how do you show your displeasure with FaZe Connect without making your Oshi suffer? And it's like, unfortunately, you can't have your cake and eat it there. If you want to stick it to FaZe Connect, you are unfortunately going to have to hit them in their wallet, which affects the talent. But it's a short-term pain for long-term gain, basically, right? The hope is that they'll get the message, and then long-term, hopefully they'll learn from it and it won't happen again. Before you leave, what do you think about FaZe publicly terminating their relationship with Gumbun and letting her become the scapegoat for fan rage? I think it's just too vindictive to put it that way, Maston. I think it's even though it's deserved. I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm too polite and British, but I just don't like the vindictiveness of action of those kinds of actions. It's like, yes, I do think that Gumbun probably should. I would give Gumbun the option. I would have a chat with her and I'd give her the option to voluntarily step down from her relation. Does it even have to be that official? I think that Gumbun should be given the opportunity at least to step down from her position as a kind of quasi ambassador for FaZe Connect and the FaZe Connect cosplayers. I wouldn't go as far as to make it that vindictive, where it's like punishment, where we're using words like scapegoat and rage and punishment and like feeding people to the dogs to detract from our own failings. I'd rather approach things from a fair, reasonable and logical mentality than just hatred and rage and spite, really. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not one of those people who's like an ethical, who's like, what do you call them? I'm not one of those people who's like a dignified, like self-wankering, self-flagellating loser, right? I'm not one of those people at all. But again, just because, again, going back to partisanism and politics, it's like just because people like Claraara, for example, think that people who have my political opinions are justified in being shot in the neck and like fucking brutally killed. So I wouldn't wish the same on Claraara, and that's not being like some kind of like clueless, just I can't think of it. I'm too fucking tired, right? But it's not. It's like that's Claraara's prerogative. That's her morality. That's Claraara's ethics to think that way. Even though she, don't get me wrong, I'd happily defend myself against such a person, right? I'd happily defend myself against a Minnesotan type of person. But it's not in my character. It's not in my ethics to think like that and to wish that kind of stuff on other people. And sure, I might frustrate some people and they might think it's like weak or naive or ignorant, but it's me, it's my character. I don't like to be vindictive to people. I don't like to act out of spite, vindictiveness, rage, and hatred where possible. There has to be some kind of rational justification for an action before I take one, I think. But I don't know, we're all different. We all have different mentalities. Thank you very much for the $5 background noise. Problem is, this was inevitable. Can't avoid it when people are going for you. That's a good point. Background noise. This is always going to happen. I mean, I've been talking about this for like a year. That as FaZe Connect goes from being a niche company and becomes more popular and mainstream, I always thought that the two biggest things that were going to happen to FaZe is that a talent who doesn't fit in would do or say something that would cause FaZe problems. That happened. It was Claraara, but As well, I was also concerned about the growing. I was concerned about a kind of World War One kind of situation going on in the community, where like a large influx of people who just don't get on with board guys, forum guys, Medica fans, and early 2000s golden age internet shitlords, and certain types of people, certain types of modern audiences just can't coexist with each other. Eventually, they're gonna start clashing with each other, even though they have like a shared love over VTubers. And I think a little bit of that has happened recently as well. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be that bad. It is a minority of people who within the Phase Connect community who are like banding together with the antis in the corporate statement, which is disappointing, but also reassuring to see that it is a minority. So I think it was wrong. It was wrong on that front. And yeah, I guess I kind of framed it. I guess I kind of framed it terribly earlier. So I didn't want to imply that Phase Connect's like community strifes are caused by is caused because of Niji Sanji fans or V Shoujo fans. I didn't mean it like literally like that as such, really. Although I guess I kind of did say it like that. It's more about the type of person who it's like more about like the kind of typical V Shoujo or Niji Sanji watcher tends to be of like the Twitch culture kind of person, and they do tend to be more on the side of social justice, cultural Marxism, whatever you want to call it. And not all of them are like that, but I don't know, just from my own personal lived experience, it does always seem to be those kinds of people more often than the phase chuds who like can't just peacefully coexist with people they disagree with. And that might just be my own biases, and that's like my own experiences, but that just seems to be the case from my perspective. I could be wrong. I don't have any stats to back it up. Yeah, it's just, and again, as well, equally, it just annoys me as well in the same vein. It's not just that like the fringe retweeter leftists who are like trying to cancel and cause issues with the Phase Connect community that annoy me. It is self-proclaimed, Phase Connect fans as well at times who just blow things way out of proportion and just act in a really over-the-top and unprofessional way. And they're like they're just like unhelpfully mean and just what's the words? They're just being absolutely obnoxious and just unfairly rude and nasty to other Phase Connect fans just because they have like a respectful disagreement, right? It's like I like funny language, right? And I like making slurs and making jokes about people, but just because someone has a different opinion for you, like calling them the tango slur because they're trans, or calling them like whatever slur because they're whatever isn't required. It's not necessary. It's not acceptable, right? When it's done in that way, it's challenge the ideas. Don't bring ad hominems into it. And it's at the end of the day, they're still Phase Connect fans. Hopefully, it's like we shouldn't be fighting each other. We should honestly be defending the talents from the outsiders who are trying to destroy this community and ruin the careers of our favorite talents, really. So instead of fighting each other and just having a Politesburg off with each other, we should focus on getting rid of the tourist and the outsider first before we then try to police each other, I think. Yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of struggling to articulate my thoughts at 3:30 in the morning now. Yeah, I do think this is always an inevitable part, because Phase was built from, like I said, a mostly core of silly boys who do like making jokes about shoes and wooden doors, and obviously a lot of people have a serious issue with those kinds of jokes and that kind of culture, and that's completely fine. That's understandable. But I think ultimately what makes Phase Connect, the reason why so many of us, whether you're like the white supremacist Mexican, the unironic white power nationalist, or whether you're the whatever race, whatever person here, is that Phase Connect is a very tolerant and normally a very tolerant and inclusive community where we can just all get together and just enjoy VTubers. And it's not a place where you normally get like browbeaten about politics, particularly like American cultural war politics. It's a place where you can just be unashamedly who you are and not be judged or bullied or mocked for it. You don't have to walk on eggshells all the time. It's a place where you can be cringe and free. I think that's the beauty of Phase Connect at the fundamental level, and it's why we gravitate towards the talents and the community as well. And obviously there's always that based element of it as well. I do think that if you're going to be a Phase Connect fan and you're going to join Phase Connect, you need to be okay with, you know, racial humor and that early internet humor stuff, because I think that's what Clara's major problem was, is that yes, from a skills perspective, she was a perfect fit for Phase Connect, but you know, politically, personally speaking, Clara picked the wrong company, right? I don't know what the official history is. I don't know if she wanted to join Phase, or she was encouraged to do it by Sakura since they know each other. But Clara picked the wrong company to join Phase Connect. Phase Connect fans do not share her values, and you know, if you don't share the values of a company or its customers, then you shouldn't work for it. Quite frankly, that's my thoughts on Clara. Is that she just shouldn't, there's no business being in Phase Connect in the first place if she doesn't appreciate the kind of humor and mentality that we have. Like, why would you join a company when you hate the customer? It doesn't make sense. Thank you for, and again, I guess I kind of like go on that point as well. It's like, yeah, just, you know, I'm not saying, you know, don't deep throat Phase Connect, don't let them get off the hook, don't be some kind of like weird corporation chill where the corporation can do no wrong. Absolutely hold Phase to account, hit them in the wallet, make your complaints known. But you know, I think Phase will be fine. I think it's way too early to be dooming at this point. And don't just remember not to lose your whimsy. Don't go full retards. Don't let the politicspurging and angry people on Twitter like ruin your day. Don't let like the drama that's going on as well. Don't let what's going on cause you depression, right? Don't how the fuck do I say this without YouTube throttling me? Don't do a very silly thing that Pippa once said she was thinking about doing, right? Like, if you need someone to talk to, I probably regret saying this, right? But it's something that's always been very important to me, generally, is like men's mental health. And I probably shouldn't say this, right? And I'm probably biting off more than I can chew, and I shouldn't do this. But it's like, look, if you really are like emotionally invested in this VTuber stuff, or like phase drama or whatever, you know, just telling you to stop, you know, touch grass and get out of it probably isn't helpful. But if you are feeling like that, like seriously, just send me a message on Twitter, like send me a DM on Twitter, or add me as a friend on Discord. And look, I can't, obviously there's so fucking many of you, I can't answer all of you, but I'll at least try to, you know, have just a decent chat with you, man to man or man to woman if you're a woman, and try to, you know, give you a bit of encouragement and kind of help put you on your way. Because, you know, I've said before, back when I was a teenager, I was just like Pippa. When I was a teenager, I was like a terminally online like fucking loser with depressive thoughts and like had nothing going for him when I was a teenager. And I was able to get myself out of that rut. But I can appreciate kind of like, because I've been in that position, I didn't have anyone to help me. I kind of like think that it would have helped to have had, and because I grew up without a father as well. I grew up in a single mother household. I didn't have like any male figures in my life to kind of help me understand how to like be a man, or, you know, get over that kind of stuff. So I'm always kind of like eager to help other men, especially sometimes I get older men, funny enough, ask me for advice, but I'm always eager, I guess, to kind of like help men, whether you're older or younger, you know, try to find purpose and meaning in life, or like get over the bad things, because I know it's hard to go through that by yourself, and I do enjoy trying to help people deal with that, because I don't know why, just for some reason, just the plight of the suffering of the modern male is just something I just feel really bad about. I'm not qualified to, and I probably wouldn't be able to help that much, but I'd like to try. So you're always free to send me a DM, send me a chat if you're not feeling, you know, in the best place, and I try to help you out as best I can. So don't feel, you know, like you can't do that. Sorry, did I miss a donation? God, I really want to go to bed, but now donations are coming in. Thank you. Thank you very much for the $5, Ash. Oh my god, how do I say your name? Ash Gagioni. felt like the different communities were keeping the peace, mutually assured destruction. That's a good way of saying it. When one side felt attacked, it was a missile crisis. It's a missile crisis. I like those analogies. Yeah. Sorry for constantly posting this, but I want to know what you think about a PR solution of firing Gumbun. I'm not good at this PR stuff. Honestly, it's why I brought Armchair on the channel to begin with. I kind of, funny enough, I brought him on today's stream to mostly talk about the more PR stuff, but he actually beat me to the punch about like conduct and leadership stuff, unfortunately. But self-conscious, right? That sounds like I'm like an armchair sip at times, because I'm saying like I agree to him a lot. I don't always say I agree, but I often say it a lot to Armchair, right? I always get self-conscious because it's like I'm not just saying that, but because it's Armchair. It's like I actually do genuinely agree with him, but the problem is he's beat me to the punch, because I wanted to make that point as well, but he's beat me there. So all I can say now is, yep, I agree. I can't really add any more to that. But I mean, that's what happens, I suppose, when you've got two very mostly like-minded people talking over the same subject that they're passionate about, right? The pact still stands, Kapipi. Hell yeah, the pact always stands. Thank you very much for the $10, the purple crystallian buddy. Thoughts on old guards who miss and try to push talents to behave like their PL, but changed either because they found stability or improved mental health, like PL Luda, but not comfortable now. So I just need to reread that and get my head around it, my brain. Thoughts on old guards who miss and try to push talents to behave like in their PL, but changed because they found stability. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, Crystalline, I can't really answer that question because I've never thought about that before. It tends to be the opposite way, where it's like, I often find it tends to be more of a case of people are fine with whatever new character their old favorite VTuber has, and they just want to keep things the same, rather than, actually, have I understood the assignment there properly? Oh, actually, yes. Actually, I think I've kind of misunderstood the assignment there. I don't know. Like, if I had a case study of where that's happened before, that would probably help me articulate an opinion. I can't really give a coherent opinion on that one, Crystallium. I can't think of an example of where that's happened. That would certainly help me formulate an opinion. I think it's a normal thing though. It's like, it's not a past life, but like I said before, I do miss old Lumi, and I think but I would never dare actually push or try to force a talent into being how they used to be. It's tricky because it's like you have a right to make a talent know that you're not happy with their new direction, particularly if you're an old guard member. But then it's like, how do you reasonably communicate to the talent in a respectful way that doesn't make you look like an asshole or a schizo, right? I'm not sure how you do that. But it's like, I think that going into a talent stream and being like, hey, I miss you, I miss it when you did this shit, and I don't like what you are now. I think that is rude and it's uncalled for, but I don't know how else you communicate it either. At the same time, it's definitely an understandable position. I don't think it's acceptable to directly bring that up to the talent, though. I don't know. It'd be a good question to ask Armchair, actually, that one, I think. Old fags unite. Yeah, God, every time I watch that clip of Pippa having the breakdown, it's like I've got it in the face documentary, and she gets me crying when I watch that clip. She gets me crying when she does that. What was I going to say? I think I was going to close off with something else. Can't remember now. It's probably a good opportunity to get some sleep and go to bed, actually. Yeah, this is the thing. Gumbun isn't actually really hired by FaZe Connect, but the thing is, even though she's not officially hired by FaZe, she is a chosen one. She was handpicked by FaZe to act as a sort of quasi representative ambassador. She is their guy. She is their cosplayer that they specifically chose to help with their brand in a way. So she may not work for them, but she's definitely, you could definitely say she's affiliated with them. And like I've been saying for the last year now, they bet on the wrong horse. Justice for Crisis. Honestly, they should have picked Crisis. And it's not even like Crisis couldn't have become, couldn't have become big enough or influential enough to do what FaZe Connect was looking for either. I mean, Crisis was getting into VTubing herself as well. I could easily see a reality where Crisis has like a breakthrough. Because I don't know, I don't know if this is being unfair, but I think one of the major differences between Crisis and Gumbun is that a lot of people who like Gumbun are basically just gooning after Gumbun's cosplayers, whereas with Crisis, like, people actually liked and respected Crisis as a genuine fan of FaZe Connect and as a genuine capitulist. And I just don't see that with Gumbun. Like, Gumbun is unironically an object for kumification, it seems like to me, for most people. Whereas Crisis was actually like a very valued and respected member of the community and is sorely missed. I'm not sure if Gumbun left. I'm not sure many people would miss her. I don't know. I don't know if that's being incredibly unfair. Like, cosplayer drama isn't something I normally like dwell on at all, because again, just because I say this doesn't make it true. But who gives a fuck about cosplayers? Honestly, like, I respect cosplayers I respect their dedication to their trade. I don't mean it in that way, but like, when it comes to corporate goings on and like drama and like VTubing culture, like I know that cosplaying is a big part of that, but if I ever wanted, no, I won't say that. That's actually out of order. That's actually really reading out of order. I won't say that. That's actually going too far. But it's like, look, I'd rather ask one of you for your opinion on things before I go ask a fucking cosplayer, quite frankly. Right? You know what I mean? It's like, I'd rather talk to any one of you about anything before I go to a cosplayer asking for advice and guidance. Yeah, hey Soitsu. Yeah, and this is the thing, Azihara. It's like, that's a thing. That's a common thing with a lot of cosplayers, I find. It's why I don't normally respect them that much. Is that a lot of cosplayers are just fishing for attention to begin with, or because they think it's like a cute outfit. They don't actually care about the thing that they're cosplaying normally. I mean, a lot do, but I don't know. I just notice a lot of cosplayers. It's just about the money, and it's about the attention that they get. I always kind of roll my eyes when I see someone being called a professional cosplayer. It just seems like an oxymoron to me, because cosplaying is meant to me, cosplaying is a hobby, not a profession. It's just how I see things. But I don't know. I am a cranky old man who's been on the internet way too long. Thank you very much for the $5. Soul Vibes. Gumbun being an opportunistic tourist that most likely chose FaZe Connect because niche company that's more likely to get simps to get money from. Maybe you might be right. Thank you for the $5. One thing I want to say as well, guys, is that don't go around like harassing and like circle jerking Gumbun hate in an unconstructive way. I'm not saying you're doing it here, but I don't want this channel, and I don't want to instigate like a hate brigade against Gumbun, because what she is, I definitely think she deserves to be called out and challenged for her unacceptable behavior that is treacherous and sneaky and snaky. But again, it's about doing it in a civil, constructive, helpful way. We don't need people going into Gumbun's tweets and calling her a bunch of names and like other shit. I could technically say that some of the stuff I said about Gumbun are unfair ad hominems. Sure, I'm not perfect, right? I don't know how to articulate it better, but there's a point where you have to challenge people over their unacceptable behavior, and this, I think, at this point for FaZe Connect to ditch Gumbun is probably the best move. It is the definition of gatekeeping. She did a really unacceptable, sneaky, nasty, fucking it's such a. It's not fair to say it's a woman-only thing, but what Gumbun did is like peak treacherous woman moment thing, right? Like, I couldn't imagine stabbing. It's just a principle of like stabbing someone in the back who's going through a rough time. That alone is like fucking like stepping on someone who doesn't deserve all this hate and harassment and like using them to springboard your own brand and financial shit. That's disgusting behavior. But then on top of that, that person as well who you're stepping over to enrich yourself is the employer of the company who you are basically, what's the words, like you have a parasitical, like that you're feeding off of, right? Because Gumbun's popularity is feeding off of the brand of Phase Connect. That's what she does. It's the nature of what she does. So to treat the company who chose her and put all this faith and respect into her in that sordid way, it's just not on, quite frankly. It's very rude. It's very unacceptable. The official face hammer has to come down on someone for fans' desire for justice to Jelly to be somewhat satiated. Well, I don't know. I think what Armchair said before, I think that if Phase Connect just can, it would take them a very long time to kind of like build back the goodwill they had up to this point. But I think that they can certainly restore some trust and confidence in the way they do things going forwards, as long as this just doesn't happen again and they treat the talents right and do the right things going forwards. But yeah, definitely. If they do fuck up again, definitely I'll be with Armchair on the more hostile. I'll definitely be with Armchair on the more hostile and uncharitable side. Like at the moment, like the big Hail Mary for me as to why I'm not too like emotionally invested in this stuff and why I'm not too angry at FaZe yet is because of how they've handled more serious drama in the past. Just something just seems so fucking weird about this instance. I'm just convinced that something strange is going on. I don't think it's like I'm not convinced. I'm not prepared to be convinced at this point. FaZe Connect is, being shit, whatever. Being shitty, being a black corpo. I'm late to the party. What did you do? Oh, I was background noise. I can't fucking go through Gumbun again. Sorry. Background noise. Oh, my throat's fucked now. You have to go through the stream and find it. I'm afraid. Sorry. Mean Girl is what you're Mean Girl. That's the word I'm actually looking for. Thank you, Azahara channel. Sorry, my mic's fading because my voice is failing, and now it's the gate filter's not picking up my voice anymore. I think I'll end it there. Let's see, who are we gonna raid? Let's raid someone. Oh, Raimi's streaming. Oh shit, Raimi. Oh my god. Talk about the wiping forehead sweat meme. You know what? God, I want to raid Bags. I want to raid. I'm gonna be collabing with Raimi as well. By the way, Raimi Ricotta of Flavor. We're going to be doing a collab, not this weekend, but next weekend. We're going to be playing Terraria. I'll put the waiting room up soon. I'm looking forward to that. So what I'll do is I'll raid Raimi since we're going to be working together. Since we're going to be collabing soon, I'll do it as a little thank you to Raimi. I'll raid her. Okay, so guys, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for being civil in the chat. Even though you all have different opinions, different emotional connections to this. Some of you are very angry, you don't forgive FaZe. Some of you are, think the other way. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that we were able to keep this discussion civil, and that things were, that we had a good talk here, and you guys had some very great comments and some very good feedback as well that I enjoyed reading very much. So no, good one, guys. I think today's stream, like the way you guys have been behaving in the chat, not that we need to, but it just proves a point that this slander against FaZe Connect fans and FaZe Connect, it's not deserved, and it is just a whole bunch of bullshit. Like, I'm not just saying this because I'm a FaZe Connect fan, and it's like, as well, it's one thing I just want to make absolutely clear as well, by the way. Lord Maulington, I am not the voice of the FaZe Connect fans. I'm not an ambassador for the FaZe Connect fans or FaZe Connect. I don't even consider myself a part of the FaZe Connect community, even though I do obviously deliberately provide content specifically to entertain my fellow FaZe bros. And the reason why I think I don't want to be noticed by FaZe Connect talents. I don't want them to like sing my praises or acknowledge my existence. I prefer to remain unnoticed by them. And again, the reason why I don't want to embed myself in the community and with FaZe Connect is exactly because of what's happened here with Gumbun, right? It's like I get the brainworms and I get schizophrenic. I hate it when people bring me up in the face Discord as well. It's like I just don't want to. It's not my intention to, and I don't want to be seen. I don't want people to see me as like I'm acting like I am a spokesman for Face Connect or the fandom, or that, you know, I'm doing I'm doing all that shit, right? I'm just simply a guy who's going through a midlife crisis, who's VTubing for fun, and just likes talking about Face Connect because he really likes Face Connect, and most of the Face Connect fandom, particularly the capitalists. It's really that simple. So I try to keep a respectful distance from everything, because I don't want to run the risk of causing either the community or Face Connect any problems by people misunderstanding and thinking I'm part of it when I'm very much not. Yes, I said I was going to raid. Yes, I did. Sorry, one more thing. Thank you very much for the $5. Spider Dude 93. Got here late too. Did you go over Kirsch's comment? I haven't actually seen it, honestly, Spider Dude, so I couldn't bring that up. Thank you for the $5, but I'll check that out later. Oh, I heard about her canary in the coal mine comment. I'm not sure, honestly. Obviously, I'm a big Kirsche fan. I've been watching Kirsche for over 3 years now. I mean this in the kindest possible spirit. I don't know. I think that Kirsche would know more than I would know, since she's friends with Pippa, and that she probably has the network connections to know what's going on in Face better than I do. But I don't know. I do wonder if Kirsch is just jumping to conclusions. Honestly, I don't know if she's jumping the gun a bit herself and deciding something's true, something's the case when it isn't. But I think if anyone can figure out the truth though of the matter, it will be Kirsche and her fandom, because although Kirsche in the past has I remember during the Off-Cry drama, she promised that she had all this intel, and then it turned out to be a nothing burger. But that's like a one-off. I think generally speaking, Kirsche, when she does like an investigation, she's very thorough. Her community they're very good. They are very thorough. So until they come out with something more concrete, at the moment, I'm still erring on the side of, I think Kirsche is jumping the gun a little bit here. But I'm happy to admit if I'm wrong, right? Like, I don't care if my thoughts about Face Connect are wrong, and that this entire time, if I need to eat my hat, I'll eat my hat. That's fine. Like, I'm not some kind of weird VTuber corporation cultist, even though it seems like I say Face Connect's praises all the time. I think like gassing a company up and just acting like they can do no wrong and that nothing they do is bad is counterproductive. You should absolutely challenge a company. It's just weird as well to like simp for a company, but you should always challenge a company when they're going off the beaten path. It's just I'm just not convinced at the moment it's a political thing. I hope it isn't a political thing, but if I'm proven wrong in my instincts, then that's fine. I'll happily admit that and run with it. Simple as that. Okay, so let's raid Raimi. Flavors, lovely little cheese rat VTuber. Fucking love Flavor, by the way. Good old Flavor boys and girls. I love those people. Raimi, there we go. Okay, guys, enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you in the next stream or video. So enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Bye-bye.